And welcome back yet again, everybody, to UGP. I will be your host for the the most ravishing man on the internet, and I am extremely excited for what we are sure to be one of the most exciting days of matches that we've currently faced before. So, before we get into what we got going on, let me first introduce my extremely good-looking deathman beside me, as always, my main man, Beatdown Boulevard.
What's up?
How you doing, baby? You doing
I'm
good?
good. I intentionally was not looking at you because I felt like you did this once on UPL where it's like, oh yeah, you're setting up beat for beatdown and everything, and then you say our guest name. So you even though I was wrong, you'll never get me again. That's all I want to say.
And that's fine. You know, I understand and appreciate you being vigilant, of course, but hey, man, like, I wouldn't do great like that, but you know, another person who's also extremely handsome and also staying right beside you, our main man, Value, previous winner of UGP, Challenger level ADC, and the man with the most luscious locks on this. What's going on, Value?
Yo, thanks, Ravish. I appreciate it. It's a great hype up there, man. I'm looking forward to today.
I mean, of course, I can't just disrespect what you got bringing down, flowing for your head, man. As a ball man myself, I do have to appreciate what everybody else offers to the table. So,
I'll get on your beard level one day, though.
Yeah, it's all good, man. You know how I do, man. So, but enough about us. Right? This isn't about us. What we want to talk about is fantastic teams that we have, because we will be covering the entire upper bracket here for today. All best of threes. Matchup for tonight being, of course, TSM Academy and Zeus Gaming. And later on in the day, we got Dig Academy versus Resolve. So some absolute, dare I say, bangers, gentlemen, that we have present in front of us. But before we go into breaking up both these teams, that they want to take a quick look at the bracket and how the overall tournament has shaped out. Because with what we've seen so far in these upper bracket finals, or the upper bracket day 3, right? TSM right now are undefeated. They have not dropped a single game. So we'll see if Zeus can change that on the toilet paper cats as well. Only dropping one game too, but so they've been remaining pretty vigilant, and alongside Resolve and Dig as well. But these teams have gone back and forth in terms of standings. But for the boys on Resolve and the boys on Dig, I'm very, very happy to see that they've been able to make it this far. Especially, we had a lot of questions around Resolve, but pertaining to how the bracket is shaped out so far, we do have a clip from Alloram himself to see what his thoughts are on the day.
I am joined here by Zeus Gaming top laner Alloram here. Again, thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview. My first question for you: what has been Zeus' focus in practice leading up to the Unified Grand Prix, and how has that translated in scrims so far?
I'd say we're really, and as boring as this is that I'd say a lot of our practice is really basic stuff. We haven't been doing too many things special. And a lot of the reason is because I felt like at the beginning of this split, we were kind of winning our games just based off of us being straight up better players. And then over time, it kind of felt like we started making more and more stupid mistakes because of the bad habits we would have. And we just kind of do something, all of us would die, and we'd be caught in a situation near the second and third tournament where we're like, okay, well, we're not just straight up outclassing the teams anymore. What do we need to do?
Yeah.
So we kind of had to do a whole refresh on our team and just go back from square one, starting with, how to build a wave for bot dive, making sure our communications on the side are good and all that stuff. So it really has been very basic, and our results haven't been great in the past few tournaments, or at least not up to par for what our team should be doing.
Yeah.
So as long as we hammer out all these really stupid mistakes that we were doing in the previous tournaments, I think we can get back to that top spot that we were at the beginning.
Always be seeing what we can see from potentially Zeus today, but B, your thoughts on your end for what we've been seeing so far?
It makes a lot of sense what Alloram was saying, especially because Zeus is just in an individual level a very talented team. You go through the roster, it's just insanely good players. Although they have been in previous tournaments, this split of PG having some mixed, questionable results. So I do love that recognition from them, and that it has been reflected in their practice going into this tournament here. And like you said, they're facing up against TSM Academy, a team who has not dropped a single game so far here in the upper brackets of UGP. And I think even despite some of the changes going into today, for those those who follow TSM's Twitter, and something we'll touch on very soon, it would still be quite a statement victory for Zeus if they will continue how well they've been doing in this upper bracket and overtake TSM and send them to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think CLG. I think they had an excellent performance against CLG Academy last week as like the Academy Slayers, and I'm pretty sure that TSMA is like a pretty similar strength team. So if they can come in today, they're definitely gonna give them a run for their money.
Honestly, I gotta agree with you all more here though. But on your end though, a value like, are there any upsets that you've seen so far in the bracket that have been like, how'd that happen? That's pretty cool. Well, not that how that happened, but like, wow, that's genuinely impressive to see that this team is doing better than expected.
I think the big thing is we're just seeing a lot of amateur teams have great performances. Even some of the not the top amateur teams, like we're seeing some of the lower amateur teams take either the top amateur teams or even some of the academy teams. So I think we're seeing much more condensed like parity, and like any team can beat any team for the most part if they show up and have good prep on that day.
Which has definitely been one of the most surprising points of a lot of it, because like considering how much from just the previous split so many of these teams players have grown, and even hearing Alloram talk about it, right? Going back to the drawing board and really learning from each other's mistakes, and like the immense growth that we've seen, especially going into UGP, makes me even more excited for the split going forward. But as right now, what we do have to look forward to is the matches that we have going on in just a little bit. Starting off with TSM Academy going up against the toilet paper cast themselves, Zeus Gaming. So let's get one thing right off the bat. Not TSM have really been the most dominant academy team in this tournament so far. Like as Beta mentioned, not dropping a single game. But one thing tonight we definitely have to look out for is that they've thrown a complete curveball into everything we've expect by doing a couple of interesting roster changes. We do have Takeover in today in the mid lane, and Sword will be going down in the bot lane as a support. So Value, quick question to you, my man. Now, when you are going up against a matchup like this, you likely have not been briefed as to what is to come. How are you prepping for this?
Yeah, when you hear about a change like that last minute, you're definitely opening up your PowerPoint presentation and pressing escape a few times. Like some of your prep just has to get completely thrown out the window. At that point, you kind of just have to go back to the drawing board and focus at what you're good at as a team, because you can't prep too much exactly for what the enemy team is. You get some general idea, but as generally when they swap up things last minute, you're pretty confident as a team if you're going in and getting what you want, because generally last minute swaps are less than ideal.
Extremely less than ideal. One would say bad, even especially if you were trying to prep for so long, and considering what you see before you is not what you expect. It's one would have to be Raven Simone to really figure out what they could see in the future. But hey, I mean, that remains to be seen. No analyst can gaze in the future, sadly. So, but one big thing though, B-Town, I do want to ask you real quick, because like considering what we have seen out of Sword so far, I feel like he'd be actually a pretty decent fit down in support role, taking his overall mid mechanics into a very supportive lane. I think he'd be pretty okay. We might wanna bring out the Vel'Koz, but that's just my bias, of course.
Sure, and it's certainly not the worst lane to swap towards the support role, just because, again, we were all talking about this before going live today, how the mechanics are a really important thing, and Sword certainly has those to spare. So this definitely may not be as bad as it can seem, especially with the last second swap overall. So I am curious to see how the bot lane will play out. But the other thing I'm most interested in is Takeover, who we've only been seeing sparingly from the side of TSM Academy, is the one that's most interesting, especially because of this mid lane matchup we have on the day. Tuesday for the Toilet Paper Cats, of course. The Academy Slayer. This dude has an insane record versus Academy teams, and this is a matchup neither one has played so far. So this is the thing I'm most interested in. His Takeover has shown in the few instances of play that he is a player with a lot of potential here.
Yeah, these are two pretty elite mid laners at this level of play, and I think the support dynamic will actually play into that with how much support is moving around mid lane. So we'll see how Sword does at enabling mid lane, because as a mid laner, he should know just what a mid laner wants from their support.
True.
So we'll see how those interactions play out as the series progresses.
That would definitely be some of the most interesting parts, right? Because we haven't necessarily seen Sword, I should say, in a supportive type role. So him being able to, bring out the same sort of utility that we've seen out of him in the mid lane, and even now and playing a utility-focused champion should, in my opinion, like you all mentioned, be a pretty decent fit. And with the matchup between TakeOver and Tuesday, that is going to be so extremely fun. So moving on over into the top side here, Beatdown. If we take a quick look at the H train from TSM Academy, that being between Haunter and Hyper, two extremely hyper-aggressive laners who want to take the fight to your face, whether it be 10 seconds or 10 minutes.
Right, and Hyper, especially you and I, have definitely seen quite a bit of his work before he got onto TSM Academy. It is a really strong top side of the map here for TSM, and I mean, you got to credit by at least a good chunk of their success to how strong Haunter and Hyper are as that top jungle duo, and how much value that they can get when given a lot of resources. And that tends to be the case for the most part here. And although Sword, when he plays, doesn't get as much, I am curious to see if they will be giving more attention to TakeOver, because maybe they could give him a shot, depending on how draft ends up shaking out, to kind of be more of that carry mid laner. Because again, a lot of potential here. I know we were talking about Diana Yasuo. TakeOver's Yasuo is actually pretty fierce. So it is something, if draft permits, that we could specifically see.
We were talking about it before. They haven't gotten to play yet, but if we get to see it today, it would be super duper sick. But we should not discount their opponents, that being the toilet paper catcher Zeus Gaming themselves. They're looking to wipe away the competition. Thank you. That was the laugh exactly that I was looking for. I appreciate y'all, man. It's make sure to inflate my ego. But they are, of course, the underdogs going into this matchup. Realistically, this David and Goliath story that has continued throughout with Academy versus Amateur in general. But I do find that they are a little bit bigger than David was this story, considering just how much prowess we've seen out of them here, Beatdown.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, of course, we've only seen a little bit of TakeOver, but that enough has had us wondering and thinking, especially with how young he is. I think he's only like 16 or 17, something along those lines. So it's definitely a lot going for him when it comes to time, development here for this team. And that's why I want to see how he matches up against Tuesday, who we know is a very talented, exceptional mid laner here on the side of Amateur. And dude, he's just been taking names since he moved into the amateur circuit, and I don't see that very much changing. But I think this is going to be a big deal for TakeOver as well, because this is definitely a matchup he's going to have to work for.
Yeah, we definitely got the new face here of TakeOver, and Tuesday's kind of been like the Academy mid slayer, so it's like the new foe has appeared, and we're really excited to see how that plays out.
And especially going up against my main man Tuesday, right, as well in the mid lane, bro. Although it may not be his day today, right, Tuesday has been known as the Academy Slayer for quite a fair bit. His record really does supersede him, considering he's beaten like CLG Academy, Dig before, and TSM, only losing to C9A in just the previous PG split. So, although he did mention, I believe just a couple days ago with Rafa, that he had necessarily lost to the Academy team, although not completely accurate, but does definitely hold up with what we've seen so far in this split. He's been a phenomenal player to watch, and the meteoric rise of Zeus Gaming is something that I genuinely look forward to, considering, right, this Academy versus Amateur narrative has shown that amateur teams are genuinely here to play, because with just the roster they offer, it's no surprise how good they are. But as of right now, considering what we've seen between these two, right, the seeding should generally be interesting between Zeus and TSM, because Zeus right now are in a pretty interesting position here to be.
They are. Both teams are, actually, because at this point in the upper bracket, both teams have guaranteed themselves qualification for the Proving Grounds event coming up later on in the year. So the important thing, though, still, especially more for Zeus, is that seeding, because what you want as an amateur team is to place as high as possible, not just for the prize money, but also for favorable seeding going into PG, because you don't want to end up having to face a very high seeded Academy team right off the bat. Some teams, unfortunately, last split had to go through that. Zeus, as good as they are, probably want to avoid that.
First seed definitely helps. I know from experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would have thought it? Doing favorably in the previous tournament helps you do better in the next one. Shocker. I know it, your friends, but considering right now where we're at, we should try to figure out who might do better here today, potentially. So we do have the predictions up and ready to go between everybody in front of us. So the cash predictions are a little bit across the board, but we do seem to see one consistent narrative with the matchups we had. A lot of faith in Amateur and a lot of faith in Zeus, and both resolve. Now, Value. Question, like looking on your end, though, you did see these teams a little bit beforehand, just the previous day where you were on. So where do you stand on this?
Yeah, so I voted for the toilet paper cat in my last prediction, and they didn't let me down, so I gotta stay true with my heart. I think Zeus has got what it takes to make it happen.
Right, we smack special beats on Boulevard. Please give us your big brain analysis.
I mean, realistically, I was already leaning towards Zeus before the mid to support the whole Jimble Jamble going on. And this already kind of solidifies how I'm feeling about it. So I'm also, I'm sticking with Zeus.
You know what, man? Personally, the change for me is really what did it in, because I'm thinking what's really going to happen. So I'm afraid of change. So I'm going to know with what I know best, which is Zeus Gaming are good, and they're taking it home tonight. It's going to be 2-1 for me as well. So it's going to be all toilet paper cat desk here for you, but we will have to see where the casters land on this and their own thoughts. So we do have MLBD and Jolly, where they take it away to game number 1. Let's get it.
Thank you so much, Ravish. We are so stoked to be here. It is, such an exciting day. And I got Dylan joining me. We've never gotten to cast together, so even more excitement. But, I'm stoked. How are you feeling, Dylan?
I'm feeling great. We've got some exciting upper bracket matchups. It's going to be a lot of fun today. TSM Academy throwing us a little bit of a curveball with some of the roster changes that they've done. So we'll see how that ends up holding up. But I'm really excited for tonight's games.
Yeah, and that's obviously something that the analyst desk was touching on quite a bit of that role swap. And so we were kind of talking about what the expectation is going to be, whether they're going to try to throw Sword onto a support or really just make it into a kill lane. And I know we heard the desk saying, Vel'Koz probably a good option right there. And I would have to agree with them that honestly, making it into a kill lane is probably going to be your best bet. You're not going to get like an Alistar that's played better than Ursaw.
Yeah.
And throwing somebody onto like a Thresh or Leona can be very, very dangerous because you have that level of initiation and really commitment that a lot of mid laners don't have. A little bit more versatility in terms of really mobility in general there. So I think you had the same perception on that, right, Dylan?
Yeah, and especially when you're up against somebody like Pocket Rhino on the side of Zeus. He's the kind of guy who's got all these kind of dark tech supports. He's got the Poppy support if you want to pick Leona into him. He's got Trundle support if you want to pick something like Nautilus into him. So it's really tough to actually play these like conventional supports against him. And if you're like basically auto-filled like Sword is, it's probably just in your best bet to pick something that you're comfortable with, right? Some mage support, or maybe if he has, 1 or 2 support picks that he's comfortable on. But for the most part, probably stray away from some of those, Alistar, Leona, Nautilus, things like that. We'll see how the game 1 goes.
Yeah, I think honestly that's kind of going to set the stage here, and it'll really show us whether or not we got Sword in like a comfortable position, whether or not Sword is actually able to make these plays. And another thing that was touched on by the desk, of course, because they covered so much amazing content regarding this matchup, is the fact that you've got a lot of roam, a ton of roam, especially in the current meta from the support very, very early on. The better the support, the earlier you see the roam. And same thing with the ADC. You have to have a really good ADC to be able to stabilize and stay within that mid lane and potentially encounter a 2v1 that they have to face up against. But we didn't really touch on the top lane matchup really much. I would say out of all of the matchups, that was the one that was touched on the least. With Haunter and Alloram, people say it both ways. I wasn't corrected on my interview yesterday, so I have no idea because Rafa also wasn't corrected on his interview, and we said it 2 different ways. He's probably used to it by now. But that one, you've got classics for Alloram, that aren't as heavy in the meta right now, but that he still likes to pick up, like the heavy ones, the Aatrox, the Scion, the Ornn, things like that. So generally taking that frontline initiator position on the team while the rest of the team can sort of run damage through here. So how are you feeling about that matchup in particular? How do you think that's going to play out early game?
I think that top matchup is going to be really interesting, and I think it's going to decide a lot of how this game goes because if you look at Zeus's last series against CLG Academy, where they really kind of just shocked the bracket, they, knocked CLG Academy down to the lower bracket. We saw that Alloram was able to whip out a lot of these really creative top lane picks He had the Urgot banned away from him multiple times. He was also willing to flex things around like the Tom Kench. So I think in this draft that we're getting into right now, it's important to keep your eyes on him, especially on this red side. They like to save that 5th pick counter pick for him and flex some things around. So keep your eye on what Alloram's going to pick in the top lane.
And it is already immediately going to be focusing towards those frontline initiators. You've got the Renekton banned out here on the red side by Zeus, and then TSM has got the Urgot banned out. So really focusing on trying to limit that engage potential from both sides. And probably TSM is a little bit more concerned again because of that role swap there. So it's going to be Gnar taken away as well, and that's actually from Zeus. And then no surprise, one of the champions that we've seen the most of, and honestly I'm really bored of, is Graves. So I'm happy that one was banned away.
Yeah, that Graves ban makes sense because Griffin in their last series, game 3, that kind of clinching game against Dignitas Academy, he had such an amazing Graves performance. I think he got something like 6 or 7 kills in the game, multiple assists. He was just top of the leaderboard in terms of kills, in terms of damage. So it makes sense to take that away from Griffin. This first pick is going to be interesting here because a lot of those first picks that we think of are typically taken away. And also, you don't really want to first pick a mid laner for Sword. So Viego makes sense because I feel like you need an AD jungler because Takeover likes to play some of the... Actually, this is a bit of a flex pick because Takeover does have that Viego in his pool. So I do think, actually, on another level, this is an even better first pick for them.
Yeah, I was going to say common right now, really, and especially for red side, just because you have those 2 picks, is to lock in 2 really high priorities, which are going to be ADC and jungle. And that looks like that is what was locked in. You've got the Xin Zhao there for Griffin. You've got Raheem, or not Raheem. Wait, those names. Hold on. All right, I'm thrown off here. No, I'm not. No, I'm not thrown off here.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
you got it.
I thought it was swapped for a second. My brain is already backwards, and it's the start of the day. And the Ashe, a very good one, and one that does allow for a lot of roam to the mid lane from the support there. And then they're going to continue on with flex picks, or at least one there in the Lee Sin, as well as the lock-in for the LeBlanc. We can assume that Takeover, who that is hovered on, is going to be the one running that. And Arise is the response.
Yeah, that mid lane matchup is definitely going to be interesting because it's safe to say that it's going to be LeBlanc versus Rise. It could be Rise top for Alloram, but I don't think we've really ever seen him pull that out. So it's probably Tuesday's Rise, which makes sense because in the last series, he had Rise banned away from him. He was very, very proficient on like the Orianna that he played. He's very good on Syndra, things like that. So Rise is in pretty similar wheelhouse as those. But like you were saying, I think the Ashe is a really good pick for Raheem. He picked it in the last series, and he felt very comfortable on it. And the thing about Zeus that, is a little bit different from some of these other teams is that Raheem isn't really the star carry of this team. When you have Tuesday, when you have Griffin, when you have Alloram, these guys who have been there, they've done that at the high level, you're not there to be that, next prodigy AD carry, you need a 1v9 every game. Raheem is more of that kind of role player on this team, and I think Ashe fits that very nicely. It's really the only AD carry that's got engaged, that's got utility. So to pick that up, I think is very good for Zeus game.
And that is going to be no surprise. Rhino, honestly, Pocket Rhino, it's a very, very accurate name for this player. Loves to run things like the Galio, loves to run the Rel, loves to run these heavier engage available champions in the support role, but also ones that are going to be able to frontline and take up a lot of damage. So a lot of damage there. But a lot of opportunity, too, for the roams from Rel. As long as you got a little bit of speed early on to try to contest the scuttle has been a very, very important thing in the current meta right now. And it will be the Varus. So a lot of extra range that Cody Sun is going to have here over Raheem. And a lot of opportunity as well if we can line up for the Corrupting Chains. Chains of Corruption.
Yeah, something to keep your eye on. There is 3 AD champions, and I'm just going to say, Malphite was banned away multiple times against Alloram, and it's up right now, and there's 3 AD champions. Not gonna, it's not a, oh my goodness gracious, he one-ups me. He goes for Sejuani top. I mean, that's a pretty similar champion to the Malphite, just kind of those unkillable. You're just going to build those tank stats. You're going to disrupt the team fights. I really like that pick. And like the desk was saying, it's important to note for everybody that this game is not the most, kind of like influential game in terms of, these teams' futures. They've already qualified. This is mostly just for prize money, for a little bit of seeding. So these teams are allowed to get creative, to hide some strategies, things like that. And I think that Sejuani is actually a pretty decent pick here, right? Because it has that good synergy with the Xin Zhao. You're able to stack that passive stun up very nicely. You're able to set up ganks. As of now, onto the Viego, I believe we've reached the point where you can't swap anymore, so that should be Viego top for Haunter. And I think that, Haunter's going to have a tough time in that matchup for sure.
Yeah, Haunter is... Oh, wait, actually, maybe it has been swapped over. No. Okay. That is the case. Yes, so that will be a very difficult matchup. And the amount of, Frel Jordan crowd control also on the side of Zeus is really going to come into play. Raheen, also one of the players that loves to take these global ultimate champions to be able to assist towards the mid and the top side of the map, which has been where a lot of the focus, for these junglers towards the early part of the game until that scuttle gets hit or gets taken down. So I can imagine we're going to see a lot of those crystalline arrows coming through and trying to assist. And if Sejuani can land an ultimate and then you follow that up with the enchanted crystal arrow, there's a lot of crowd control, a lot of opportunity for the rest of Zeus to actually hop into the fight, meaning they can kind of play it a little slow if they want to. They can play a little bit reactively towards the beginning if they want, and then turn it into proactive play as the game goes on.
It's going to be really tough for the carries on TSM Academy to actually, really play this game, because when you think about Viego, he's a pretty short-range champion. He's not really going to be building too many tank stats. He's more of kind of that bruiser style build. Same with Varus. I mean, if it feels like if you don't have cleanse, if you don't have a QSS, if you don't have something like that, and you get hit by one of these enchanted crystal arrows, if you get hit by Sejuani's ultimate, these long-range engage tools, they're just going to set up Rel exactly like you said. Griffin's going to be able to dive in with that Xin Zhao. Tuesday's going to be able to get into range on that rise and really set himself up to deal the damage in the later stages of the game. So I'm a little bit afraid for TSM Academy, but I think the bright side of it is they do have a relatively strong bottom side of the map. You've got that Varus for some poke. You've got Nautilus to really set up those ganks onto the Ashe, who is pretty immobile compared to some of the other AD carries like Ezreal and things like that. Ashe can very easily be ganked in the bottom lane. And you've got a Lee Sin for Hyper, who, is somebody that is very, very proficient on the Lee Sin. He's very, very comfortable on these mechanical junglers. So expect to see him go down towards the bottom side, because I don't really think he wants to fight that top lane 2v2 against Sejuani and Zhao.
No, that's not really going to be where the focus is moving there. And we had also talked about just the fact that we've got Sword there in the bottom lane as the support. We were kind of saying, hey, maybe not so much for the initiators. No, I didn't mention Nautilus. You mentioned Nautilus, but I do think Nautilus is one of the somewhat safer ones. You have the availability to use the hook for disengage. Or, you can initiate with that. The passive is absolutely insane to be able to get that lockdown for the initiation. And you know what? If you can get a Nautilus hook on, you get the passive down. Once you hit level 6, you throw Chains of Corruption from Varus, and then things are really going in your favor at that. I'm going to end up using Jimble Jamble at some point today, as I heard Beatdown say that, and it's my new favorite phrase. But it sounds there's a lot of opportunity. Now the question is whether or not Sword can actually be the support that is necessary for this matchup, because yes, it is a standard matchup. It's a good looking lane, but again, we're talking about a mid laner who is used to initiating in an incredibly heavy manner, and disengaging thanks to the kits of the champions that are really available. So the little bit of disengage gives me more hope for this player, and at least it's going to be more frontline. They've got Viego and Nautilus here. Lots of frontline and initiation in that. Again, it depends on how it plays out and how well Viego is able to do in this top matchup.
Yeah. I mean, you bring up a lot of good points there. I think one thing to note for Sword on this Nautilus is that he has a lot of potential to roam and impact the map this game, because Varus is somebody that you can leave relatively on his own once he is able to really stack that wave clear and not really be under too much threat under that turret. And he also has, takeover on LeBlanc mid. He's got Tuesday, who, if you can burn that flash on the rise and you can roam up there with Nautilus, it's a very easy dredge line to land. It's very easy to kind of, set up multiple kills onto Tuesday. You've got Hyper as well to really help in that mid lane, 2v2, 3v3, etc. So keep your eye on that as we move forward in this game. If they're able to find roam timers, Sword can easily take advantage of that.
Oh, yeah. And another thing that, I guess we touched on, and that can be touched on just once again, is roam. This player knows what a mid laner wants. And when you're roaming early game, it's going to be for scuttle contest. It's going to be to get pressure for that early dragon push as well, trying to get vision down, even to help out the mid laner here, even if it's just to walk up and place a ward on the bottom side towards the aggressive side of the river there. So good opportunities, and it is going to be a standard red start for both of these guys. A little bit of early pressure from Zeus in the bottom lane means they're feeling good already.
Yeah, both junglers starting on their red buff, pathing towards opposite side of the maps. It's a little bit surprising that Griffin doesn't really want to path towards the Sejuani, especially considering Alloram has Ignite. I feel like that'd be a decent, a spot to try and put some early pressure. But I think maybe, Griffin identifies that Sword is a little bit of the weak link for this TSM Academy roster, not too comfortable in that role. So if you're able to really get down to the bottom lane and throw Sword off his game, that could easily give you an advantage moving into the later stages. I think that it's important to note that neither of these junglers really want to just keep full clearing and full clearing. We should see some action. Xin Zhao and Lee Sin, they're not really the fastest clearing junglers, so to make up for that, they like to go for some of these plays. So keep your eye on these Scuttle Crabs in about a minute's time from now. That should be very interesting.
Oh, as we pop down, we see Sword has flashed and is very, very low. It was the Ignite that came out there from Rhino as well, so already a really aggressive start here for Zeus. Now, Haunter's going to deal a little bit of damage there to Alloram, I'm just going to go back and forth and say both so I'm never wrong. I'll call him Alloram for the first half of the map and Alloram for the second half of the match. I'm going to confuse myself, though. I'm not going to do that. That's too risky. We do have Hyper moving in, though.
This is very interesting. He cancels his blue buff to try and get up here. I mean, I know that Alloram has no flash, but this feels a little bit aggressive considering he's full HP with that Ignite. Let's see how it pans out.
It is aggressive. You got the red buff there. Alloram just sits behind the tower right here, so it is going to be a bit of damage. So it shouldn't be able to get a plate or anything on this one.
I must be...
Alex,
here's Takeover. Here's the TP, though.
Takeover and the TP to hopefully take over this one in favor of Zeus. And that all they needed was that teleport to come through, Tuesday to show up, and TSMA is out of there.
Yeah, that is a very interesting play. I feel like, okay, so sure, you get the TP off of Tuesday. That's very good. When you look at what's actually traded, I mean, Hyper spent about 30, 40 seconds really doing nothing, wasn't clearing a camp, wasn't doing anything. And in the meantime, Griffin able to catch some CS in the mid lane, able to clear a couple camps towards the bottom side, so he's going to have about half a level of an advantage over Hyper, which, when you're playing something like Xin Zhao, that just snowballs itself to the rest of the map because that means you're able to solo dragon that much quicker. You're able to really force these skirmishes and be that much more powerful. So if Griffin is able to really leverage the fact that he's able to get this farm lead, to get this XP lead, I think this is actually a win for Zeus, and they're really fine, burning Tuesday's teleport.
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting one. And, you can expect that Alloram is going to be dealing a lot of damage in that instance, but also not taking a lot of damage. So, I mean, a curious choice to try to maybe bait out something more than the teleport. I think they got that, and they're like, all right, that's the best that we can possibly do. But Griffin will have a little bit of an advantage, not if Hyper goes in here, and it is going to be the Sonic Boom following up Rhino all the way, but First Blood going over to Hyper. Gonna continue the fight as Griffin makes his way up through the jungle, through the river, and that'll be that.
So this is where burning the teleport hurts. And this is the part that I forgot. Although Griffin could actually freeze this wave and he could hold it in front of the turret, but if they were able to crash that wave and really force Tuesday to miss, 6-7 minions, that would actually mean something. But it looks like Griffin, being a good teammate, holds the wave for Tuesday. So play up in the top lane onto Alloram, though.
Once again, it is Takeover this time that is going to be navigating into the mid lane. That is a lot of damage, though. Haunter takes tower and decides to take one more shot there to save Takeover. The Ignite went down, but it wasn't enough.
That's a really impressive calculation for TSM Academy to know that they actually are able to take down Alloram without really losing anybody in the exchange. And if you look at the CS lead that's really opening up in the top lane, Haunter is demolishing this matchup. I would have thought that this is tough for the Viego because, sure, you have the advantage in the early stages, but because of the pretty consistent nerfs to Viego in lane, his minion sustain and things like that, would have felt like that. Sejuani's had a better time in this matchup. But looking at this replay, I mean, I feel like if you pause right here, most teams think that Sejuani can at least go 1-for-1. There's really no Ignite that's dropped onto Haunter. It's dropped onto Takeover. And I think that's Alloram just not really realizing who was tanking the turret. He thought that LeBlanc was when it was really Viego. And so, bit of a mistake on Alloram's end. He's down 4 or 5 waves, so we'll see how that top matchup pans out now.
Yeah, and I mean, it was... That's where you kind of have to take a chance, I think, too, and you hope that Takeover is the one that has the aggression. It was a good attempt there by Alloram, who has used the teleport to get back up into lane, and oh my goodness, just bullying this top laner. They're not going to allow this Freljordian to really do anything here. And that's going to be another stun. It will be Haunter once again that's aggroing this one, but will flash away to
Here's
ensure
Tuesday.
another tower hit doesn't come through. Tuesday's in takeover. Decides to pop out of this one. And no, it's going to be a flash forward by Tuesday. Haunter dashes forward, so a wasted flash coming out of Tuesday as well.
Oh, this is just rough for Zeus. I feel like they're getting pulled across the map. TSM Academy, always the first to make the plays, and it's really just Zeus responding. I felt like Zeus hasn't really had any proactive plays, but they're looking to dive the bottom lane. Sword is here, though, to cover it, so Rhino realizes that he probably has to back off. Nothing really to gain here until Raheen maybe hits level 6.
I am really, now that this game is going on, I'm really questioning this Sejuani, whether or not they should have gone with, gone with something a little tankier, but it's going to be Raheen that gets taken down. A nice little E there from Cody Sun does the trick, a flash out of Rhino as well.
I feel like Zeus is just falling apart in really every stage of this. They're not really able to play their skirmishes properly, some mechanical individual misplays. Rhino really thinking that he's able to burn his, W, try and help clear that wave, but he's just getting poked down, has to flash away. The heal's burned. Raheen gets caught out for Rhino's mistake on that wave, and oh man, for Zeus Gaming, this is not good. You're down 3,000 gold. You do outscale. You do have a very strong late game compared to the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin, things like that. The counterparts on Zeus, they do scale very well, but it doesn't really matter how well you scale if you get there down 4,000 or 5,000 gold. So they really need to find a way to stabilize, to get themselves back into this early game. And it, pings onto the Rift Herald, they might try and do it there.
Yeah, close to, a 3K differential at 8 minutes, I guess 2.5K, is quite massive, actually. And it's getting closer to 3K now as TSM Academy manages to get a lot more pressure elsewhere. And while we were kind of concerned, too, that there was wasted time there by Hyper, it did not make a difference. 2-0-0, only behind on 2 creep because, has been able to throw pressure into all of these lanes, particularly the top one, obviously. But you gotta also be concerned that Alloram getting into the late game, yes, this is more of a late game team, but man, if they continue to shut down Alloram like this, it's not going to be a fruitful late game for Zeus. They need to find some sort of pressure. They need to find some sort of success, and it might be around this dragon.
Yeah, it feels like Alloram is going to need another 10 or 15 minutes to really become useful in this game unless something else happens, because he's just so far away from his mythic. I'm going to guess that he's going just, classic Sunfire Cape, but even still, I mean, he's definitely at least 2,000 gold away from that. That's going to take so long considering that Haunter is just bullying him off of every wave, and this Herald is going to go into the top lane. We see pings up into the top lane. Here's Takeover walking up, Hyper walking up after that. And sure, Zeus Gaming get the Dragon, but Dragon Soul's not really going to be a factor till 25 or 30 minutes, and if TSM Academy has a massive gold lead going into that point, it's not really going to matter.
No, and it gives them something here at least, but my concern is Tuesday. I haven't really seen many teams at all coming from Tuesday. Such a, hardened player, such a great player, recognizing that, hey, Takeover is roaming. It just happened right there. Takeover moved up for potentially making an engage or to support another gank onto the top side. No pings coming out from Tuesday, and that kind of gave Takeover an opportunity to position himself into an aggressive stage while Tuesday's just farming the lane. So I'd love to see a little bit more communication, maybe a little bit more in terms of a topside vision, because right now it's all defensive, but I guess with the first tower being taken down here by TSM Academy, that's going to make things really tough.
Yeah, it's rough because if you look back at Zeus's previous games, it felt like they had so much success when they had a composition that enabled them to skirmish, that enabled them to really fight wherever they wanted. They love these things like the Urgot, like the Ornn that you pointed out earlier, and these champions that just enable them to fight. And on paper, they have some of those champions. They've got the Xin Zhao, they've got the Ashe for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they've got Rhino on Rel, something he's very comfortable on, but they just haven't found any angles to engage whatsoever. There really has been no focus towards the bottom side of the map. You can't really take down Takeover in the mid lane. LeBlanc is just so difficult to pin down for a Xin Zhao. You can't really gank there too easily, so feels like maybe their priorities this game are a little bit off-centered. They didn't really focus down towards the bottom side of the map. They didn't really counter towards the top side of the map. So you have to wonder, what have they really accomplished this game? They're down 4,000 gold and things are not looking good.
Not at all. 4,000 gold, and it's just barely past 11 minutes. That, doesn't sound too scary, but it actually is, especially with the momentum that TSM Academy is moving forward with these small victories. And I think, another concern or another question is, where has Griffin really been this game? You just have straight farming, essentially. 84 creep, that's great, but when you're looking at the other side and you're looking at 69 here for Hyper, with the 2 kills, the Gore Drinker has already been finished there, so some extra gold. You gotta wonder when Griffin is going to show up and try to get a positive sway for this team, because it's already late, but it still needs to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, even more just running of the map from TSM Academy. They're stacking up a wave in the bottom side. They've got Sword and Hyper moving in, Takeover and Hansa right behind them. They're going to zone Raheen off of this wave, try and get some tower platings. They might even go for a dive. Alloram does have TP. This could be Zeus's window back into the game.
There is that vision ward that gets taken down. The entire team moving towards this bottom side. Hanser decides to peel away as it looks like Zeus has set themselves up in a nice little bubble here underneath that tower. Such aggressive play, though. Very aggressive vision coming through. Now you can already tell that Sword, while we might have thought there would be some discomfort potentially, is running this Nautilus incredibly well. There was that risky play towards the start where you had the flash out. You saw a lot of damage being done to Sword, but it didn't matter. That was maybe a little bit of the sandbagging that was necessary to say, hey, let's continue to allow them to push forward here, because they might not think I know what I'm doing. And clearly he does.
Yeah, he's feeling actually pretty comfortable on this Nautilus. He's, finding good roam timers. He's helping Hyper. Rhino looking... Oh, but Hyper's able to just dodge out of there. I mean, it just feels so bad for Zeus. Every time it feels like they have some sort of a play to go for, it just gets nullified by something on TSM Academy, right? Takeover dodges away. Hyper dodges away. Sword able to flash away from the play earlier that you were talking about. And, really, begs the question of, like, how does Zeus get back into this game? Because obviously it's not over yet. They're down 5,000 gold, but it's not like Soul's on the table for TSM Academy. It's not like Baron is going to spawn for a while. And I feel like the answer to that is they need to start, playing towards their rise. I feel like Tuesday is the window back into this game. He's probably their best bet for trying to win these mid and late game fights. So if they can get him onto a side lane and enable him to just pick up as much farm as possible, I think that's how Zeus can get themselves back into the game.
And I also want to see Griffin. We still have yet to really see any initiation. And I mentioned before the game started that with the composition that they have, they can play a little bit more reactively. This is not the expectation that I had. We just saw the Enchanted Crystal Arrow come out, try to get Hyper, but Hyper's like, hey, look, I can ward hop away from that. Just like I've ward hopped away from all of the members of your team when they try to find some sort of initiation. And it's just nothing is coming up gold for Zeus right now. It kind of, honestly, I hate to say it, but it kind of feels like they have recognized that this game is not going to be easy for them. And not that they've conceded, but they're like, all right, Alloram has not had any potential here. We're going to have to try to find something. And if we end up losing the game because of it, at least we tried.
Yeah, I definitely get some of those vibes as well. Sword looking like he wants to engage, but I think his team's calling him off. They're getting so much on the side lane. There's CS being dropped in the bottom lane, CS being dropped in the top lane, a free dragon to pick up. Oh man, I mean, things are just falling apart for Zeus. They really have no pressure on the map. They have nowhere to make a play. Their only hope is to try and sit back, scale, pick up that Immortal Shield Bow on the Ashe. You want to try and get something like a Ludens on Rise. Everfrost as well could potentially be good in this game. I mean, it's rough. It's rough because their points of pressure are just non-existent. We see that Griffin is hovering Tuesday. I think that's their way back into it, right? You need to get Rhino and Griffin just kind of shadowing Tuesday in the side lane. You need to hope that TSM overextends. You can maybe pick up 1 or 2 kills, get a turret, get something back in your favor.
See the ping come out right there, recognizing, hey, Rel is moving up. TSM Academy's communication, cohesion, working very well. And honestly, taking a look at the map too, it's not even that TSM has thrown down immense amounts of vision. We can see that they've kind of concentrated their vision on where they want to focus. Now you've got Zeus having to spend a lot of money to try to get some safe vision in this game. I mean, their gold is not going where they want it to. We still don't even have a finished item here on the top side for Alloram. So, you asked a minute ago, Dylan, what can Zeus do? And at this point, I need to see Griffin find a successful fight. That's honestly most of it. You know, you've got enough creep. You need to get in and do damage. You've got the Core Drinker. You have the potential to keep your team alive or to allow them to get some sort of initiation off, and it still has yet to happen. And they're getting essentially like 1,000 gold up every 5 minutes here. 3 minutes because of how far ahead TSM Academy is looking. Yeah, they've got one dragon for Zeus, but everything has been in control of this TSM team.
Yeah, it absolutely has to be on the shoulders of Tuesday and Griffin, because Raheen is pretty much... I don't want to say he's a non-factor right now, but he's just now finishing his Mythic. He's not really there in terms of the damage. Sure, he has that Enchanted Crystal Arrow to try and set up his teammates, but that's just it, right? He's just setting up his teammates. His teammates have to be there to follow through on his engage to try and, actually bring damage to the fight. Alloram is much the same. There's no damage coming from the Sejuani right now, and there probably won't be just because of how far she's put behind this game. She's just there to be that tanky frontline member to engage, and maybe they try and punish Cody Sun no flash.
Ooh, that's going to be the Chains of Corruption. Going to follow it up with a lot more damage onto Griffin. Alloram decides to try to go in on this one. No opportunity for a Glacial Prison there yet. The rest of the team for TSM Academy tries to move in, and it's going to be Shelly's younger sister. Kelly is what I like to call her. Others have different names for her. And there it is. The Glacial Prison finally comes out. The flash forward. In it goes Rhino, and out also comes the Depth Charge. Hyper trying to get out. Reinitiates. There's a lot of damage onto Alloram in the backside. Rhino almost going down. Might do the
Here goes
ignite,
Tuesday.
but it won't happen. A great lockdown, and Tuesday's going to find two right
The Realm
there.
Warp.
It's going to be the Realm Warp, and 3 members find it through. Cody Sun and Haunter will be able to escape. Sword on the bottom side as well.
Oh, that feels so bad for Zeus, because if that fight happens 2 minutes later, they could walk to Baron. They can try and actually pressure an objective off of that, but it's so nice to see them actually make a proactive play, and that's exactly what this team composition needs to do. We've got a replay coming into this fight. Let's break down exactly what happened. It feels like TSM Academy a little bit overzealous here. Cody Sun no flash, Sword takes the ult, but Rhino following that up so well, and like you've been pointing out all game, Griffin finally gets into the middle of a fight. He's there to deal the damage, and he just does so much damage, right? With that Gore Drinker, with that ultimate, he's so hard to take down. Tuesday flashes forward, picks up the kill on the takeover, and from there, the Realm Warp was so close to getting a couple more kills, but not quite there. But that's good for Zeus, right? They're still not out of the woods yet, but they're only down 4,000 gold now, and they might get some more here.
It's something, it is something, and that is more than I can say for the majority of this game for Zeus. And I hate to say that because this is such a well-performing team, but something is better than nothing, and that's kind of what we've gotten from them for the majority of the game. So it was a really, really good choice there by Zeus. You could see Alloram just trying to get into position to throw out that Glacial Prison, and then you follow it up with Rel flashing into the Magnet Storm, and that is a great combo, but the damage certainly needs to be there. Tuesday was a little bit behind. You also have to be concerned, though, because you got so much crowd control from the side of TSM Academy that it's hard for Tuesday to be involved until a bunch of these ultimates have already come out from Zeus' frontline.
Yeah, Tuesday needs to play so carefully. He needs to watch out for the Depth Charge, needs to watch out for the Chains of Corruption, needs to watch out for wherever Takeover is, because Takeover can, pretty much just one-shot him at this point in the game. Hyper needs to watch out for that, kick from Lee Sin. There's so many things on the side of TSM Academy that can catch out Raheen, and Tuesday he's got to play super aware. But, in that fight, he found the perfect moment to really, flash forward, to really take that aggressive engage. And I like the fact that they're trying to get vision in the top side, because I think that they've realized this dragon is not ours. We do have very strong Baron DPS. If we can set up around this and we can find a little bit of a 15-20 second window to hit this, maybe we can sneak a Baron. They're going to get the top tower, get a little bit of gold, and I like that they're doing something on the map.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying I wanted to see too is, the vision that was coming from TSM Academy was very focused, very centralized on what objectives they were going for, whereas Zeus, it was just defensive. It was literally just kind of wards scattered on the top side of the river to see if any games come through, and now it's a lot more proactive vision. Now they're deciding, okay, these are the opportunities that we can take. We need to ensure that we have something in our favor, though, and it certainly looks promising for this team to actually have something to work towards in this game finally, because previously it just felt like it was reactive play against TSM's engages.
Yeah, so let's set up the next steps for what we think that Zeus should do in the coming few minutes, right? Dragon was just taken. That's not going to be on the map for another 5 minutes, so that's a non-factor. So you're really just looking at the side lanes, and you're looking at Baron as the main objectives on the map, as the main things to play towards. And it feels like Zeus doesn't really have a side lane that they can play towards right now. Tuesday is very strong, but it's not like he's going to be able to set up any kills. So I think it's, more than likely we're going to see Zeus play towards that Baron, try and set up a pocket of vision to look for one of these engages, and they might go right now.
Certainly looking for something. That's going to be Sword, though. Getting away from that one. The scuttle does get picked up here by Zeus. That evens things out a little bit for vision on the map. But, my other concern, too, is I think if you look at the creep for Hanser compared to Alloram, even with Alloram just last bunch this game, honestly, trying to find a side lane that doesn't really have any aggression on it. There comes the ultimate,
okay.
But it's instantly cleansed.
Here comes
away.
Sejuani.
Griffin going on the backside. There it is, the Glacial Prison to follow it up. Rhino takes a lot of damage there, but stays alive. The teleport as well into the bush, but it's a disconnect from the fight. Zeus call that one a victory.
Yeah, that's not bad. They pick up 1 kill. They burn the cleanse on a Cody Sun. I actually think that that's the biggest part about that. Sure, you get the kill on a sword, you get a little bit of gold on your team, but you burn the cleanse on Cody Sun, you burn the TP on Hanser. That does 2 things for you if you're a Zeus Gaming member. It makes it so that Hanser has a more difficult time matching Tuesday in the side lane, right? Because if Tuesday has teleport, Hanser doesn't have teleport, that means that Baron is a pressure point for Zeus to, potentially look at. Means that if he wants to group with this team, that Tuesday can, pressure on the side lane. It means a lot of things. And Cody Sun having no flash means he's got to be very careful on these mid waves now, because anytime that Enchanted Crystal arrow's up, anytime Alloram can look towards the mid lane, Cody Sun's going to have to burn flash. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Ooh, I do love to see, the gold here in comparison. You can see that top lane I was talking about a 2,000 gold difference right now in favor of Hanser. So really showing how much pressure this player has had. And TSM looking for something here. The Sonic Wave is not going to hit, though, and that's a flash out of Hyper.
Yeah, Hyper, a little bit over-aggressive there. Looks for the flash Sonic Wave. Not able to find it. Lee Sin's flash being down actually means quite a bit. It means that he's not really able to find those kick angles as easily. It's not the biggest champion to be missing flash on, but it definitely means something. And TSM trying to set up some vision towards the top side of the map. They know that Baron is a threat. They want to make sure that they can have control over the area, know where Zeus Gaming's players are. And actually, it happened off screen, but Raheen also had to burn flash. So that is important to note, because the Chains of Corruption could kill him. If that hits him, he could just be dead.
And heal was burned as well. I mean, having no summoners there for Raheen, it was a great dodge that we saw away from the Sonic Wave, and Hyper used the flash, but that's going to be a tough one, and it will be a flash away by Cody Sun right there. Doesn't have the cleanse available, so definitely did not want to get hit by that arrow.
Yeah, Zeus Gaming, they're looking for windows, and they're going to try and find one in their topside jungle.
Griffin gonna get
Rhino
away from that one, and in goes Rhino. That's going to be a stopwatch burn there by Hyper, who will immediately go down. The kill goes over to Rhino. Takeovers on the backside here, and Tuesday might be an opportunity. It is going to go in, but oh my gosh, the Realm Warp ends up saving them and gains Tuesday a kill on top of it. That is going to be a 2 for 0 in favor of Zeus.
Oh, it's so tough, because if Varus was not alive here, they could look towards that Baron, but it's just too risky. You've got the arrows poking you. If anybody on the side of Zeus Gaming dies, they could just end up, giving over Baron. But look at this fight. Rhino coming in from the side there, able to land a 3-man beautiful engage, and they burn Hyper stopwatches, which is something to note in this upcoming Dragon fight as soon as this replay ends. But this Realm Warp is something I just want to highlight. Oh, he's so close to getting stopped there, getting bursted down, but gets the Realm Warp off, picks up another kill, and that's just so good. That's Hanser's flash down. That was Cody Sun's flash earlier on, and now Zeus Gaming really looking to scale into this game. Tuesday has reached a very comfortable state, and they're looking to contest this Dragon in 20 seconds.
And absolutely minimizing the gold differential. We were looking at 15 minutes in, 5K in favor of TSM Academy. We're now 25 minutes, 10 minutes beyond that, and it's 1.5 now. So
yeah,
really minimizing that, and that's exactly what we needed to see. You've now got Griffin 1-0-4. Yeah, you had Tuesday go down at one point, but 2-1-2, and has been able to finish a few items here, has picked up the stopwatch as well for himself. That's going to require a few stopwatch builds from TSM Academy, as we saw Lee Sin already burning that one, and then Takeover has purchased one, and that's going to be another dragon going over to Zeus, so they find themselves even more success.
It's so tough because, TSM Academy, it feels like that, there's a clock ticking, essentially. Sure, their scaling is not terrible, but as the game goes on, Lee Sin just doesn't really offer that much. LeBlanc is not really going to be able to find too many angles unless Raheen is out of position, unless Tuesday really steps, too aggressively. And as Zeus Gaming gets more and more items, this Rise is going to become more and more of a threat. Raheen is able to actually, offer some damage. He's picking up that Wit's End right now, which means that Takeover's going to have a tough time killing him. And things are coming together for Zeus Gaming, and this is one thing that the analyst desk was highlighting. It feels like TSMA, very, very strong early game. Obviously, they were out to a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead early on, but where's the leadership? Where's that kind of, that voice in the team that's going to guide them to, push that gold lead even further? It feels like it's not really there. It feels like they don't have any clear goals on what they want to do, and we're seeing it really come to the forefront. Zeus Gaming just playing like a better team right now.
And it's kind of crazy because this is the exact thing that I was commending TSM Academy on for the first part of the game. They were very proactive. You could tell there was a lot of cohesion. They were acting appropriately towards their own aggressions and also to disengage from the enemy. And so it's almost as though, Zeus has found it. The ball has been fumbled by TSM Academy, and Zeus is like, all right, we will take that confidence. We will take the late game pressure here now.
Oh, the
They're
arrow.
gonna run with it. That is going to be the enchanted crystal arrow, and no chance that Cody Sun's going to be able to get out of that one. No cleanse available.
What? I really don't understand what he's doing, because he has no flash, he has no cleanse, no QSS. You can't be
No
up
shower.
that far. I mean, Raheen
Yeah.
has arrow. The arrow is going to be on a 60, 70 second cooldown. You're just dead if you show your face anywhere in the mid lane without your teammates nearby. And Zeus looking for Baron, but TSM Academy, I don't know if they want to give it up.
We'll see. It does look like Rhino is positioning for a potential engage. It's just too much damage.
Yeah.
We talked about it just a moment ago, Dylan, when they had a successful fight, but Cody Sun was still up and available. You really can't risk it with the Varus there, having multiple opportunities to either steal or deal excessive damage to your team. Varus is down. Instantly, Zeus says, all right, let's go for it. The rest of TSM Academy has likely had to back, or they were clearing out parts of their jungle because Zeus had pressure in the majority of lanes. So they take that opportunity, and now they are really starting to find some success as they are 200 gold away. I mean, we're going to be looking at a tie gold game right now any moment.
Yeah, now is the time for Zeus Gaming to run away with this game. You have the Baron buff, you've equalized the gold lead. You need to try and actually make plays that are going to net you an inhibitor, that are going to net you a massive gold lead. Set up vision in the bottom side of the map, let Tuesday go bottom, push out some waves with Baron, and pressure for engages as a team. Don't get caught out.
That is going to be a lockdown onto Griffin, but the rest of the team is there to support. Takeover decides to try to go in and do as much damage as possible here. No real opportunity for them to turn, but that also means that the pings are coming out for Tuesday to be jumped on. There is Realm Warp available for Tuesday, but it doesn't look like it's going to be an opportunity right here. A lot of damage was dealt to Takeover, but Tuesday goes down, and fight, things turn around. Now TSM Academy, the fumble has reversed. Griffin gets found out here. The rest of the team is in. Sonic Wave hits, and Cody Sun is going to take that kill. That means that Rhino has to be on the run, try to catch up with Raheen here in the mid lane.
Nice
Alloram
arrow.
also available. Crystal Arrow is going to hit Takeover. Rhino's going to have to flash over the wall into the Raptor pit. And it is still an attempt at continuing this fight from TSM Academy. They're chasing down all the way through to the enemy's red buff. And they're going to continue to pressure these lanes now.
Feels so bad for Zeus, because as soon as they secure that Baron, it feels like, playing out the rest of the map for the next few minutes is pretty formulaic. You want to get some vision for Tuesday. You don't want to let him get caught out. You want to make sure that somebody is there supporting him, but it really felt like Zeus, as soon as Takeover was applying pressure to them in the river, in the bottom side jungle, felt like they really just started skipping steps. Tuesday went bot lane without the proper vision, was able to just get picked off by the roaming members of TSM Academy. And sure, things aren't all bad for Zeus, but that is Baron pretty much out the window. The gold lead is slightly back in TSM Academy's favor. And what really matters now is this fifth dragon, right? This is going to be the third dragon for whatever team secures it. Zeus Gaming has access to the river first, but it's going to be important for Rhino to find a good engage with that Hex Flash to try and set his team up for success.
It's also going to be a nice, fun game. TSM Academy has so much in terms of getting over the wall or dealing damage over the wall that honestly, they can kind of try to risk this one if they want. Instead of going like face first into Zeus, who have a lot more of that initiation and damage burst right now, they can try to allow Zeus to start this one up and then poke over, try to ward hop over the wall, do something like that. That's not going to be their choice here. They are going to get a lot of damage down onto Griffin with that arrow, but it's going to be a follow-up with an arrow of their own. Glacial Prison as well. Sword gets absolutely melted. Haunter and Takeover on the backside, trying to do something in response. It's going to be a Magnet Storm onto Rhino, but a shutdown for Raheen finds one kill there finds one death for Zeus. They find themselves in successful fight.
Kick.
Hyper has to back away from this one. Dragon's Rage is going to save him. That is going to be a Sonic Wave committed there just to try to poke down, but it might have been a bad opportunity. The rest of the team not able to get there in time. Takeover is going to have to get back over the wall, not initiate on this fight. TSM Academy wants to continue it down, though they have a lot of burst here from Hyper and Takeover. Alloram gets locked up, but no Dragon picked up there. So while TSM Academy was facing 2 deaths on their team, they rallied around and managed to get third grade.
Yeah, Cody Sun playing that fight absolutely beautifully there, playing the edges of the fights perfectly. Takeover caught out, but he's got that stopwatch. He should be able to get out, but not bad to burn the stopwatch. Flash in front of the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, we're going to get the Arctic Assault over the wall from Alloram.
Cody Sun!
But not get away from the flash, and the Chains of Corruption follow that up with a Q from Cody Sun, and that's going to do it. Sword also finds a hook here, going to get the passive down. Still has, doesn't have ulti available. It just went out right there, and oh my goodness, I swear it is a fumble. This is so accurate in terms of the way both of these teams are playing. It was TSM Academy. Zeus took over. Now he's absolutely back in the hands of TSMA.
Yeah, TSM Academy just showing that, they basically just proved me wrong with everything I said about them not really being coordinated, not really having an idea of how they want to play the map. They're charging down mid lane. They're going to get the inhibitor, probably reset, look to set up towards that Baron, but I can't wait to dive into these replays. We're going to get them up very soon, but oh my gosh, these fights were just back-to-back crazy fights for TSM Academy. Cody Sun, the star to highlight in these replays. I want everybody to watch him perform so well in the Dragon fight, playing the edge just perfectly. As you were saying, he's able to sit from such a far range and just arrow after arrow, just decimating the side of Zeus. And I thought that Zeus had the right idea, right? Engaging with that enchanted crystal arrow, trying to just be very, very direct with their engage and wanting to just, make sure that they don't take too much poke beforehand. But it just got awkward. There was that realm warp from Tuesday that was really weird. And now, the map is in a weird state. TSM Academy's up 4K gold. No team really has control over this section, so we might see a fight here.
That's going to be Sonic Wave, the start of it, actually. Not going to be followed up here. Gives good positioning for TSM Academy, though, to try to pinch something out. Hyper looking for it. It's not going to happen, though. Honestly, after that fight, it felt like TSM Academy was like, hey, you guys got Baron. What'd you get for that? We got a Dragon. Look what we got. We got all the way up through your inhibitor tower. We got the first inhibitor. So Zeus does not want to allow that to remain. They're trying to break into the base, but again, there's a potential push position here for TSM Academy. The Chains of Corruption are going to land onto Alloram. Trying to go in. Tuesday has to flash away,
Tuesday's
and out. Magnet Storm comes on the backside. Tuesday can't even participate in this fight. Down goes the Rel. Raheen tried to do as much damage as possible. Stopwatch comes out, but Haunter does too much, and so does Cody Sun. The rest of Zeus is on the run,
but
they're not going to make it out of this one alive. Give Cody Sun a triple kill for that one. An ace for TSM Academy, and what appears to be the end of game 1 for Zeus.
Wow, TSM Academy stepping up huge after the 25-minute mark. Just fight after fight, playing everything super well after, really fumbling in the early stages of that mid game, as you were saying, but they cleaned it up. They found some really, really good engages. Cody Sun has reached that break point on Varus. Those 3 items, the Grudge, the Manamune, and the Duskblade, able to pair those items up, able to get so much poke down. And this game really just felt like, honestly, Hyper able to impact the map a lot more than Griffin was, and you pair that on top of the fact that Cody Sun was able to do so much more than Raheen. And when you pair those things together, it makes sense. TSM Academy able to step up in the later stages of that game, and what an exciting game 1 to start off the day.
Oh my goodness, I was kind of expecting a heavy game in either favor, especially at the start of that. It looked like TSM Academy had really gripped onto that one, and Zeus had kind of lost it. And it was just so back and forth. I mean, like I was saying, it was fully in favor of TSM Academy. And then Zeus found a really solid, maybe 5-7 minutes of that game. Really solid fights, got the Baron, but they just weren't able to recover as much as TSM Academy was on their successful fights. Like I said, they got Baron, and really, what did they get from it? And then you had the Dragon fight that ended up, it was 2 members down, and they reinitiated some amazing replays. Like, this should be TSM Academy's highlight reel right here, because it was absolutely exceptional play.
Yeah, it really felt like TSM Academy just very, very good for the first 15, 20 minutes. A little bit of a lackluster 5 or so minutes where Cody Sun, getting caught in the mid lane, a couple other players getting caught, but they cleaned it up. They made sure that they were able to, perform very well in that Dragon fight that mattered so much. Tuesday with a little bit of a questionable play in the bot lane to get rid of his Baron buff to really stop Zeus's momentum that was happening. And, credit to TSM Academy. They used their composition very, very well. Cody Sun playing incredibly well on that Varus, and they take game 1, and I want to see Zeus go back to the drawing board for the second game. The Sejuani didn't really feel like it did too much. The Xin Zhao not really able to impact the early stages. So we'll see what Zeus comes up with in between games.
I agree. They're going to say draft diff. I guarantee it. That's how they're going to go with this one. Maybe pull the Malphite out. The Sejuani did not work, and that was something that possibly could have. But Viego, even with the nerfs, just too dang strong. And so I do think that changing up the draft a little bit will help. Also, considering the fact that you've got Varus, LeBlanc, and Lee Sin on one team, that is so much damage. And so much, so much mobility, too, coming from the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc, that it really didn't allow much there for Zeus to get into. But it's all right. It's just game number 1. We do have more to come. We are going to take a very quick break. So if you have an empty water bottle, go fill it up. Now's the time. Stay hydrated. Grab your snacks, because we are going to get into a bongo game number 2 right after this. So much for joining me, Alloram. We're going to be playing here today, Zeus Gaming, of course. So it's going to be a really, really quick interview for this one, probably the quickest you've ever had, maybe. Right. First question, I just want to get your feeling on the talent in the scene here for Academy, Amateur, really the two of these scenes. Whether or not you've seen a gap, whether or not you've really seen a difference between spring and summer, and how you're feeling about the growth of this talent in general.
Well, comparing to what amateur was years ago, I'd say the amateur teams a long time ago, where everyone was bad. And then when there were the OQ tournaments, the one team that wasn't full of a bunch of amateur teams or amateur players would always win the OQ. And I feel like nowadays, amateur teams matching up against academy teams, even full of players that have been in competitive scene for a really long time, have a shot of beating them. And I want to say the gap is closing because, I mean, we've seen it in the promotions, right? And most recently, I think Danny is on everyone's minds, right?
Yeah.
He came from EGP last split, and now he made that bonkers play in LCS the other day, and he's been playing really well. And I don't think he's the only one. I think there are many other amateur players that can go the distance. We've seen Tomio, he's moved up too.
Yep.
EGP has just done a great job with that in general. We
It's
saw that
true.
with 100 Thieves next. They moved up a whole bunch of players. So seeing the gap close between not only amateur to academy, but you can go from amateur to LCS and pop off is just really great to see. And I think a lot of people need to start paying more attention to these amateur tournaments, because you will find people like that all over the place and just hidden gems of players that can come from anywhere.
Totally. I love that that's your perspective on it, because it has felt like I've been in the academy collegiate scene for a little while now. It has felt a little lackluster, but now that we got like a full set of teams, we got a nice set of players, it certainly feels like things are fleshing themselves out. And academy players are rivaling LCS ones. All right, I'm just going to end it with one more quick question here for you. How do you feel about tomorrow's matchup? How are you anticipating that one? And is there anything you got to say to your competitors?
Well, we did it last. I'm just gonna say the same thing we did to CLG, right? We beat them last split, and we can beat them again, right? Hanser before, he's like, I remember that interview. He's like, "Who is Zeus?" And now he should know now because we beat him last split. So we're coming after him again and take him out.
Awesome. I love to hear it. All right, thank you so much for joining me, Alloram. Certainly tuned in as Zeus is going to be playing here today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me, Alloram. We're going to be playing here today. Zeus Gaming, of course. So it's going to be a really, really quick interview for this one. Probably the quickest you've ever had, maybe. First question. I just want to get your feeling on the talent in the scene here for Academy, Amateur, really the two of these scenes. Whether or not you've seen a gap, whether or not you've really seen a difference between spring and summer, and how you're feeling about the growth of this talent in general.
Well, comparing to what amateur was years ago, I'd say the amateur teams a long time ago, where everyone was bad. And then when there were the OQ tournaments, the one team that wasn't full of a bunch of amateur teams or amateur players would always win the OQ. And I feel like nowadays, amateur teams matching up against academy teams, even full of players that have been in competitive scene for a really long time, have a shot of beating them. And I want to say the gap is closing because, I mean, we've seen it in the promotions, right? And most recently, I think Danny is on everyone's minds, right?
Yeah.
He came from EGP last split, and now he made that bonkers play in LCS the other day, and he's been playing really well. And
So game number 1 turns into what is essentially a playground of things, being mainly the seesaw, the swings that we saw going back and forth between these two teams. Welcome back to the desk. I am Rav, joined by P-Town Boulevard MMA Man Value. Gentlemen, I try to break down that game because, we saw both TSM and Zeus game and decide how to try and set the pace of the game, but TSM was first in the swing beatdown.
They were, and I think they did an excellent job in that early game, to be honest. You saw, and we have clips that we're going to show you in just a second here of what it looked like with how strong a strong early game power they had. They recognized how important the Sejuani is when she started to become tanky to enable the Zins out. So immediately you have Hyper skipping his blue buff just to make sure he's in position for this play. And they're actually waiting for takeover as well, because the goal here is either Tuesday TP's top lane or Alloram starts to die. And of course, as you all know, watching the game, Tuesday does TP and they back right off. And it sets up for the next dive that comes less than 2 minutes later, which ends up resulting in the kill. So much pressure on the top side where they essentially dive Alloram on repeat to make sure the top jungle duo don't get to thrive the way they want to, was, without any exaggeration, exactly how they needed to play that early game, and it's why they were able to exert so much control. It's why they had something like a 5,000 gold lead around 10 minutes, and you're going to see the second clip. Like, this is where Alloram dies, and it's definitely not his only death. He had a rough go of it.
Yeah, I think in this situation we see TSM does an incredible job of pressuring in the early game, and they don't necessarily stack drags, but they get a huge gold advantage and break down the side turrets. As the game progresses, I think they miss a critical error, as we see like in the around 17-minute mark in the mid-team fight replay, where they have Rift Herald, and could you pull up the replay, please? Replay 3. And they go down this, they don't push out the side lanes all the way before collapsing to mid. And do you have the replay?
Yeah, I believe you can. We do. Yeah, I believe we should see a couple of seconds of the mid-team fight.
Yeah, so we see here, like, they're kind of skipping steps by forcing a Rift Herald drop here. Like, they could have had all the time in the world to push out the side lanes and really get set up. This is exactly what Zeus wants from behind. Like, they can front to back with the Ryze. You see Ryze and Ashe doing so much damage, just pumping out damage. When they're down like 5k gold at this instance, and TSM could have very, very easily closed the game by pushing out the sides first, and then rifting mid with numbers advantage. We see a great angle to come back in this game. And then TSM, they understood what they did wrong, and as the game progresses, they adapt. Like, when they get into the other fights later on in the game, as we see around the Dragon fight, they ended up getting Zeus to kind of funnel into them and then getting angles on them. Because when they're doing front to back, it's really difficult, but once they were able to get onto the immobile backline of Ryze and Ashe, and Varus gets the free fire arrows, the fights were looking a lot better for them. They were able to swing the game back in their favor.
Right, it's really important as well when you think about champions like Viego and especially LeBlanc. You need those flank angles so that you can actually try and pinch the team fighting team composition. And in that fight here, which I'm pretty sure is our next replay around the 5th dragon spawn, was you do see the split coming through. They actually go very aggressive on the side of Zeus to take down Sword, but what ends up happening is, like you mentioned, Value, they expose themselves to Takeover and Haunter in that backline, and that is when things started to fall apart for Zeus. You think you have an easy kill, but you just end up exposing yourself, and that's how TSM Amateur, or actually Academy, managed to get themselves back into the game here. And you'll see it in this replay. Look at Sword in particular. They get him with the arrow, and they know that the top and mid of TSM Amateur or Academy, that's twice now, are on the backside there with the vision they have set. So they try and get the rush. They try and push Zeus so that they can get a numbers advantage, but they blow their whole combo basically on the support, and ultimately TSM Academy lose out on it.
Yeah, and I think Zeus's backline does do a good job of trying to get a formation back intact when they did get flanked. So they were doing a good job adapting on the fly, but because they had to use so many tools to both peel themselves and to kill the Nautilus initially, that just leaves Cody Sun to fire arrows away, and he was just owning that team fight, just chunking people out from 1k range.
And that right there being one of the biggest things you saw, right? How consistently, and I believe in at least the next 2 or 3 fights, Zeus, although they did find out Sword and they like we mentioned value, it spent a lot trying to make sure that he died. Maybe they got one more pick after which, but during those fights, it lets him so extremely low. And considering Cody Sun was essentially untouched all the way in the back line, those piercing arrows do way too much damage and presented such a threat that Zeus was never allowed to essentially just push the advantage they got off of the picks they were creating. And you were mentioned before as well, Value, that before in that mid game, they were focusing on making sure they got various sums. But once Cody Sun has all those, if he has flash, he's absolutely fearless considering, yo, I can blink away. Let me just stand back here and just tear everything y'all got going on. So going into the next, like, I'm genuinely interested to see how Zeus will adapt if they have to need to, because across the board, both these teams I find played really well. So if we could just see a run back of literally what we saw here in his first game, I would genuinely be really okay with it. But that's my overall opinion, though, would be any closing thoughts going into the next game.
The thing I think I want to say for TSM Academy, I think, is Value brought up these really good points here. You don't have to really rush necessarily. They had so much control over that game. Again, before that fight, 5,000 gold was going in their favor. It was in all of the right places, all of the right champions, but they end up getting a little impatient and forcing that mid fight. And realistically, if Zeus didn't end up making some mistakes in turn later on down the line, that would have been Zeus' game win. And that would have been a really unfortunate way to start off this series here. So when you have a lead, I think just play things slowly. You know what you're supposed to do, and you have to make sure you're properly set before going for these fights, because just A-ramming mid lane, like as we all know, it doesn't always work very well.
We saw a lot of good things from both teams, but we saw a few critical mistakes as well, so whichever team can cut those out will come ahead.
Crazy to think that, yeah, it's like, if you just do less mistakes and do more better things, you'll just completely win, like you all mentioned. That's easy. Pretty much the main takeaway for this whole thing. But as of right now, it does remain to be seen, what either these teams will do, though. MLBD and Jolly are awaiting the docket to take us through that. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. That was a very, very good analysis. Do good, don't do bad. I think that's really good.
Classic
good,
Ravish.
Yeah, exactly. That's good advice for anyone, though, and really not just exclusive to MOBAs. I'd say most genres. Do good. You do good. But talking about that last game, oh my goodness, that what a way to start the series for us as casters to get off. There was really no lull for us at any point. It was just a nonstop action-packed game. I do want to take a look at the damage charts if we get that pulled up. Just overall damage here. I particularly. Oh, for that game, we're gonna have it for after the game. I see. Okay, well that's good news for next time. Or during the game. All right. Okay. I apparently wasn't listening. Dylan, how do you feel?
I'm just excited. Like Ravish was saying on the desk. I mean, these teams are just bloodthirsty. It feels like they love scrapping. I think it's a really fun matchup, a really good matchup. Zeus Gaming, they basically they got here based off their skirmishing ability. They got here based off of their individual, prowess, and they are the Academy Slayers because they're not afraid to really mechanics check these Academy teams, and they also are a very good team on top of that. So I think if we can get them, on some more comfort champions, maybe a little bit cleaner of a team comp, I'm not too sure if that Sejuani top is going to fit into it again. I understand the theory behind it, but it didn't really pan out. I think Alloram is a good player. You put him on like an actual carry potential top laner. Yeah. I think he can get it done. So we'll keep our eye out in this next draft for what he's going to go for. And I think that's really going to decide how game 2 is going to go.
For sure. And that Urgot ban as well. The first ban that we had from TSM Academy was Urgot.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm way off centered. So starting things out, it's going to be the same start. Zeus now on the blue side, though. They're going to ban Renekton as the first one. And this might be, selecting the blue side here. Red side has had a lot of priority in the recent meta. But the blue side, clearly, it looks like it is going to be a first pick priority that Zeus wants to go for. It's not going to be the jungle ADC pick across the board, which has really been high prio for these teams. And the Graves, the Urgot as well, same exact ban phases. You've got the Gnar, let me guess. Is it going to be Aurelia? There it is. And then Thresh, likely, if they keep things according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the same exact bans. Important champions to note that are still up. Viego, obviously, first picked pretty often on the blue side. You've got Varus up for Cody Sun if he wants it again. I think he played very well on that in the last game. Don't really see any reason to deviate from that. It also takes a pick away from Raheen in the bottom lane, so we'll keep her out for that. There it is. I mean, this feels like, you're just basically just trading power picks. The side of TSM, they've managed to secure 2 of the same champions that they had last time, and it was probably their 2 best performing champions. Hyper had a great game on Lee Sin, and Cody Sun carried the late fights on Varus. And Akshan.
I thought he was not allowed in this. I thought we were on... Okay, it is just a hover. He's not. So that's the only thing with... we are on the current patch, 0.15, but... excuse me, Akshan is not available for the pick, so it's going to be once again there the lock-in on the Ashe for Raheen.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the same champions we saw in last game, just in slightly different order on different teams. So we'll see what Tuesday goes for here. It's probably not going to be Ryze. I feel like we don't really want to blind pick that in this spot. Although, I mean, it could make sense. Tuesday's got to go for some mage. Tom Kench. Okay, I like that a little bit more because they have flexed this between top and support before. And I think that it goes right into Alloram's wheelhouse of these, really annoying to deal with, kind of tanky, sort of just disruptive top laners that he really likes. It's like that Sejuani, I think, just a little bit better. So it's going to be fun to watch that in this game.
I agree. And Tom Kench top lane, there's something to be said about when you grab the enemy ADC and you toss him towards your ADC. But when you're 1v1ing next to your tower and you launch him up and then throw him underneath your own tower, when you're just 1v1ing, it's one of the most satisfying things ever. So there is going to be a little bit of a switch then, a little more defensive play coming from Sword on this one. The Braum, instead of the Nautilus, instead of heavier initiation, you've got another busted passive. Honestly, my other favorite support passive, the Concussive Blows from Braum, can really, really come into play if these fights last the length that they really need to. But TSM, they're going to go with what works. And honestly, the Varus Lee Sin lock-in for them, that was part of that trifecta that I was talking about, the LeBlanc being the one to round it off. And since LeBlanc isn't such a high priority, it is going to be banned here in the second phase by Zeus. So they're not going to be able to run that threesome into this game. That doesn't really say a lot, though, because Takeover has a massive champ pool.
Yeah, Takeover's got so many picks that he can go for. It really feels like this guy just has a champion ocean. But one thing to note is that during his time in Academy with TSM, he has played a lot of AD mid laners. So it's going to be interesting to see what actually comes out here, because you have an AD jungler, you have an AD carry, so you kind of need AP coming from the mid lane. You don't really want to pick that in the top lane. So it feels like Takeover is going to have to go for some sort of mage that he doesn't really play that often. He does play things like Sylas. That is a potential option. Syndra is something... I do not believe he has one game on that in Academy. Every mid laner plays Syndra, though, so I'm confident he can play it. It's just a matter of how comfortable he is on it, and it's something to keep our eye on in this game. And Tuesday has counterpick. Tuesday could look for something. Ryze is still up. Azir is an option, and I like the Azir lock-in here.
Yeah, that is the one concern with picking Syndra, is there are several really, really viable counter picks that can also potentially work with the composition. And oh my goodness, I absolutely love this comp. We've got the Bard here. Oh my goodness. We're going to have to see what TSM Academy decides to run into this one, because I already like this composition way more than Sue's last one.
Yeah, this feels like they actually have a lot of tools to try and make plays around the map, and it felt like they had that last time, but it really wasn't able to pan out for them. So we'll see how this game actually goes. And, right as I say that they don't really have too many options as an AP top laner, they go for one. They opt for Kennen, for Haunter, and I think it makes sense because there is a good amount of, these kind of melee sort of short-range characters that Kennen does do well against. He does win the lane against Tom Kench, but one thing to note is that there is that Azir wall to try and shove the Kennen away from the team. There is the Bard ultimate, the Tempered Fate, to really try and just disengage some of these fights, to try and, make sure that Haunter's not really able to get into the fight as cleanly. So we have to keep our eye on that, but it definitely does do well in the laning phase against Tom Kench. And, we saw him win lane last time against Alloram. He was up like double his CS. So if that can happen again, then TSM's off on a good foot.
Yeah, and you know, you do have the recent adjustment. I had to double check just to make sure it was actually his Q, but you know, Riot wants Kennen kind of back in the meta. Riot wants to have some sort of tank killer, some sort of opposition to the really tanky bruiser champions that have been doing really well. So they did increase the base damage of his Q by a lot, base and scaling. And then instead of 75 AP, it's also plus 80% AP. So you don't have to buy or build quite as much to do as much damage. But I don't know. Honestly, I'm loving both of these compositions. It looks like both of them are trying to, while yes, they want to win, they also want to have fun with this one and try to really just kind of sweep the enemy off their feet. It's more of it feels like they're really just kind of playing mental games right now. They're like, all right, we're going to pull in some crazy stuff. We know it can work, but we're going to have to see how the enemy team adapts to this one. And I'm really excited to see how TSM Academy can counter this less typical composition. Not a lot of frontline aside from Alloram and Griffin there, and a lot more potential here. I don't know. I love both of these. I can honestly talk about these compositions all day. I'm still worried about Hyper on this Lee Sin, though. I think Zeus has to keep an eye out for that, and we got to see Griffin engage early.
Yeah, I want to see Griffin impact the map early on, and if you look at where he's going to be able to do that, pretty much has to be down in the bottom lane, maybe the mid lane, because I don't really think Tahm Kench is able to set too many plays up onto Kennen. You know, Hauntzer's going to be able to keep his distance, really, you know, make sure that Alloram's not able to get onto him. So if Griffin can get down there, you know, maybe roam with the Bard to the mid lane, try and set up a plan to take over with that magical journey. That is an option. You know, it was an option last game as well. They didn't really find a window to punish takeover, but you know, we'll have to see. I think if Griffin can get on the map early, if he can be active, then I think Zeus is going to be in a good spot. I think if Rhino's able to, you know, utilize the roaming advantage that Bard has compared to Braum is much more tethered to his AD carry, not really able to move around the map, set up as many plays as Bard can. So if Pocket Rhino can actually, you know, get off on a good foot in the early and mid stages of this game, then I think that Zeus Gaming has a good composition to take down TSM Academy.
Yeah, and you know, as I was saying too, like, oh, there's not a lot of tank or frontline. Honestly, the meta hasn't really called for that recently. It's the bruisers that are really effective, and Tahm Kench has turned into a bruiser of his own here in the top lane. We've seen a lot of Tahm Kench recently, and majority of the time that I've seen it, almost every single time that I've casted it, it has been a tough lane for the opponent. Now, I haven't actually seen this Kennen into the Tahm Kench, so that's another thing that I'm very excited about in this game, to really watch how this matchup plays out. And of two players that I want to see do this matchup well, it's gonna be Alloram and Haunzer.
Yeah, these are two really just veteran seasoned players that are going to be playing this matchup, and we saw Haunzer get the better half of Alloram in that last game, and that was a matchup that we were kind of pegging towards Alloram, at least, you know, if the jungler was able to get up there and intervene, but Haunzer ran away with it. He had the team support, he had the team in his back pocket, and he definitely, you know, got the better of Alloram in that last game. So we're going to have to see if Alloram can step it up in this one. He's got the fleet footwork, he's got the Doran shield to try and withstand some of that early harass, and it's going to be interesting to see because Griffin is pathing away from him, Hyper is pathing towards him, so it's going to be another game of, you know, weak side play here, and if Haunzer can stack a wave, you know, keep an eye for that 3-minute dive.
Yeah, and Alloram also has a flash this game.
Yes,
so
thankfully.
That's certainly going to be helpful because we saw the recognition by TSMA saying, hey, all right, Alloram doesn't have a flash. Let's make him burn his teleport as early as possible. And that's absolutely what happened with the pressure. They're likely not going to be the exact same strategy because the composition differs so much. So I love the fact that in the first game, TSM Academy did recognize that. And they also recognize now, okay, that's not the place that we really want to put pressure on. We're just going to have to figure out after we do a few clears what portion of the map is most accessible.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to watch how this pans out. Takeover gets the ward onto the Raptors. They're going to spot Griffin, him taking those. They were going to spot him anyway with that Shroud going over the wall. They knew that he was taking those. But Takeover, you know, he's going to have that early push advantage. Syndra's Q mana cost did get reduced, which gives her more access to these waves early on. She's able to just shove and shove and shove. You can see him. He's chugged all 3 corrupting pot charges already. Probably looking for an early cheater recall, trying to spend his money. Or they're trying to dive on the stack wave top. Alloram does have that thick skin, try and give him that extra shield to survive the potential dive that's incoming, but it's something to keep our eye on here.
not as exciting as game number 1. You know, I won't say I'm disappointed. I'll hint at it. But it's just a bit more of a stable game. And that's what I like about this composition too, is I was talking about how they want to have fun. They want to win, but they also want to have fun by trying to really just kind of throw off the enemy team. But you got to be smart about it. That's not going to happen by just playing so insanely aggressively. It's really the composition and how you play it out throughout the game, where you recognize your power spikes are available there. So already some great back and forth, and it is looking like this matchup is a very, very good one for Halter.
Yeah, you know, the Tahm Kench not really able to do too much. You are going to be able to pretty comfortably build items like Merc Treads, you know, a little bit of MR, a little bit of health, and, you know, able to, you know, sustain some of that poke later on. But, you know, at least for this first reset, the Doran's Blade, the Conqueror, you know, things like that, these are all going to just pile on top of each other and make life a little bit difficult for Alloram. Luckily, he has gone for Doran's Shield and Fleet Footwork, so you can already withstand a little bit of the harass. He's able to stay within one wave of Haunter in terms of minion score, able to really get all of the experience. That's all you can ask for here. Griffin is up towards the top side. The wave is on Alloram's side of the map, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for anything. And one matchup that I want to highlight is actually down towards the bottom lane. You know, Sword on Braum here. I think that later on in this game, the Braum is going to be pretty useful, but in terms of actually in lane, Braum does pretty much nothing against Bard and Ashe. You can't get in range to do anything. You get poked down constantly and harassed, so we're going to see how Sword can handle that. So far, he's doing okay. He's down a little bit of health, but he's got some potions sitting there, and Hyper comes bot.
It's going to be a little bit of a magical journey there for Rhino. Hyper deciding not to follow up on that one, which is a good call, but that bush is warded unbeknownst to Hyper here, so Raheem's going to back up. But you're right. As much as I love Braum, and I love to play Braum, support was my previous main, and I played a lot of him. Early on, he takes too much damage, and that's going to be Griffin having to flash forward.
So
oh no, that didn't actually end up working out quite as well as Griffin wanted there, but the flash down means they get first blood.
Oh, that was just so good from Griffin. He's able to just flash in, close the distance onto takeover, and yeah, I mean, look at this Viego W. There's really no time to actually react to this. You have to predict that this is coming, and he's in the shroud charging it up. There's just nowhere that takeover can see that coming. Oh, it's just so hard to actually counter that if you're takeover. Well played from Griffin, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from him. We wanted to see him get things done early. They burn Cinder's flash. They have a Bard. Go and kill her again.
For sure, this might be a good opportunity, and there we go. Hyper is going to find one right there. Rhino sends him away. Griffin trying to do what is possible here. Tuesday has a nice amount of range, and then you get the W there from Raheem, but Hyper will be able to just ward hop out of that one, or ally hop, I suppose. Some nice pressure coming from TSM Academy. We can see really now that instead of the top lane, like I mentioned, they clearly don't need to focus that one. They have pushed a lot of pressure here onto the mid side.
Yeah, you know, Tuesday's still down a little bit of CS. He's down that teleport. He will have the TP advantage eventually when that comes back up, but now that he's got level 6, he's got that Shurima shuffle, and Takeover has no flash, so unless Takeover's able to interrupt that Shurima shuffle with the Scatter of the Weak, you know, try and, you know, play around that, it's going to be tough for Takeover in the mid lane, but Dragon started for TSM. This seems risky to me.
We'll see how it plays out. They are doing a considerable amount of damage. You've got Tuesday now coming down, and that's going to be a reset on that Dragon. All it takes is the presence of Tuesday, and you got to be concerned about whether or not the play you're making is going to be a good one.
Yeah, you know, I really do want to see Zeus try and punish this mid lane a little bit. You know, it makes sense that Tuesday's able to just get priority on every wave, but unless you're getting things like the Rift Herald in 1 minute or the Dragon right now, you know, just let the wave shove into you as Tuesday. Try and punish the Cinder's flash. Get a timing from, you know, Rhino to go top or to go mid lane. You know, find a window for Griffin to go towards the mid lane. Do something, you know. I understand that playing around the bottom side is really good right now, and they're trying to get access to Dragon, but feels like you could just be trying to punish Takeover on the Syndra.
Griffin looking for something there. And yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, it doesn't feel like mismanagement. It just feels like attempts at getting into an aggressive position, and these attempts just being fruitless. So it's going to be a little bit slow continuing on. We're almost at 8 minutes. We only have the single kill. Gold is really even. This has been a very passive game from everyone, and now Alloram's actually able to maintain a lot of health, like you were talking about with the thick skin that he's got. it's not as difficult as a matchup as one might think with the Kennen here. But we got to see 1 or 2 successful plays, and I think that is going to be where things start to sway because we have these objectives up. We've got the Infernal Drake, which should be high priority for both of these teams to burn down the enemy, as well as Rift Herald, but neither of them has really set up for that, aside from that little bit of damage that was done to the Dragon before it disconnected from the fight.
Yeah, if I'm the side of TSM Academy, I'm really trying to prioritize this Rift Herald right now. And, you know, we see Hyper go over the wall right as I say that. This is a little bit risky. You don't know where Rhino is. He's up here. You do have Sword, but, I mean, skirmishing at this point is just a little bit risky in general. And it seems like they're going to be able to secure this no problem. And this is really good because, you know, getting Herald on a team like this, you have a Kennen who wants to come in from the flank. You have a Syndra who wants to be playing in the Fog of War, trying to, you know, create picks. And if you're able to get down these turrets very early on, if you're able to open up these side lanes a little bit more for champions like Kennen, then you're just able to, you know, accelerate your lead just that, you know, much quicker. To Hauntzer, if these turrets are down, he's going to be able to find a lot more creative angles on these flanks, you know, give himself some teleport opportunities that are otherwise not available. And I do think that this Herald should go towards the top lane potentially. You know, really give Hauntzer a lead. Up there is already up 20 CS again. You know, put him up like 1,000, 2,000 gold from that. The Dragon's going to go down. Hyper is going to clear up towards the top side, and we're probably going to see Herald go down there in about a minute, minute and a half.
Infernal Drake picked up right there by Zeus, so that's going to be the first Dragon of the game. And not any sort of mass push. You got 1 plate down in 2 lanes, I think. 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom. That's thanks to Hauntzer consistently being able to push this lane has massive priority here. I think that's the biggest thing that they were looking for, just getting lane prio, being able to consistently push waves through. Oh, it is going to be Alloram, though, going in. The Equalizer's gonna come out. Not quite enough damage from either of those members yet, though, to really fully initiate.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an awkward trade there. I mean, Hauntzer's ult being down does mean a little bit, because if they're going to try and pressure top lane, looks like they've got Sword roaming up, Takeover roaming up, Hyper roaming up. You know, the Kennen ultimate not being available does actually mean something, and finally we're seeing a punish on a Cody Sun being alone.
When that's going to be a flash away from that ulti. Have that hitbox. Hold on a second. All right, that was an interesting one. The exhaust is going to come down onto Cody Sun, and it will be Raheem that picks up the kill there. Interesting box, and Alloram does not survive against 4 members right there. That's what it takes to take him down.
It's tough because I feel like Alloram, he should know that that play is happening towards him. You know, members missing off the map, Sword's not bottom lane to cover Cody Sun, Takeover's not mid. Just back up, give up the turret. It's going to go down with Herald anyway. There's no point in trying to play under the tower for an outplay. But, I mean, this is good from Zeus. They're able to actually make some proactive plays in the bottom lane, and one thing that we were missing last game is, you know, one typical fundamental rule of high-level League of Legends is you always want to be trading on the map, but there's a play in the mid lane that might be happening. Takeover flashes away, but you want to be trading on the map. You want to, you know, if you're going to give up one area of the map, you want to at least take something on the other side. And last game, we saw Zeus was just giving and giving and giving towards the top side, always playing reactionary and never, you know, proactive. And finally in this game, we see that they're burning Cody Sun's flash down in the bottom lane, and we got a replay of that actually. This is just well played. You know, Rhino taking the magical journey forward. They burn the flash, and there's that hitbox. Oh! That just feels bad for Cody Sun. But getting this kill is so good because they get plates, they burn both summoners, and they set themselves up for a future play when their ultimates are back up.
Yeah, I'm still kind of questioning that hitbox, but whatever. You know, we'll accept it. That's an interesting one. And as Varus, you know, Cody Sun had just burned the flash to escape the Bard ultimate, to escape the Tempered Fate, and that was beautiful and almost in position to dodge the Enchanter Crystal arrow on top of it, which would have been a highlight play for sure. But Zeus finds themselves a little bit more in their pockets because, you know, they are down on gold at the moment, not a lot, but they do have the Dragon, and they're just not experiencing a lot of fun here on the top side. Alloram is going to continue to actually try to pressure this up a little bit farther than he should be, and there's a lot of aggressive vision there for TSM Academy, so if they wanted to, they could engage on this, but it's actually going to be a fight down to the bottom side. The exhaust coming out onto Griffin, who has to use the ultimate to escape that one. The Temper Fate is going to land onto 2 members, though.
Wow.
A stun, and out comes the Shurima Shuffle. 2 members down there. Tuesday gets one, Raheem gets the other. Sword will be the next to fall. fall, and Hyper has to run away from
The journey.
4 members here. The magical journey does come through, though. Rhino and Tuesday take that. A little bit of a ward hop from Hyper to try to get him out as much as possible. But the Q, the Winter's Bite will hit. Griffin will be able to follow this one up, and that is a very successful fight for Zeus.
That is exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of Zeus. Oh my gosh, every single member of that playing it so beautifully right there, and that's exactly what you want to see. Cody Sun, no summoners. You need to punish towards the bottom lane, and they do exactly that. Alloram going in on the top lane. Little bit of a trade here.
We'll see how much the Equalizer is going to do here. Nope, it's just used for the momentum and movement speed to get away from that one.
Oh,
And you are going to get a little bit of the Abyssal Dive here. What is it? The Abyssal? Yeah, it is Abyssal Dive, I think. Still getting all the secondary abilities. You know, I got most of the ultimates down. We are going to take another look at that bottom lane fight, though.
I can't wait to dive into this replay. Oh man, Sword getting caught out by the Enchanted Crystal Error, and I was thinking right here that Zeus Gaming just has to back out, but there's the Tempered Fate. No flash onto Cody Sun. He just waits, lines up that double stun. Oh, there's Tuesday over the wall with the Shurima Shuffle, and oh, I mean, at this point, as soon as you get that first reset on Viego, you get to take over that first body. The fights just feel so good from there because you're able to just reset and you know, really just use all these champion kits so effectively. Dashes forward with the Braum, lands the Winter's Bite, and I mean, that's just exactly what you want to see if you're a Zeus Gaming fan. They're actually making proactive plays on the map. They're doing something with their composition. They're punishing flash timers. This is stuff that we didn't see to the later stages of last game, and they're doing it in the early game here. It's netted them a 2,000 gold lead. It's netted them 2 dragons to none. And they're able to really open up the bottom lane here, destroying that turret, and they're just taking over the map. I mean, look at that gold lead over time.
Oh my goodness, that is very impressive. You see where TSM Academy dips down, has a considerable advantage, but now it is just continuing to climb here. Out comes the Glacial Fissure, though. Raheen is going to be the target here.
No.
Hyper gets poked down by Griffin. The magical journey will be ended early as Hyper picks up the kill right there. Griffin missing that initiation thanks to a nice Sonic Wave, and the remainder of Zeus here might be trying to come down and around to pinch out. There is vision available, though, and now it is 4 members to 3. Just waiting for Alloram to move down towards the mid, and that fight should end right there. No, the Abyssal Dive is going to come through, and it will be a jump over the wall.
Oh, they got him.
Getting the Shurima, or not, almost dying there. Did die to the Shurima Shuffle right now. Haunter's going to go in with the Equalizer. Cody Sun trying to do as much damage as possible, but a double kill goes over to Hyper before going down himself.
Oh man, I mean, Griffin is just playing this game to perfection, really. You couldn't ask for a better Viego performance, and this reminds me of his last week performance on the Graves against CLG Academy, backs against the wall, and he carried his team, and he's doing it here again. Feels like whenever he gets put onto one of these comfort champions and he's able to really impact the map, he just dominates games. He just takes over. And sure, he's technically an amateur jungler, but we all know that this guy can play at the Academy and LCS level, and he's showing it right here. And he's making TSM Academy look silly in this game. He's just taking over every fight on the Viego, and I love to see it. It's just so much fun to watch.
And that is, I mean, why, you know, I never like to see a Viego in my game unless it's on my team. There's so much strength that comes from this champion. And while there have been nerfs that have come through, they don't feel nearly as impactful as, like, the nerfs that Gwen has received, for instance. Because we did see a lot of Gwen Viego after Gwen was released. That combination of those 2 players was absolutely insane with the amount of damage and recovery that you could get. But doesn't matter. Viego still does a massive amount of damage. You got 640 gold, we can see right there from Haunter in the top side, but 0 on 3 separate members here. Alloram, the only one on the team that hasn't actually gotten gold from Slates.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the big story of this game to me is the difference in performance that Raheen and Rhino have had. I feel like they've played very, very well this game, and sure, they're not the main carries. That obviously goes to Griffin here, but Raheen, you know, playing very well. He's got a 2-level lead for himself. He's feeling more comfortable, and, you know, our producer just pointed it out. Look at the vision score difference between the 2 supports. Oh my god. And sure, part of that's is because Zombie Ward and Bar just inherently is a little bit higher, but to have a 32 vision score difference, that just goes to show that, you know, maybe Sword not feeling too comfortable.
Yeah, and especially on a riskier champion, too. It's much harder to get positioning with Braum.
Yes.
You know, you have somebody with the Nautilus in the last game, so you have initiation, you have disengage with that hook with Braum. You have to hope that there is an ally close enough for you to W2, and even at that point, it's such a small hop that it's not going to allow for a lot of roam here from Sword. And that would have been so helpful for Takeover in the mid lane going up against this losing match. And at least would have taken a little bit of pressure as well off of the bottom side. But that was not the case. Now you just got the split lanes going through. Takeover on the top side. Haunter recalling after pushing out this bottom wave. And Zeus now, you know, Zeus has to respond, so they are still playing a little bit reactively, but that's totally okay for them because their composition allows for it. They can get some of these picks, and like you said, Dylan, Sword just is not having the impact that is really necessary for TSMA to do well here.
Yeah, he's been essentially a non-factor in this game. He really needs to have one or two good fights to really equal the impact that Rhino has had in this game, and it feels like, you know, Rhino, when he's able to get that counter pick, when he's able to play these kind of off-meta comfort supports for him, he just feels so much more comfortable. I mean, he looks so much better on supports like, you know, Bard, you know, like that Trundle, like Poppy, all these kind of wonky picks that not a ton of other people play, but Rhino just plays to perfection. And we're seeing that Zeus is just setting up for this next dragon. There's really no way that TSM Academy is going to contest this one. They have no vision, no setup whatsoever. So that means that we're coming down to Soul spawning at 25 minutes, and how is TSM Academy going to actually get themselves to a position in 5 minutes where they can contest that? I don't know. It's going to be difficult to actually imagine a world where they can.
It certainly is, especially when you're looking at Griffin continuing to climb. 5-0-2, 500 gold bounty, you know, that is a very enticing kill to try to get, but the rest of the team is just supporting his engages so very well that TSM Academy just hasn't even had time to respond. I think is really the problem here. Last game, we saw a lot of Zeus with, you know, forced reactive play. This is TSM Academy with forced attempts at reactions, but they don't even have the time to react before Griffin just wipes the floor, before you get the Shurima shuffle from Tuesday to really disrupt the fight and all of that. And that's not even including a Tempered Fate or a an Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming from Rhino and Raheen, respectively. So really, just Zeus loving this style. This is kind of more what I expected from them. That's why this Sejuani was like, okay, cool. This is different for them, but it's not good different. And Haunter's going to have to use the equalizer, going to get devoured right there. The down from Alloram, and Haunter has to try to W away from this. Does have the speed, but the Tongue Lash will hit. Beautifully done by Alloram.
That just, wow. I mean, you don't really expect Tom Kench to be picking up solo kills against Kennen in the side lane, but it just goes to show when you finish that Anathema's chains and you're really able to reduce the damage that Kennen can deal to you, the matchup has completely swung in the favor of Alloram. I mean, it's so hard to actually find points to say. Griffin gets caught out, though.
Oh, it's going to be the Glacial Fissure that comes down, and Griffin gets hit with passive there. Griffin's not going to be able to get away.
Oh, the arrow.
To the Shurima shuffle there. The arrow comes through. Shelly's still hitting the tower here on the backside. So that is going to end that fight. Haunter, the only one to go down.
Yeah, Haunter the only one to actually die, and it was not really part of that fight. That fight was pretty much just summoners burnt on both sides, with the heal, the exhaust, the flash burn for Hyper, whereas on the side of Zeus, they actually didn't burn any summoners whatsoever. So this is just purely a good trade for Zeus Gaming. Those summoners, you know, at least the flash from Lee Sin will not be up for the dragon. That'll be down right at the start of it, so that's something to keep in mind. But, you know, just taking stock of where the map is right now, Baron is the only real objective that Zeus Gaming can play for the next 3 minutes, but I don't think they're going to risk it. There's no point in trying to flip a fight at Baron, take a risky engage when you have a guaranteed win condition in 3 minutes with that Mountain Soul. You can just keep collecting side waves, try and get those next items on your carries. We see a needlessly large rod in the inventory of Azir. That can turn into something like a Rabadon's Death Cap, and if you can get that before Mountain Dragon, it's going to look so good.
Pause. We gotta pause. So, luckily they gave us 2 seconds, so I'm not like curled up in my casting position with my knees way up here. Certainly feeling like a different game for Zeus. This is more of what we expected. Like, this is what we have come to expect from Zeus, trying to run, you know, off meta things, but heavy damage. And that's where the Sejuani didn't really fit into the standard composition for these guys. I also like the adjustment of the bans for the second phase here as well. Getting the set out of the way, especially if you're going to lock in Griffin Viego for a first pick. So while last game they might have used comp diff as an excuse, if they come out of this one, they can really reinforce that and say, hey, well, the composition was much better for us on this game, even though you had potential counter picks or you had a bit of a counter pick there on the top side. There were still counter picks for both teams, and way more success has been found from Azir.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like that Zeus Gaming, they had a really good talk between game 1 and game 2. They came with a fresh new look, and sure, they've got some similar pieces, but in actuality, I mean, this is just a different composition, a different look, and it feels really fresh. It feels really good. They're playing well, and every member of the team is stepping up and performing when it matters. You know, Raheen did not have a good game 1. And quite frankly, he didn't have a great series against CLG Academy either, but I think he's playing very well against TSM Academy here against Cody Sun, one of the best AD carries in the whole tournament. Rhino on the Bard looking so much better than he was last game, and he had really good engages last game, but he couldn't really impact the map before the team fights. And every member just stepping up when it matters most. Sure, this is the upper bracket, and sure, they've already qualified, but there's prize money on the line, there's seeding on the line, and more importantly, I mean, there's just confidence on the line. If you're able to play super well in UGP going right into Proving Grounds next month, you're going to feel so good about yourself.
Sure, surely. That, the mental on that, and seeding is huge for these teams as well. That's really, you know, what a big part of the fight is here, because like you said, they've already qualified, both of these teams. So at this point, you're just looking for, you know, a better position going into Proving Grounds in the future here. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from both of these teams. You know, it's starting to feel like Zeus has really found their footing in this matchup. Maybe that first round was kind of just feeling out how TSM Academy has been improving over the last little bit. But
yeah,
the selection of Sejuani, I think they knew it right as the game started, and maybe not the best thing to try to bring out into this one. And I think now TSM Academy can kind of look at their comp and say, okay, the Braum probably didn't fit in. I would say that that's, you know, one of the most painful parts of this composition here for TSM Academy, just because Sword has not been able to do anything. And we were talking about it in the middle of the game there, Dylan, just how Braum doesn't have the roam potential. There's not a ton of mobility as well, aside from Hyper and Haunter. So Takeover and Cody Sun do not have a lot of mobility, meaning you're not going to be able to get those members into position to follow you up for those potential misplays. So Sword hasn't been able to get down the vision that was really, really pivotal in the last game, and hasn't been able to clear anything out on top of it. So this just feels like the snowball is growing in size as the game goes on, and it's getting further and further away from TSMA.
Yeah, I mean, it on top of the fact that Sword is just not too comfortable on the support role, which is definitely, I mean, it's definitely understandable, right? You don't play this role competitively, and you're thrown into a game against Zeus Gaming, who's a very good amateur team, on a role that you're not comfortable on. He also has to play Braum in a game where Braum does not have a lot of fun until later stages of the game, right? You're getting poked out in lane, you're getting harassed, you have to eat up the arrow for your Vera so that he doesn't die. It's just really rough, and it's going to make Sword look, you know, a little bit worse than he's actually playing, just because the score line on a champion like Braum, you're there to defend your team more than anything, and the vision isn't there because his team is just losing. It's all these things compounding that's going to make Sword's performance look worse than it is. But I mean, very clearly this game, it just feels like the bottom lane of Zeus Gaming is playing and performing much better than they did in game 1. And they're getting the better hand, you know, compared to TSM Academy. You know, Cody Sun not really able to offer too much on the Varus yet, as we've been pointing out. You know, Sword, you know, not looking too great on Braum. And you combine that with the fact that Haunter, sure, he had that individual gold lead, but the Tahm Kench can really nullify that by getting the Anathema's chains, reducing the damage you deal to him. Zeus Gaming is in a super good spot. The Mountain Dragon up in a couple minutes, so it's going to be so much fun when we dive back into the game. Zeus Gaming looking really good in game 2.
Yeah. Oh, I was literally, as production chimes in my ear, I was going to say, I hope nobody's having any technical issues. And yes, there is a technical issue. I actually didn't catch. Did you hear what player? Was that Hyper?
Rhino.
Rhino's power went down thanks to a tropical storm. So Mother Nature, way to ruin our match. Oh my goodness. Production, yeah, I got to say. Tropical storm poacher, because took out a Rhino, and yeah, that's not legal. Okay, we're gonna have to call up. I don't think PETA deals with that kind of thing. I think that's a little beyond them. But I am not sure then, how we're gonna move forward. We'll continue to talk about the game for the next little bit until we get an update for you guys. But that is so unfortunate because Rhino has been huge here. Obviously, you need the 5 players to be on this game, but I think this is actually kind of what really threw them off, because this was the final pick as well for Zeus. And the final pick for TSM Academy was the Braum, if I'm not mistaken. And so you have the ability to counter. Generally, there's no counter to that kind of champion, and I don't think it was anticipated that Rhino was going to bring the Braum in. Rhino loves to take in things. You talked about the Poppy. We've seen a lot of Galio. So a lot of these engage heavy, but not so much like high damage dealers or the squishy type. I think that's kind of what they were expecting, was a tanky bottom laner here to pair with the duo, and that clearly was not the case. Varus hasn't been able to do much of anything. So I think if the way this game is looking, and the fact that, as I mentioned, it feels like it's snowballing out of control here for TSMA. Next game, you got to try to get the Nautilus back on. I think if the Nautilus was here instead of the Braum, it wasn't banned out, so I'm not exactly sure why it wasn't picked up here by this team, why they opted to swap for the Braum, but I do think that would really help out this composition, because it's turning into, what feels like a 4v5.
Yeah, and one thing to note about the Bard is that, I didn't really understand this until I actually talked to some really, really good high-level Bard players, but he's actually, kind of an engaged support in his own right. It's not it's not the typical way that you think of like Nautilus, Leona, people like that. It can just like very easily start a fight. They want to be the tank in the middle of everything. But the Bard, he has his own way of engaging, right? The Tempered Fate from a distance is very, very potent on the champions like Varus, like Syndra, 2 champions that TSM has drafted for themselves, because if their flash is down and the Bard is close enough, you can just throw the ultimate so that it's impossible to dodge, right? There's no way to get out of that, and they're stuck in the stasis. The whole team can group around them, right? You can set up that the stun for yourself. You can set up your teammates, the Tom Kench, Abyssal Voyage, all sorts of these things that can just go right on top of that Tempered Fate, Zhonya's stasis. And it's a lot of fun to watch when there's a really good Bard player who can take advantage of that. And I think Pocket Rhino has shown this game that he's had really good Tempered Fates. And I think especially as we move into this last dragon fight, once this pause, finally gets settled, he's going to have a really good ultimate then too.
And that's the crazy thing, is that normally even if you see good Bards, you have a couple instances of your team, doing the sharp inhale of that ultimate, you might have kind of screwed us over in that fight. That has not been the case. In fact, Bard has done, the opposite in that not only have you had some incredible ultimates that have landed, but pulled out multiple flashes from really well positioned Tempered Fates. And so having these multiple semi-global abilities has really, really helped Zeus take this aggressive composition headstrong into TSM Academy. We are going to take a quick break, though, while we try to figure out how we can save Rhino from the tropical storm. So don't go anywhere. Go grab your snacks and your drinks. We will be getting right back into Unified Grand Prix tournament here with Zoo Gaming and TSM Academy. back in it, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm hoping that was previous.
Yeah, I think it's
okay, there it is. All right, we're in.
Good.
We're in. That tropical storm is not good enough to take down the Pocket Rhino.
Yeah, let's real quick just kind of establish where we were before the pause. Zeus Gaming up 5,000 gold, 9 kills to 2. But the most important thing to note is that they have 3 dragons already. In the upper left-hand corner, you'll see that the next dragon spawns in 2 minutes. Zeus Gaming setting up control here. Rhino getting his wards down. They have a ward in the mid lane. We're likely going to see the side of Zeus Gaming, take their last recalls in the next 30, 40 seconds, and then all walk towards that dragon where the biggest fight of the game is going to take place. And if Zeus Gaming wins it, they likely take game 2.
For sure, and that would bring us to a game 3, which we absolutely love to see. That'll give TSM Amateur the opportunity as well to get that first pick on blue side once again, as loser gets to pick the side here. But you've also got 3 towers to the 1 tower, and things are not looking good for TSM Academy in terms of this Dragon Soul at all. You've already got really deep vision from Zeus. You've already got control in terms of the mid lane here and the bottom lane. You do have a bit of a response as Haunter tries to push it back out, and you get a little bit there of pressure in the mid side. But it's going to be so easy for Zeus to just send it right back in, and as the time ticks down, we've got just a minute. TSM Academy is going to have to be really, they're going to have to move forward with a lot of trepidation in terms of this fight.
I'm not really sure why Sword placed his vision topside. I'm not sure if that's just kind of a little bit of inexperience. Maybe there is some communication saying that they're worried about Zeus taking Baron, but Sword did place all of his wards topside. So there are no wards bottom side for the most part for TSM Academy. They're going to be walking into darkness, essentially, and sure, those wards would have likely gotten cleared anyway, but at least you're burning sweepers, at least you're burning something, taking time, but the vision is topside for TSM. That could signal that they're trying to potentially look towards Baron, but they have no Baron DPS, so it really feels like TSM Academy is just checkmated. They have no ward for Kenna to teleport to, no way to really get a flank for him, no potential to cross map, so it's probably just going to be Zeus Gaming getting the Mountain Soul for free, and then we're going to see TSM Academy just try and scale up for Elder Dragon, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, and we've even got more of a rotation here as we saw Sword and Hyper come through to sweep out Vision onto the Baron, but there's not a ward that was placed by TSM Academy in the pit. So at the end of the day, yeah, it's nice to have the 2 wards that you've got, but that is very easy for Zeus to just sneak around from the top side. So that's going to be the Dragon Soul going over. There's no move from TSM Academy to actually get this Baron. They might be looking for a pick here in the mid lane to turn it into a fight that can transition to the Baron. That is going to be the Crystal Arrow coming through. Didn't work out, but Alloram finds a little bit of an engage onto Haunter.
The Chomp!
We're going to see the... Wait, no, that's a Slicing Maelstrom. What am I doing? I've been saying Equalizer all game. Slicing Maelstrom comes out. I just now caught myself on that. That's a little sad. I haven't seen Kennen recently. Obviously, I've still got Rumble in my brain from all the recent Rumble shenanigans.
Oh, yeah.
You got recalls coming through now, and Zeus is just going to be able to do the exact same thing here. Clear out the vision necessary.
Oh,
They're not going to
takeover.
find that one, but Takeover's caught out, has to flash away. Is definitely going down. Griffin will pick up the kill.
Yeah, this should just be Baron over to the side of Zeus. I feel like you take this mid tower, you maybe look for the next mid tower, but walk it to Baron, boys. I mean, just set up, try and take that Baron, set up in there. Haunter has no ultimate. This should all be communicated between the members of Zeus Gaming, and what is TSM Academy going to do? Your best bet is trying to maybe steal with Hyper, but they're not going to do it. They opt to, or, they decide that plays a little bit too risky. I do feel like that's a lost opportunity. With the Kennen ult being down, there's really no threat to you taking Baron, but they're looking for the middle inhib.
Yeah, Hyper Splash also down. So, you can ward hop in, but you can't get out. That's probably the expectation, but it's just going to be a continued engage here. They just want to end the game right now. It looks like Zeus does not want things to be delayed any further. Takeover just respawned there, so it should be the 1 inhibitor. There we go, as Tuesday picks that one up. So Super Minions coming through the mid lane here for Zeus, but they're going to disconnect immediately after that. And like you said, Dylan, they lost the opportunity there to go for Baron. They instead decided to get the inhib.
Ooh, they might get a pick here. Raheem does have ultimate. Alloram goes in.
That's going to be a flash forward. What a Shurima shuffle from Tuesday. Griffin goes godlike. Hyper has to use the Zonias, but will not be getting out of that one. It will be Haunter coming through, slicing Maelstrom. Alloram, though, is just fine with continuing the initiation onto this one. A nice little abyssal dive will finish that one off, and you've got Sword and Takeover available. This really spells the end of game number 2 for TSMA Griffin. That's not BM, right?
Oh, man. You love to see the confidence coming out from the boys over on Zeus Gaming, and that's just as clean as you like. There's really just... They didn't falter at all this game. Sure, there were a couple instances where maybe things got a little bit tough, but for the most part, Zeus Gaming with a clean, precise... This is almost a perfect game, Jolly. They got every dragon. They only gave up 1 turret, 2 kills. That's very close to a perfect game there, and what a comeback from the way that game 1 happened. You know, it felt like game 1 left a lot to be desired for us amateur fans. We wanted to see Zeus Gaming put on a little bit more of a show for us, and we got it in game 2, a more comfortable draft, and they took it to TSM Academy. We're going to game 3.
We are going to game 3, which we love to see to start the day off. And honestly, at this point, it has been such dominating wins for the first game there for TSM Academy, second game right now for Zeus, that it can really go either way. That first pick of Viego has been critical. So I think going into this one, whoever is on red side, the easy way to at least even the playing field is to ban out that Viego in the first round, because he's almost too powerful of a pick.
Jolly, we have breaking news coming to us from TSM themselves. They are taking Takeover mid, and they're putting Yurson back into support. Sword is going to be out for this game 3. It really does feel like TSM backs against the wall. They actually want to get this series win because seeding does matter, because prize money is always nice. And this is going to be pretty much their standard Academy roster, right? Sure, Sword and Takeover swapping time, but TSM is not kidding around in this third game. They didn't really like what they were seeing in terms of the experiment that happened. I'm not sure what happened in the first place to really cause, you know, Yurson to step out and for Sword to take his place. But Yurson is back. We've got him in for game 3, and it's going to be a really competitive last game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you bring the original duo back into this one, and it was very, very well played by Sword. You know, you got to give commendations where they're deserved, and that first game certainly showed that it could be played well. However, the second game really showed that the support knowledge wasn't quite there. The ward positioning, like you were talking about towards the end of the game there, Dylan, where they were sweeping and where they were prioritizing things, Sword, you could tell, just didn't have the knowledge to work against a losing matchup like they were experiencing from the very beginning. So now getting the OG back in there, getting your son back in there means that we're going to be, witnessing really the best of the best here. It's going to be a game number 3. We are going to take one more quick break before hopping into that, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Unified Grand Prix.
And no matter what the weather here, Zoos right now prove that they're here to stay. Any and all storms be darned, because it seems as though the only wind blowing is definitely in the total papercast direction. Welcome back to the desk, Ravish, joined here by Beatdown Boulevard and Value here. Yo, B, like right off the top here, man, though, we've seen Zoos, like they came into this game with a brand new energy just across the board.
They certainly did, and they really picked things up right from the start there. And you saw basically they did a really good job pressuring the more immobile champions, kind of similarly to what happened in game one. When you think of takeover on Syndra, and of course Cody Sun on the bars, which we'll get to after. Immediately early on, you constantly start making these plays mid lane, force takeover to flash, and you just make that mid lane matchup pretty much unplayable. Playing it into Azir without your flash is not really doable at that point. And that's why as time went on, we got to see more plays, movement from Tuesday across the map that led to some pretty interesting plays.
Yeah, as Beatdown was saying, like opening up that mid pressure just allows you to have first move. And I think they really got the better of the trade when we saw the rift dropped, because on Zeus side, they're pretty happy with like letting their Tom Kench just like kind of lose his tower, go down a little bit of CS. Like that's his job, is to just be a tank. Where on the other side, we've kind of got a pretty volatile matchup with the Ashe Varus, where they want to provide a lot of utility to their team and get the push. And Varus kind of got left by his lonesome, maybe a bit of an overcommit from TSM. And so he lost his flash off of a great arrow from Raheen. He's been doing a good job of hitting arrows all series. So once they get a summoner, and then it's kind of a repeat situation where a couple minutes later, we see them trying to salvage their bot lane that kind of lost their flash earlier. And not only did Varus have no flash, but Syndra had no flash, as Beatdown mentioned, from the gank's mid. And then when she TP'd to try to save them, we saw an incredible Bard ult that hit both of them. And then it just turned into a chain reaction of kills and just kind of blew open the game.
Yeah. Because basing off of that too, yeah, that big bot side play absolutely blew the game wide open here for Zeus Gaming. And so from there too, it was just a question of them just making sure to snowball, like stack their lane one after another, which really what they did here be like they managed to get all the way up to Soul Point, and the game really was just there with almost no contestation.
It's like you said, from that point onward, the rest of the game, I think, Valley, you actually said this while we were watching. The rest of the game was just a formality. Like, it was in Zoo's hands. They were in control, barring some catastrophic missteps, which were thankfully did not see. And it's nice from them, because we talked about it going into the series. We saw the Alloram interview that he did in weeks past about how going into this tournament, they wanted to clean up their gameplay, not just try and get by on their individual skill alone. And we really saw some of that game one. We absolutely saw it come through in game two, and they're taking this game the distance to try and ensure they can get that important seeding that we talked about here. So trying to get this win over TSM Academy is still very important.
Yeah, Zeus did a great job of not only playing individually, but they really showed, like as Alan was mentioning in the interview, like of how they need to come together and be a sum greater than their parts and work as a team. And by exemplifying it this game, we saw how clean it was, and they were in a really commanding position after punishing some of TSM's early errors.
Absolutely fantastic stuff we've seen. This, by the way, does make this the first game that TSM Academy have dropped so far in UGP, right? So, which is already a statement game from them. We're mentioning how Zeus were the underdogs coming into this game so far. So now, if we are to be able to look at it, right, TSMA, like what really is secret sauce missing from their side? Because it does seem as though they are looking to change up a couple of things, considering some roster change. But before we reveal that, though, here, Pete, quickly, I wanted to get your thoughts on the seeding going forward in the tournament, because you're mentioning it in the pre-show before, but this game really does decide a lot.
Well, it does, and it definitely more so for Zeus. That's why it is really important for them. But I'm also, just because we're running out of time, I'm going to go right through and mention the change you're talking about. Yursan is back in, and I think this is still potentially a crucial turning point here for TSM, because now you have the support they're more used to playing with in that bottom side, and but they still are keeping takeover in the mid lane here. So this is going to be an interesting momentum shift coming through for TSM Academy. And with Yursan in the game, this might actually, despite Sword doing his best and honestly didn't have too bad of a performance, having the support who is more familiar with the role, has been playing it with this team for much longer, this could be a big boon for them.
I think having killer instinct on support is so interesting. Your son just has a little bit more experience in that regard, so I hope to see some explosive engages that push the game in TSM's favor.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it for an absolute second. I do always say that Cody Sun and your son are what I like to say the brightest bot lane in Academy. Now, the fact that it hasn't taken yet is absolutely criminal. But so I'm gonna tell y'all yet again, bro. It's going to be phenomenal to see these two synergy back at it, and how TSM Academy is able to adapt to what they've done already up against Zoo's game. And game 1 is a little back and forth. Game 2 definitely Zoo's favorite, and with game 3 on the line right now, seeding money and so much more ready to go between these two. So we'll see what has to happen. MLBD and Jolly are ready yet again to take us through it. Let's see it.
Thank you guys so much. What a beautiful desk we get to interact with.
Oh,
Isn't
yeah.
that great?
Love
But
'em.
an exciting series too. And if you guys were curious as well over on the Academy stream, it does appear as though Maryville has gone down. It was a 2-0, I think is what you were saying.
2-0.
Dylan. So my prediction, accurate. We're gonna have to see.
Mine not.
There were only 2 of us, actually, that predicted Maryville would go down, and I wasn't really anticipating a 2-0. But looking at the matchup we have here, for my prediction to be accurate, we got to see Zoos winning. But I'm going to assume that TSM is back onto the blue side, so they're going to have that first pick opportunity.
Yes.
But like I said, you do have an easy way on the red side to at least prevent a little bit of a heavy sway in taking out Viego early on.
Yeah, I do think that the Viego pretty much has to be taken away. It's dominated both games, and we're hopping into draft, so we're going to get to see pretty soon if that is the case. It's exciting, getting to see Yurson back in the lineup. He is the player that they've been playing with for months. He is the player that, obviously is more comfortable and more proficient on the support role. So It's going to be fun to see how the draft changes, how the actual gameplay changes once we get into the game. But so far, bans are the exact same.
Yep, I mean, I would assume Zeus is going to take out the unless they have something in response to it. Before Gwen was nerfed, I would say that she's a viable option here, and a flex pick as well, but not really anymore. It's a lot harder to get that item spike on her now. Yeah. So let's see what the final one is. It's going to be the exact same bands.
Same bands.
Dylan. So Aurelia is going to be the last one, and no surprise there, TSM Academy locks in Viego.
Yeah, and they've already showed that they're willing to flex it towards the top lane. We know that Hyper can play that in the jungle too, so this is just another 3-way flex. It's going to be very difficult to draft around for the side of Zeus. It feels like there's not really any, amazing counters into the Viego. At least that's what it feels like. Maybe Zeus Gaming has something cooking up, that we don't know. They've got all these wonky picks. They tried Sejuani and it failed. Lee Sin taken away. Hyper has been playing very well on that the last couple of games, so I do like to see that, kind of taken away from the side of TSM and given to, likely Griffin. It could be Alloram, though.
It could be Alloram. It could be Tuesday. I mean,
True.
We haven't seen that one in a while, but that's definitely one that Tuesday has run plenty of times. So there's a lot of proficiency on the team in general on the side of Zeus where that Lee Sin can go. So it's going to stay the same at least for Raheen here. It's going to be a lock-in, and no big surprise. Like I've been saying, the meta right now is to get that first pick on blue side, and then on red side, pick jungle and ADC. You want to lock in those really, really strong roles right now, and there's high prio on certain champions, so they're going to run with that. But it's going to be, once again, the Xin Zhao and the LeBlanc was able to be picked up here by Takeover. They prioritized it in the first pick phase.
I mean, it's pretty much the same team that TSM Academy had in the first game. Just substitute Lee Sin for Xin Zhao, and this is literally the same, starting 3. It's that trifecta that you pointed out a couple games ago, and I do think it's got a very similar functionality in this game. I do like the Tahm Kench instead of, whatever they were picking in the first game, whether it be like the Sejuani or something like that. Tahm Kench, I think, is a little bit more stable into that Viego matchup. He's not as easily diveable, not as easily punishable. So I do think that that's going to give him a little bit, more windows of opportunity to try and do something top lane.
You got the Alistar ban, no big surprise. Yurson's favorite champion by far. Probably be followed up by like Rel, Leona, there's going to be banned out. Braum is going to be banned away. So even though, the Braum didn't work too well there for TSM, they want to ensure that you don't get that Freljordian duo with Ashe and Braum on the bottom side. I'm assuming, since Varus is still available, that is going to also be the lock-in now for TSM for Cody Sun, since that is certainly a high priority and very, very helpful with the piercing arrow early on, as well as solid chains of corruption. I'm the kind of person that misses so many of those things that I can always admire when an ADC lands like every single one.
Yeah, it's
see
always
what it
fun to
is.
watch. The Rise picked up for Tuesday in the mid lane, and this makes sense because Zeus does like to flex that Tom Quench between top and support, just kind of depending on the matchup. There it is. The Varus and the Nautilus picked up same bot lane
Rel.
that they had in game 1, just different support. Playing Yurson instead of Sword on the Nautilus there. So, expect to see a very similar composition that TSM Academy had in game 1. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes in on this 5th pick for Zeus.
I was going to say, so Rel was, I said Rel, but I think the reason that it took them a while there was they were contemplating also. So Rhino, how do you feel about potentially taking the Tom Kench? Do we want to throw it potentially in the bottom lane? Do we want to focus on, a heavy hitter for the top side? Or are we going to run with this consistency? And it seems like Rhino wants to stick with the comfort picks as, like I was saying just a little bit ago, the Alistar being banned away. If we don't see Rhino on Alistar, then we generally see the Rel if it's possible and available, and especially if it fits this composition, or sorry, the Raheen, oh my goodness, I'm all over the place right now. But yeah, it's a good composition. I do like, though, that the Nautilus is locked in. I honestly think Nautilus should always have a very, very high priority. That's why the Braum was taken out there as well, which is a good response, because if you do get the hook in from Nautilus and there's no disengage available, being able to hop on as Braum and get the concussive blows down is very, very helpful. So that's a little bit of an indicator, but the Rel can still offer a lot here, especially with how well Raheen has been playing on this Ashe throughout the entirety of the game, including some amazing ultimates from this ADC as well, and it hasn't just been Cody Sun.
Yeah, Raheen has been playing very well, especially in that second game. It felt like he really came into his own, was feeling a lot more comfortable on Ashe. Pretty much unkillable, was landing a lot of arrows onto Cody Sun, making life just really tough for the side of TSM Academy with that Ashe. And he goes back to it in the third game. It's been his comfort this series. It was his comfort in the last series as well. And I think it's just a read from, Zeus Gaming, the players and the coach, saying that, we don't need Raheen to 1v9 every game. We need him to just be that rock, that stable, supportive member of the team. And he's there to really just set up his teammates for success. And I do think that Tuesdays had a great series. I think Griffin had a great last game. First game, he didn't really have too much impact, but he's on the Lee Sin. It's something he's played countless times throughout his career in professional and academy and in amateur. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how this map develops and how this game develops.
Yeah, we definitely, my one request really coming from, or for Zeus into game number 2 was, Griffin, we need you to show up early. And that's exactly what happened there. And so as long as that's carried over into this one, which we can assume it will be, thanks to Lee Sin being locked in, very, very heavy initiator here and taken away from TSM Academy, feels pretty good. So I can anticipate that Zeus, with this draft, the fact that they've got a couple globals and a semi-global as well, this is very much the style that they ran in the previous game, even though there are a couple changes here.
Yeah, it is a very similar composition. I do think that, Zeus, they've really picked different parts from the compositions that they've run earlier. They've kind of meshed them all together, and I'm not too sure how actually well it's all going to synergize together, because it feels like, the Tom Kench into Viego is a pretty stable matchup, especially compared to that Sejuani from game 1. The Lee Sin Rise is a good mid 2v2 in isolation, but I do think Xin Zhao LeBlanc is just a little bit more potent, especially early on. So Tuesday's going to have to watch out for that in the mid lane. In the bot lane, it's what you expect from Raheen and Rhino, right? It's not one of those wonky supports. It's not the Bard that he played so well last game, but it is something that he's comfortable on. And Raheen himself on the Ashe played very well last game, so it's going to be fun to watch how this bottom lane develops. Both junglers, we've seen it all series, they're pathing away from each other. Griffin deciding to, really focus down towards the bottom lane. Ignite burn from Rhino and heal. What's going on bot?
That is a lot of damage, and oh no, this is so reminiscent of game number 1 where you had to get the flash away. This time it is actually your son. It's not even Sword, and Cody Sun will fall as well. Raheen barely staying alive in that. The summoners were burned, but a double kill down to the bottom side.
That is just so unbelievably good for the boys over on Zeus Gaming. Oh my gosh, they get the 2v2 kill. We've got a replay of it coming in here. And let's just see what happened. Yurson looks like he gets caught out probably by the Rel in the bush, and there's no heal from Cody Sun. There's no ability to actually, salvage this 2v2. The cleanse is completely useless because there's nothing to cleanse, and sure, Raheen, his volley gets blocked by the minion, but it didn't matter. The damage was there anyway, and just so perfect from the bottom lane of Zeus Gaming, able to secure themselves 2 kills. And look at Rhino. He's walking towards the top lane. What is he up to?
And the other struggle too, we got pings coming out on that, but the other struggle too is Cody Sun having to take the cleanse, thanks to Raheem's amazing arrows, thanks to the good amount of CC, crowd control in general, that is on the side of Zeus. So a heal really would have come in handy there, and that's the only reason that Raheem was able to stay alive. And they are going to cheese this one a little bit. Rhino and Griffin sitting in that bush. They were not quite close enough, and TSM Academy didn't quite initiate as far as they would have liked, but still a nice setup for a tricky play.
Yeah, that would have been really good if TSM Academy was a little bit quicker on the trigger, and then Rhino was there to just counter it. Obviously, he gets spotted, the play is dissuaded, but you have to think the thought process is there. And also another thing to take into account is what is Raheem losing on the bottom side? He's able to actually stay under the turret and farm pretty much every minion. There's no way to dive him without the Ignite from Nautilus being up, without the Flash being up, without Xin Zhao being there, and so that's just a free cover from Rhino towards the top lane. No punishment onto Raheem in the bottom lane, and things are just looking so good for Zeus right now.
For sure. Rhino as well here. Looks like trying to get into a position for Zeus. No, they're actually not going to counter the scuttle. There are pings coming onto it just in recognition, hey, Rhino's over here potentially with Griffin, but it will be another blue scuttle. So TSM Academy picking up both of those, trying to get a little bit of objective pressure. Hopefully that will take off the pressure of the kills from Zeus right now.
Yeah, I think, there is a little bit of a farm lead developing, and one thing to note is that Hyper does have pretty much every single camp to go back and clear. He's clearing his Krugs right now, his Raptors just respawn. His entire topside jungle will be up by the time that he gets there, so he's really got just everything is in his wheelhouse, whereas Griffin has nothing to farm. His Krugs just now spawned, so once all's said and done, Hyper's going to be up, maybe 3 camps in total on Griffin, which is pretty big in the Xin Zhao Lee Sin matchup.
That is huge, actually, and the last thing that Zeus wants is kind of a game reminiscent of game number 1, where you had so much aggression from Hyper, so many successful ganks, and so many amazing invades as well. And that was when you had Sword on the team, so you can imagine that Yurson understands the pathing much more clearly, as well as vision control there. So there's still a lot of opportunity for TSM Academy. They're okay with losing those 2 deaths down bot. It doesn't feel great. But, the longer this game goes on, the better both of these teams are looking. You do have a bit of fall off with the LeBlanc takeover there. Cody Sun eventually. But I'm really looking forward to the mid to late game for these, because you can tell that there's a lot of trepidation moving forward with both of these teams, because they recognize that once they hit their power spikes, they can really do some damage.
Yeah, both teams just really looking for those 1 or 2 item power spikes to come online, for these dragon fights, for potentially herald fights, and it's going to be so much fun to watch. But a play in the mid lane.
So much ground control. It's going to be a flash takeover, but it doesn't matter. You can't flash out of 3 members here. Hyper is going to get jumped on. Another little stall there. Rhino is taking aggro here, even though Griffin gets caught, but was able to lose aggro just in time. That was absolutely beautifully done. Yurson tried as hard as he could, but my goodness, the timing on that was spectacular.
That's just so tilting for TSM Academy. It feels like they should have been able to trade at least 1, but like you said, Rhino, by just mere units, honestly, one Teemo outside of the one Teemo outside of the turret range before that hook connects from Yurson. Yurson, no flash up at that moment to really try and get that hook in there sooner, and this is what we wanted to see. Rhino is a support that really thrives when he's able to impact the map, when he's able to make plays with his jungler Griffin, with his mid laner Tuesday, and we're finally seeing that come to fruition. He's been unlocked from the bottom lane after that early 2v2, and Raheem's felt so comfortable that he hasn't really been under any pressure, and I think that this is going to mean Dragon for the side of Griffin. And Zeus Gaming. Rhino could look towards the mid lane again. Takeover has no flash, so things are just looking so good for Zeus.
And a lot better too than game number 1 with Tuesday here. Tuesday really had a hard time in that first one going up against Takeover, who was on the LeBlanc as well. So, showed up really, really heavily on the Azir, obviously, in the previous game here, but having a much more successful run thanks to a little bit more focus from the team on that mid. I think that's a lot of what we were lacking was Griffin initiation and Griffin interruption, and we're getting it for sure in this game. Plus, Alloram has the opportunity to just stay safer. It's not the Sejuani like
Yeah.
that game number 1. You've got the ability to take things with thick skin and kind of the ability to also apply crowd control if somebody decides to do that double initiation, like Hyper might be looking for here.
Oh, he's
and
out.
it will actually be the Abyssal Dive. Not sure. That was a solid move to make because your son was on the way. So good vision there by Alloram. It's going to be a lot of pressure from TSM Academy in the mid lane, meaning Zeus might be able to focus something on the bot side.
Cody Sun just cannot play the game right now. His support is off in the top lane, really accomplishing nothing. And look at Cody Sun, he's catching that mid wave, but that means that Takeover's not farming. There's just wave after wave being lost in the bottom lane. Look at the CS discrepancy. 22 for Tuesday, and sure, Alloram is dropping waves. He's not really able to catch every single minion, but the important thing is he's getting XP, and it's a Tom Kench. He doesn't need to be as farmed as LeBlanc does. Cody Sun caught out here.
That is going to do it. A nice little Sonic Wave there from Griffin. Gets very, very low, so needs to walk away from your son here. Did just steal the red buff as well from TSM Academy's jungle, and look at all the aggressive vision that Zeus has placed down toward the bottom side. So they really are relying on Alloram to just retain himself up there. It's going to be a hook onto Rhino, followed by the little depth charge there, but not quite enough damage as Rhino, is playing Rel. What can you expect?
Yeah. I feel like the way that TSM Academy gets back into this game, oh my gosh, they're going for another dive top lane. It feels like this is just... Okay, wait, maybe with Alloram going aggressive, they're actually going to find something here.
That's going to be the Devour, though, under tower. Alloram has to flash away from that one. That means that Yurson's hook is not going to hit. Alloram is able to get a little bit more health there thanks to that thick skin. And yeah, it's a lot of time spent here on the top side. They are going to pull out the Rift Herald, though, so that should be first tower here. Oh, maybe not, actually. We'll take a look and see how much damage Shelly can do here. Yeah, that will not be the first tower, so that was time wasted, and yes, Rift Herald went down, but one single charge, no first tower, means that Zeus is feeling real good about that.
Yeah, Hyper was ahead about 10 CS in this jungle matchup. Now he's down about 15 CS once that's taken. Multiple waves in the bottom lane being lost. Look at that. Takeover has 40 less farm than Tuesday. There's even a CS discrepancy opening up in the bottom lane. One wave advantage for the Ashe over Varus, and it really feels like TSM Academy playing on the back foot. Couple fights in the early game have not gone their way, and they've really lost sight of how to play the game.
Tuesday is going to use the ultimate to get out of that one, though. I mean, the second it was run, you could see Yursan and Takeover were like, yeah, all right, go for it. We don't really need to take the kill right now. We kind of missed the opportunity there. We dealt the damage necessary. There's no flash on Tuesday, no teleport, and now no ultimate.
Yeah. And for TSM Academy, looking at their way back into this game, it feels like they need to skirmish because their composition does not scale nearly as well as Zeus's composition does. So you have the lethality Varus, who will fall off in the later stages. He spikes at around 2 or 3 items, but once you reach the ultra late stages of the game, 5, 6 completed items, Varus is not really going to be offering as much as, the carries like Ryze and Ashe will. Xin Zhao, obviously, he's a teamfight disruptor, but he's not known for his damage. He's not really known for much else besides just being a nuisance and just being a tanky presence using his ultimate and Gore Drinker combined. And, just across the board, it feels like Zeus wants this game to go later. So TSM Academy, looking at this next Dragon, looking at potentially next Herald, they need to get something done because the game doesn't get better as it goes on.
No, it does not. And they're also, already facing down no kills. Luckily, those deaths are kind of distributed across the team. That's going to be an Enchanted Crystal Arrow that doesn't quite hit right there. But, it's not looking good in any aspect, not even just considering the late game opportunity that the composition on the side of Zeus has. Because they've got the early game too. So that means that their late game spike will be so much earlier. In TSM Academy, yes, they've got a tower. The gold differential isn't massive, but actually, it's still, for only 12 minutes into the game, it is climbing, and it will continue to do so unless TSM Academy starts investing time where they can actually find successful fights.
Yeah, they really do need to start looking towards these upcoming objectives. We see them setting up a little bit for this Dragon. Haunter is top lane. There are a couple TP wards that are now getting cleared out, but I really do think you just have to kind of flip it at Dragon. You hate to just leave a game up to chance like that, but it doesn't get any better. You need to fight now, otherwise you're just going to get choked out of the game.
Yep. This is and this is the last opportunity kind of here. This is match point for Zeus going in. I mean, it's match point for either team here, but when it starts off so heavily in favor of a more late game team, it starts to really bite down on your mental. So TSM Academy needs to just kind of recoup, rehash, recover, recuperate, maybe reimagine their aggression on this, or where they're supposed to be going, because that's going to be a second dragon now over to Zeus. And all they've gotten so far is the Rift Heralds that didn't even take a full tower.
One thing that I want to point out, looks like Takeover potentially caught out. He has the flash, though. Yep, has to burn that. But the first item, Anathema's Chains on Tahm Kench. We see this a lot with some of these top laners, Mundo, Kench, these tanks that really want to, play in the side lane. But one of the effects of the item that's often, really not spoken about a ton is the reduced tenacity on it. You're able to give your opponent 20% less tenacity. And with these carries that don't really build, a ton of tenacity, sometimes you see Mercury treads, but, for example, Varus is probably going to have little to no tenacity in his build. If you put Anathemas on him, and he gets 20% less tenacity, well, that means all of a sudden the Rel stun lasts for that much longer. An Ash Arrow lasts for that much longer. A Rise Snare, a Tahm Kench stun. All of these CCs from even your teammates last so much longer, and the fight just becomes that much harder because you can chain crowd control together. You can make sure that these carries really can't play these team fights very well at all, and it's going to be interesting to track who that Anathemas is on, really make sure that we're seeing, what kind of value it gives, because I do think it's very good.
And it's a massive range, too, I believe, for that tenacity reduction. It's huge. I don't know the exact number, but it is huge. So to be able to do that from, a distance as the team starts to go, maybe allow that crowd control to go through. As the fight starts out, oh my gosh, Rhino just not able to stay alive on that one. Griffin now on the run, another teleport coming through. It's going to be a route onto Alloram, able to take a lot of damage, though. Still has thick skin available. It has to flash away. The tongue lash does a little bit of damage. The TSM Academy find themselves a kill.
Yeah, they had all the members there first. They burned the TP on Takeover. Haunter was there just quicker than Alloram was, and that's a kill for TSM Academy, and they're going to be able to take this Rift Herald as well, and this might be able to get them that mid-turret. Helps get them back in the game a little bit. It also gives them some more options for this next Dragon, because even if you want to give the Dragon, you at least have the Rift Herald to pressure mid lane, to pressure bot lane. You can do something to trade on the map, and it really felt like Zeus Gaming just a little bit of an overstep, too much confidence there, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter all too much. A little bit of gold in the pockets of TSM Academy, but Zeus Gaming still in the driver's seat.
Not too aggressive in terms of the lead for Zeus in that gold from tower places. We can see down there 480 combined from bottom side, 320. So not massive. I mean, yes, that is gold right where you want it onto the Ash, who's able to continue to aggress from afar, but it feels like Haunter's trying to open up the backpack and really just is not able to yet. But again, Viego, the longer the game goes on, the scarier Viego gets, the more survivability Viego gets, and I think that's kind of what TSM Academy are hoping that they can make work later into the game. They just got their first kill of the game here, though. It's just under 3K at 16 minutes in. Nothing like game number 1 where we saw 5K at 16 minutes. But
this is awkward.
It's not going great. Tuesday is going to try to get an initiation there. The W hits. That's a what's that called? Buffer. A nice little buffer right there from Takeover.
Yeah, here come the reinforcements, though. Hyper going in. Might have Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday is going to get pinched out here. In goes Yurson, and that will be the target, Cody Sun as well, and he's going to pick up
Haunter's
that kill.
here.
A beautiful pinch. Haunter coming through, and that's what I'm talking about. Griffin goes down, a double kill over to Cody Sun as the Chains of Corruption go down, and Haunter is going to find one for himself there, turn into a bit of a horse. And
that's their way back into the game. They need to fight. They need to just put the pedal to the metal because the scaling does not get better for them. They really do need to force the issue now, but honestly, I mean, it's so good for TSM Academy that they're finding these windows back in the game, but you have to question, what is Zeus really doing? They don't have too much vision for Tuesday up in the top lane, so he's not able to get out of there. Caught out by Hyper with the, extended dash range on that Xin Zhao. One of the recent patches, like a month or two ago, really made Xin Zhao more popular, and this next Dragon is going to be big. 2 Dragons already for Zeus Gaming. They have a 1K gold lead, but I mean, the game is actually in a pretty even state. And whoever gets this next Dragon, is going to look good.
Oh, it crashed. Darn it. I actually, because I was like, hold on, because if it was a 2,000 gold in favor there of Zeus, and instantly swapping back over to, a 1K difference now for Academy. And so we were looking at at 4K before. So this is, kind of the expectation that we get from Zeus of finding as much possible success in these good fights as they really can. That is going to be the charge. Wait, charge coming through? It looks like it barely did anything right there.
Yeah, I don't know what actually happened there. May have died. I wasn't paying too much attention to that, but looks like there will be a fight in the mid lane. Zeus Gaming versus TSM Academy standing off here. Oh, it's so tense.
Cody Sun did just throw out the Chains of Corruption to try to, or did stall Griffin under the tower, but unfortunately there was no aggro on that player, so he was able to just walk away from that one. TSM Academy trying to set up now around this dragon as it has spawned. They don't want Zeus to get at or onto point. Now that they've had a successful fight, I think they're a little more confident going in.
This is smart from Zeus, though. I think they realize that at this point in the game, they're not really the stronger team. They want to try and just get as much gold as you can onto Tuesday in the side lane. He's already up nearly 50 CS. He's got a kill lead as well. Got a level lead, and he's going to get this turret that's just more and more gold into your late game insurance, this Rise. Tuesday's had a great series, so I do think giving over that dragon is a good call. You don't have the vision control. Why risk it if you don't have to?
Absolutely, and that means that TSM Academy is finding a bit of success, and as I say that, we see a fight break out here. Rhino going to try to back away from this one. There is a member right here. You've got on the backside is Tuesday, who's actually recalling, so not going to participate in this fight. Rhino, the target, Cody Sun, finds the one. That's going to be another root, though. Onto Alloram, who cannot take that much with thick skin. This is 4 members versus 1. You might be a tanky boy, but not tanky enough for that. TSM Academy slowly but surely closes this gold lead.
I don't really understand what Zeus is doing there because there's no teleport on Haunter. They should know that from him teleporting in just a couple minutes ago. Tuesday potentially caught out, has to flash away, and Zeus Gaming, it really feels like they're just falling apart in the mid game. This is almost a parody of what happened in game 1, just the opposite sides. Zeus
Right.
Gaming with a really big lead in this game, and now TSM Academy's coming back, and we've got a replay to help kind of dive into what happened here. And I mean, it just feels like, why is Zeus Gaming fighting if they've already given up the dragon? Because there's nothing to fight for. There's no vision or anything.
And Tuesday back there as well, is certainly a big part of it. Tuesday stops the recall, and you can see now navigating up and around. And at that point, I mean, Griffin, you can see, is just farming because they're like, all right, Alloram, you're going down. You're going to die. We didn't get anything from that. The positioning wasn't great, and that means the positioning for TSM Academy is exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, the only real silver lining for everything that's happened in the past few minutes for Zeus is that they had such a big lead that the gold is still relatively even. They still have a 1 Drake advantage, so even though they haven't had the greatest last 5, 6, 7 minutes, they're still, the game is relatively even, and things are still looking okay for them. It's just tough because you've really just fed into the win conditions, the power spikes of TSM Academy.
Yep.
The VA goes online. Cody Sun on this Varus is soon to hit 3 items in a completed Mora mana. I mean, things are looking good for TSM Academy, whereas on the side of Zeus, you look over there, sure, there's 2 items on Rise, but the Lee Sin is falling off. The Tahm Kench is really not offering much besides just a big body in the front, and you have to wonder, at what point does Zeus Gaming really get their foothold back in the game?
Yeah, it is interesting that you bring up kind of a comparison to the first game because I'd mentioned, it was like fumbles. That's really what it felt like. And then the last game, it really didn't. It felt like Zeus found their footing. They understood what they needed to do. They kind of figured it out, but it's like that rehash that I told TSM Academy to run, do a little bit of a rehash, a little bit of a regroup maybe. And it's worked out really well for them because they have adapted very quickly this game. They were not able to adapt to Zeus' style in the middle of last game because it just got too far too quickly. But this game, TSM Academy is really showing that they have a lot of adaptability as a team, whether or not their composition is supposed to be early game or late game. They can find chinks in the armor. They can find a way to get through. And Zeus needs to try to find that recovery quickly. Otherwise, TSM Academy now is looking at a gold in their favor, an extra tower there. And some priority on these objectives.
Yeah, and this gold graph that we're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen is really just kind of showing how even this game is. The big differences, for me at least, is between the two mid laners, Tuesday with the 2,000 gold advantage over Takeover, whereas, I mean, look at that top lane difference. Over 2,200 gold lead for Haunter over Alloram. That's essentially one completed item, which, when you look at their inventory, I mean, there it is. I mean, just the Blade of the Rune King compared to the Bramble Vest, so... You know, it's going to be important to track who's going to take over these fights. It's basically a battle of Tuesday versus Haunter. You know, throw Cody Sun into the mix as well. Him and Raheen are doing well. But for this next Dragon, keep your eye on these big Fed carries.
Oh, yeah, especially because we now also have the finished Muramana, as well as the Grudge there from Varus. So Cody Sun has really, really been popping off this game, and I think that's going to be the scariest thing for Zeus right now is it's not even, or sorry, for Zeus, it hasn't even been Cody Sun just sitting back on the engages. Cody Sun has actually had some of these good initiations, finding a solid chains of corruption and allowing the team to move in on it. So the cohesion that we're kind of lacking from TSM Academy in this game has sort of been adopted by Zeus. That's what it feels like. Yurson is going to go in. What a big ultimate to follow it up. Hyper is forcing the flash out of a Rhino. Griffin is going to hop over to him. Yurson trying to come around the other side to get a little bit of a pinch off. It will split up the members of Zeus, but it's another fight where TSM Academy find themselves a kill.
That should secure the second Dragon for TSM Academy. They can also look towards this middle tier 2 tower if that's something they choose to do, but I think they're just going to play it safe. Go for the Dragon, reset, spend your gold, and I mean, because of the advantage that TSM Academy has gotten, throw everything out the window that I said about them not scaling very well, because they're hitting their power spikes right now. And for the next 10 or 15 minutes, they're going to be the most powerful team on the map because LeBlanc has gotten back into the game. Varus is now the strongest member on the map for my money, and Takeover, he's able to just weave in and out. There's nothing to lock him down whatsoever, and TSM Academy looking so good going to the middle stages of this game.
Yeah, and that's actually something I touched on, I think, at the very beginning of saying both of these teams have really, really good late game abilities, and so they're both going to want to try to push towards that later game stage. But I was basically, you know, just touching on the fact that both of them have a good late game. It's really getting to the item power spikes, and it's whoever is able to get there first. That wasn't actually the case because Zeus absolutely got there first.
Oh, there's the
Academy
arrow.
Still found something. The arrow comes through, but hey, that cleanse was picked up by Cody Sun. Certainly would have been a death as 4 members of Zeus were looking to take him down.
Yeah, and the most important thing to track in the mid-late stages of this game is cleanse cooldowns, flash cooldowns, because anytime those are down and Raheen has arrow or Rhino can find a hex flash angle or just something like that, Zeus can look for a window of opportunity. And on the other side, there is no cleanse for Raheen. He just opted for the heal, gave them the advantage in that 2v2 bot for sure, but now towards the later stages of the game, what are you going to do when you're standing mid? You have to look at Raheen. He's under his tier 2 mid tower. He cannot contest the wave. Chains of Corruption will just come out and kill him, burn his flash. So it really just feels like, you know, Zeus Gaming not looking too strong as this game continues to push towards the later stages.
And now that I think about it too, just the fact that Cody Sun picks up the cleanse there instead of opting for a heal. I mean, I said at the very beginning, Raheen stayed alive and they were able to get the 2 kills, the 2 early kills to 0 in the bottom side. But at that point, you know, you've got Cody Sun saying, that's all right, I don't need the cleanse right now. The whole point of this is when we get into the later game, that heal is not going to do very much at all for Zeus. So they really were kind of looking forward to the late game a lot earlier than anticipated based on, you know, that pickup. I know we usually see that on the Varus, especially going into someone like an Ashe, but you also see it really often on Ashe going into Varus, thanks to those ultimates that, you know, can really go either way.
Ooh, the flank from Hyper.
Trying to look for something. Haunter trying to pick out Tuesday, but Hyper's going to take a lot of damage here. Chains of Corruption comes out. It does land, but the piercing arrow will not hit onto Raheen because of a nicely timed stopwatch there.
It's so weird because there's no objective on the map. Both teams are just kind of fighting for the sake of fighting, and I feel like this just objectively favors TSM Academy, but let's see.
Yeah, it looked like Haunter might have gotten caught out there. Luckily, was able to hop over the wall, so the ultimate has been burned there. Got to consider that as well. No more Heartbreaker, even though he still is one.
Yeah. I mean, like, This game is just so weird because it feels like Zeus in the driver's seat for so long. They had a win condition with that Drake stacking, and they just slipped up one fight. And ever since then, ever since that kind of, that play where they get caught in the topside river and they give up a couple shutdowns, they really just lose control of the map. Things are not looking good for them. TSM Academy, they found their foothold in this game 3, and it's a very important time. It's clear that they're taking this game seriously because they subbed Yursan in, Sword is out, Takeover is in. That's what they thought their best roster would be for a game 3 victory, and so far it's panning out. I mean, TSM Academy is playing better than we've seen them play since game 1.
Absolutely. It's like they've recovered, the positive energy that we saw them run in game 1, and they were okay with not having an incredibly successful early game because of this late game opportunity that they recognized. And I kind of touched on it too with Hanser. I was like, he's behind, but once the game gets to a certain point, it's nigh impossible to shut down Viego. He's got so much survivability. He's got so much dang damage, has the Divine Sunder as well as the Bork right now, and he's picked up a Phage too. So it's starting to, look less and less hopeful for Zeus, but we know this team. We know what crazy plays that they're capable of pulling off. It just feels like their communication might need to be stepped up a little bit. That cohesion feels a little bit lackluster.
Jolly, I would like to point everybody's attention towards Yursan's inventory. Although the Baron is being melted down, we honestly might have to focus on this.
That is great.
Wait, it's just gone.
There. And it is very quickly melted. Yursan walks up just to tell the team it's
Realm
gone.
warp out.
We don't have an opportunity. Rhino is on the backside, though, and 4 members will take down a single member of Zeus. That is 1 Baron buff removed.
Yeah, it looks like actually the Realm Warp is on cooldown. They must have Realm Warped into the pit, tried to dodge some of the vision, and they ended up sneaking away the Baron. You have Ash, you have Ryze, 2 very high DPS characters, but the downside is you're giving up Ocean Soul Point. TSM Academy will secure their 3rd dragon of the game. That's 3 Ocean Dragons. If you get a 4th, oh my gosh, the regeneration on this team is just going to be so gross to watch. And sure, you get the Baron buff, but in game 1, Zeus had the Baron buff, and they didn't do anything with it. They literally just died with Ryze, and they ended up giving away the Baron buff. They didn't get anything. So we need to see them actually utilize this because you're giving up Soul Point. You need to make sure that you're getting some form of advantage on.
And after that play, too, where Zeus was able to pick up the Baron in that game number 1, TSM Academy found themselves a fantastic fight in the mid, or near the Dragon Pit, and then ran away with it. And it looks like we are going to get a fight in the mid here as Hyper goes towards the backside. Takeover, try to deal damage. Griffin is going to have to use the stopwatch. The Zonia is there, gets found out here, and is going to get Dragon Kick onto Takeover. Has to back out from this one, but this is the entirety of Zeus split up. TSM Academy does not want to commit to the fight, though.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus able to get out with their lives, but this just stalls the Baron buff for that much longer. The flash is down on Raheen now, the flash is down on Griffin now, and I mean, sure, you could argue that the flashes burden on TSM are of equivalent value. Sure, the Varus flash is down, the Xin Zhao flash is down, the Nautilus flash is down, but I do think that, with Ashe having no summoners, no shield bow, Takeover on this LeBlanc can really look to punish that. Tuesday able to set up in the bot lane, though. Looks like he's going to get this turret. They might look for a play onto Hanser afterwards with Rhino, but they just secure the turret. That's more gold, and you look at how fed this Ryze is. He really just has to be the carry in this game.
Certainly does, and Griffin, you can see, has kind of been not quite babysitting, but watching from a distance. What's it called when you're driving behind someone? It's like staking them out, but they're going to find another initiation here. Hyper finds one. Griffin is going to get devoured here, but that's a lot of damage on
the stopwatch.
In goes Rhino, and the Magnet Storm comes out as well. Raheem
Look at
taking
Tuesday.
a lot of damage here. Takeover manages to nail that one. It's so much damage from Cody Sun in response.
Tuesday.
The same thing happens, and oh my goodness, a nice little depth charge right there. Yursan might not be able to get out of this one. Tuesday is at half health, but it's now a 3v2 takeover. Gonna pop off a lot of damage here, and it is going to be a realm warp for them to stay alive.
Oh my god, the Academy Slayer himself, Tuesday, so close to killing everybody in that fight. We've got a replay coming in. Look at how close he was to actually taking over this fight. And the start of this fight here onto Hyper looked so good for the side of Zeus, but the stopwatch from Hyper as soon as his ultimate times out was perfectly timed. Dodges the arrow. Look at the cleanse on Cody Sun. I missed that in the back end. 0 downtime while he's being stunned, but here is where Tuesday takes over the fight, and he almost kills everybody. Chunks down Cody Sun, almost gets him, and look at the spread of his spell flux. He almost gets it onto the minions, which would have gone to takeover, which would have killed everybody, but doesn't quite spread enough, and if that spread, oh man, he would have basically gotten a pentakill there. But he realm warps out, and at the end of the day, that's pretty much just an even trade for both sides. Summoners burned, map control gained a little bit, but eyes are on the next dragon. You know, we have to decide whether or not Zeus Gaming is going to give it up. I don't think they should. I do think that, you know, sure, they could trade Baron for it. The time of the two objectives is pretty much equivalent. There's about a 15-second difference between the two, but you don't want to get Baron to give up Ocean Soul. That's not a smart play. So then you look towards the side of TSM Academy. Are they willing to give up a potential Ocean Soul for securing Baron for themselves? I think that's actually not a bad idea. They could go into a 1-3-1 with that. LeBlanc in the side lane, able to really punish the Rise, the Ashe. So it's going to be interesting to see where these teams put their vision, where they put their priority, because I think it says a lot about what's going to happen in the next couple of minutes.
For sure. And they have, TSM Academy has honestly put a lot more focus towards this top side in general. Like we saw it last game. It didn't end up going in their favor, but they certainly prioritized the Herald Pit and the Baron Pit over the Dragon Pit in a lot of these instances. Granted, that it was also in favor, the Dragons were in favor of Zeus at the time, so a little bit of reconciliation. But now they have the opportunity to make that decision, like you said, Dylan, and just decide, all right, we are willing to give this one up. There's a ton of vision that TSMA has put around that Baron Pit, so the assumption can be that Zeus is looking to stop the Soul, and TSM Academy has every expectation that that's the case so that they can get the Baron instead.
Yeah, both teams really just stacking up towards the bottom side of the map. It seems like they're just going to ignore Baron, which I think makes sense. TSM Academy wants Ocean Soul. Zeus wants to deny Ocean Soul. So it's going to be a team fight here. Keep an eye on Rhino. He has Hex Flash. If he can find an angle, he could disrupt the fight.
He's on the other side.
Oh, this
Alloram
is so
taking almost
creative.
no damage from the piercing arrow. And the hail of arrows as well. Rhino, though, might have gotten caught out there.
So
Haunter
tense.
sitting in the bush. Really, Zeus is just waiting for the opportunity for them to move in, needing to find eyes on Takeover, who is doing the same kind of thing. So that means that Haunter and Rhino have kind of distracted themselves over here. It's going to be Rhino who jumps over the wall on the front side.
Watch Takeover.
Who gets the engage here. Takeover running away from that. Rhino will be the first one to fall thanks to that piercing arrow. Takeover now engaging on the fight, dropping the Zonia. So much damage there coming out. Raheen will be the next to fall. Well-timed stopwatches, but Tuesday will go down immediately after. And that is two members now of Zeus running for their lives in Griffin and Alloram.
These fights are so tense, Jolly. Oh my gosh. Both teams fighting tooth and nail to try and keep themselves in the upper bracket here, not drop down to that lower bracket. And it feels like TSM is going to be able to secure the Baron here. Sure, Griffin is alive, but it would have to be a miracle steal. And Rhino being caught out here, not able to actually find the flank engage. And it looks like he wasn't able to get his ultimate off or his flash or anything really. Just gets caught out, stunned up, and bursted down. There it is. And if he was able to really impact the fight a little bit more, this fight was close. If he was able to keep a couple members crowd controlled, that could have been the difference between winning and losing the fight. But Tuesday gets caught out. There's so much backline access. You've got the Varus, you've got the Nautilus, and got a fight near the Baron.
Yes, we do. Cody Sun and Hyper decided they got to help out your son here. A lot of damage dealt over to Griffin, though. Takeover is not going to hit that chain. Griffin will still be the target here, though. And on the other side, Rhino is found out by Haunter. Rhino has to flash away from this one. Hyper and Haunter trying to take the front line here. Recognition that your son and Takeover can absolutely take out Griffin right there. Now they're finding a great Magnet Storm on top of Rhino. Will get a good one, but Tuesday will go down. A triple kill from Takeover. Alloram is going to use the Abyssal Dive to get out, but that's 4 members of Zeus down and Baron up.
Yeah, there's just no way you're punching through that Ocean Soul. No heal cut upgraded on the entire team. It's just that 40% coming from the Executioners and the Bramble Vest, and this is probably it. I have a hard time imagining that Alloram can defend against this.
You really can't. You've got, I mean, at the least, Raheen and Rhino coming up here. but it's still 10 seconds for Rhino, 13 for Raheen. That's going to be the second tower down. 3 members of TSM Academy recognize they can end the game. They don't need the Baron. And beyond all of our expectations, Zeus Gaming goes down. TSM Academy continues through the winners bracket.
Yeah, TSM Academy, a huge showing here. They were able to pick up 1 win with Sword in that first game, and they bought themselves a little bit of a cushion to give Yurson time to sub himself in for the third game. And we saw it play out, or pan out. I mean, wow, he played that third game on that Nautilus really well. Felt like he outplayed Rhino a little bit in some of those team fights. The Zanya's pickup was actually pretty crucial in some of those fights, but it was just the battle of the carries there. Felt like it was Tuesday battling against Cody Sun, Hyper, throwing himself in there, Haunter as well, and Tuesday wasn't able to get it done. The Academy Slayer goes down for the first time, I believe, against an Academy team since his start in Amateur earlier this year.
And I do have to point out, I suggested banning Viego.
Yeah.
I gotta say it. They like, Zeus allowed that through. They decided to stick with the same first 3 bans, and we talked about, even though Viego wasn't necessarily ahead, eventually it got to the point where Griffin was just, destroying the enemy's jungle. It was very, very difficult for Hyper it was the other way around. It was very difficult for Griffin to find anything there. So even though Griffin was really behind, it didn't matter. The cohesion for TSM Academy came out. Zeus really lost their footing there. TSM Academy, like I said, recognizing chinks in the armor where they might find advantages and very, very quickly adjusting themselves and incorporating a different style of play, which we love to see from this team. And, I said that I was all excited because, Maryville losing was my prediction, but I had locked in Zeus. I think there were only, same kind of thing with Maryville losing. Yeah. There were only two casters that actually anticipated Zeus going down here to TSM Academy. And so, good job to them for calling this one out, because we've had a couple of seemingly upset games really based on most people's predictions here.
Yeah, there have been some really exciting matches. I think this game, especially if Sword stayed in for the whole series, was definitely a little bit Zeus favored, at least in my mind. But as soon as their roster actually comes in, Yurson and support takeover in the mid lane, it feels like TSM Academy just leveled up. And they lost the early stages of the game, but they just came back so well. I mean, I feel like they really banded together as a team. And they showed up when it mattered. They keep themselves alive in the upper bracket. And, Zeus Gaming, sure, they've qualified for Proving Grounds, but they're dropped to the lower bracket. They're going to have to face some tough competition down there. That lower bracket is not easy at all.
No, none of this tournament has been easy, but Zeus hopefully will be moving forward with a lot of confidence. I mean, we heard just how much we're getting from some of these players, but hey, you know what? Alloram mentioned that they are going to win this one. They're feeling really confident, and they absolutely took it. So TSM Academy making their way up, and Zeus going to have to fight through the lower bracket. But that's not the end of the day. That's just our first best of 3. So we will be going into another one here. We're going to take a very quick break. So go grab your snacks, pop your popcorn, get your water, stay hydrated, and we will have an interview when we come back.
And welcome back yet again, everybody, to the UGP interview. I do have my main man, Cody Sun from TSM Academy here back at
Yo.
me. Yo, Cody, welcome, broski. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, of course. I mean, so let's just dive right into it by getting across the board. So talk to me a bit more about how you feel that you played during the 3-game series, because it really was a big up and down. And I was kind of describing as, being on a swing set through all 3 of these games, wondering which way would it go, like back and forth. And for y'all, eventually y'all did make it to the end with a nice little forward swing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we ended the day with a 2-1. We were a bit shaky in some of these games, but I'm glad we pulled through. And for myself, I think I played pretty well game 1, and then game 2, it was pretty tragic. I think I definitely could have played a lot safer in that game. And then, the last game, level 1, was just pretty unlucky. But I think the rest of the game, I played pretty well as well.
You know what? We ain't got to go too much into it. It was interesting to say the least. But end of the day, what matters is that y'all won, right? So, hey, don't worry about it. Big question for you though, because you've been talking about playing a lot safer, right? And I've been seeing a lot more of the gameplay too, considering they've been putting you a lot more on the Varus definitely too. Would you say that as you are right now, like Varus definitely is like top 3 pick in terms of the ADC meta, or can you see it shifting going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a pretty good read on the bot lane meta, and so I do think Varus is very, very strong right now. And I'm pretty well practiced on Varus, so really confident whenever I get the champ to just do a lot of damage, play really well in laning phase, and I mean, I really like the champ right now, so it feels good to play.
I mean, I understand, but because those piercing arrows absolutely tear apart Zeus Gaming, considering half the time they were engaged on y'all a little bit lower, and all it took was just one swing, and immediately they're off the map. But like going forward into this game, though, like what more can we expect out of TSM Academy? Right? Considering y'all were undefeated before, sure it was a bit of back and forth this time, but y'all have been on an absolute tear towards UGP. So can we expect more out of y'all going into Proving Grounds as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's like a similar run from Spring Split, I guess. We just kind of trolled the regular season, and I do think we get our shit together and we just try to finish really hot. So I think for this time around, it's no different. We're definitely playing to win the whole UGP this time. Where last time I think we lost to I forgot who we lost to actually.
I want to say it was No Org, because I believe they did go on to win the entire tournament. But I
it might have been No Org. But we're definitely playing to win this tournament this time around, and going to Proving Grounds just really hot, and just try to win Proving Grounds as well,
I mean, it makes perfect sense here. Now, my dog outside is also asking here, fam. Yo, I have been tweeting. You seen tweeting about them K-dramas, and I absolutely love them. I've been getting into them recently, so I started tweeting about Sisyphus. But what is some other essential watching for anybody out there trying to get into them?
I think the biggest one is definitely going to be Vincenzo. It's basically about this, really nice looking Korean idol dude that's like a mafia boss that is in Italy mafia, and then he basically goes to Korea like all K-dramas, and then has to finish some business there, and it's pretty funny, it's pretty exciting. So I definitely recommend watching the first K-drama that I tweeted about, which is Sisyphus, and then Vincenzo right after.
All right, well, I'm actually excited to see it. So thank you very much, Cody, for joining me today. So y'all make sure to keep watching UGP, keep watching TSM Academy's run through this, and also watch Vincenzo. So add to your must-watch list for all that and more. But thank you again, Cody Sun, man. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for the interview.
Appreciate it. And welcome back to Desk yet again, everybody, man. Ravishore here again, Buppy Temple over MMA Man Value. Let's talk a little bit about how that game went down here. Because, like, from full K gold leads to early game swings here, across the board, this game definitely didn't have it all. So, break that down for us.
I mean, the game really seemed like it was in Zoo's control for the majority of the early parts. So you saw pretty much everything start to collapse in the first couple of minutes. You try to cheese in the bot lane, it looks like, for your son and Cody Sun. You lose bot lane immediately. You have so much pressure in the mid lane because, once again, their dudes were really starting to put the screws to this LeBlanc, and it became very apparent that Tuesday on this rise was beginning to outpace. It became a monster in these team fights. But then the game, really, after 10, 12 minutes or so, it became very what's the word, Robbie?
Scrappy, I would say.
Scrappy.
Yeah, I would say,
thank you. I was trying to be nice, you know.
There was a lot of fights off the back of picks. Like, it wasn't the cleanest like setups and like executing on game plans. It was a lot of like, okay, this guy's out of position, let's jump on it and punish him. And then other people start reacting. One team trying to help their teammate, the other team trying to commit. So a lot of fights that I wouldn't say were not necessarily pre-planned.
And one thing that definitely came out to play here, Value, you were mentioning about your son's killer instinct, which we saw in so many of the plays that you said. Like, just as soon as anybody was a little bit too far forward, a pixel past the pixel brush even, it was a straight flash hook, and into damnation they absolutely went. And that's really how the entire game went forward from that. It was extremely tumultuous, but interesting nonetheless, because you weren't really too sure what was going to happen. And as you look towards this team fight here, Beat, right, even this is also sick.
And it was, and this is what Value was talking about when he says killer instinct. And you are on your son's screen, and he is just going to full send it for these team fights. And a lot of these team fights for TSM were one-off, very good engages, and a lot of them you credit to that Nautilus gameplay that we saw here. And it was just time and time again, kind of like previously said with Zeus, getting into these fights where they are not in control of them in any way, shape, or form. I think pretty much from that clip onward, in terms of actual game time, Zoos were always the ones on the receiving end. They were trying to deny that Ocean Soul. They were trying to be more proactive, but every time they would, it just wouldn't really pan out for him. Like, one thing comes to mind is Rhino trying to look for a flank in the enemy red buff on the bottom side of the map. And even then he gets caught out. And that was pretty much the best chance Zeus had at a proactive play. And from then on, it just all collapsed around them.
Collapse indeed it did, my friend, because from there, like, TSM Academy just took advantage of everything that they had, like Ocean Soul, Baron, and the works were given over to them. So, absolutely fantastic job. But Value, if you were to give some words of wisdom to Zeus Gaming moving forward into the lower bracket versus Supernova, what would you perhaps drop on?
I mean, they showed a lot of great things today. I don't think they should be too concerned about the worries. It's a best of 3. Like, you can just have a bad day. I mean, they were probably getting a bit frazzled because, like, Rhino is having issues with his power and, like, cause a lot of chaos. Like, I think they'll be just fine going into the lower bracket, get some prep time to see who their next opponent is, formulate a good game plan. And TSM Academy, they had a good game today. I think Cody Sun on the Varus was putting in some insane work. He did a great adaptation getting the early Shireldas versus some of the heavy tanks without getting his mythic right away. So, like, a lot of AD carries with tunnel vision on getting their second item mythic, but having the smarts to get that early last whisper and carry team fights was really impressive to see. So no shame in Zeus losing this game because TSMA was a formidable opponent.
100,000% formidable indeed. And you saw across the board, right, this how close the competition can be with all the teams you're seeing. Academy and Amateur Clash going back at it again and again. Makes these tournaments so fantastically exciting. Now they are going to face Supernova. Sorry, I should say they are going to face actually, I don't know yet, considering we have so far. Actually, no, I'm right. Yeah, they're facing Supernova because we just saw, because they did win 2-0 up against Maryville in the lower bracket, which that is another phenomenal game, which I will have to check out later on. But that being said, here, the friends, we're going to cut it to a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series ready to go.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Unified Grand Prix. We have an interview, an exclusive one, with our mid laner from Resolve, APA, also known as Always Plan Ahead. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I want to ask right away, with almost all the teams from UGP having been eliminated and down to the last 8, with only 2 more slots for the final 5th and 6th seeds coming from UGP. What's your current read on the remaining semi-pro and academy teams?
I mean, personally, obviously I think TSM, Dig, and Zeus are good teams. It's like, I'm not too worried about it, at least for this tournament. I think we've already qualified with PG. Obviously we want to win and get good seeding, but I think the main point is that, like, you're already qualified. Like, at this point, we're just playing for extra money.
Okay. Yeah, and then that kind of leads into the second question that I have is that, you know, if you got, you know, you're playing for money and trying to win the whole thing, but do you feel like there's now a huge relief that's been lifted now that you guys are qualified?
I mean, to me, not really. Like, I always at least expect us to make PG, at least with this roster. Like,
Okay.
it was kind of just like, oh, we're going to do this. Not like, what if we don't do this, you know? It's just like, we had, I think, 1 bad tournament, maybe 2 if you count the second one. And then other than that, like, it's been fine.
Always appreciate the confidence, and I think it's really helped you guys kind of close things up after, you know, the end in EGL. For you guys as a team, now looking into the last week of the Tier 1 for UGP, are there any goals that Resolve is looking to work on, or do you have any individual goals for yourself?
I mean, obviously I can't speak on the whole team, but I think my thought is what I see in scrims versus what I see in match day is like kind of 2 different things. And I'd like to bring the scrim us, where we like dumpster every team that we face basically, or like get at least decent early leads, to match day and make it more consistent. I think that's my only, at least, plan for the team.
Okay. Well, that's going to be it for our interview with APA, the mid laner for Resolve. Best of luck this week, as we'll be watching you take on Dignitas Academy in the upper round 3. Make sure you tune in.
And welcome back yet again, everybody. I wish y'all sticking by, because consider we saw another fantastic 3-game series, so we're hoping to see some more of that as we queue up Dignitas Academy versus Resolve. Both absolutely fantastic team. Dig A having a bit of a back and forth season in the academy season overall, but now coming into this, they have looked as dominant as ever, as we presume would be so. And on the other end for Resolve, this team, although in the beginning of the Proving Ground split, looked a little bit shaky, but I find that as we come down to UGP, they really have come together and started to become the 5-man monster unit roster that we do expect out of them. But to dive further into more as to what we can possibly see, talk to me a bit more about Resolve's run so far.
I think throughout the last couple of PG tournaments, Resolve didn't seem like they were living up to the potential we saw in them, and of course what they saw in themselves, judging by how they reacted afterwards. And it's understandable, you know, they're very good players who faced some unfortunate losses, but this tournament seems like where they were starting to really get themselves together. The fact that they were able to upset 2-0 the Golden Guardians Academy is kind of a testament to how much they have improved in a pretty short amount of time, considering the amount of time between this and EGL. So that's been a really impressive thing to see from them as well. And of course, the same situation is very similar as the previous series with Zeus. They want the best seeding possible because they are coming from the amateur circuit, so that they don't have to, so they have more favorable matchups early on going into proving grounds.
Yes, sir. Now, and if you take a look over on the other end for Dignitas Academy as well, right? I talked a bit about the overall academy split, although not extremely stellar though. I find, like as I was mentioning, they've been doing really well, have not dropped a game yet either in the matches they faced so far. And up against EGP and even against Glaive, though, I find they haven't really faced a ton of contention. But Value, you were there on the dash for that day. Your thoughts on the games you saw?
Yeah, while they might have not been being pushed to their absolute limits, they were definitely showing a lot of great signs. They were doing a good job of like activating through the mid lane. Like they were getting a lot of mid prio. Like they had picks like Lucian and TF playing the side lane really well, being able to open up man advantages by kind of outmaneuvering the map. They're picking a lot of strong fighting top laners, and we're gaining some individual advantages through that. And then their bot lane was just really stable, like great team fighting coming out of spawn, and then JJ moving around the map, like it was always being at the right place at the right time. And then you've got that rookie jungler in with Will, kind of being led by the veterans, and he didn't seem to be fumbling all that much for being put into like a pretty like new competitive environment with low experience. So I was pretty impressed by that. So all in all, I'm excited to see if Resolve can push Dig, maybe expose some of the weaknesses that I wasn't able to see against some of the weaker teams.
And you raise a fantastic point there too, talking about how it's become such a safe environment for Dig to come in and really kind of invest in Will, especially with their veteran bot lane alongside Yasuo and Spawn, right, who really have shown him the way too. But I do want to highlight one critical match that we will be seeing. We're not talking about Will, but Fan on the other end is one of my main man on Fnatic. Now, I said I would drop the little handshaking joke, but across the board though, earlier in the season, Resolve depended a lot on Fnatic's engages to be able to really carry the team fights all the way through. But after becoming more so some of their parts, as I mentioned before. But Beat, on your end, the overall, any thoughts on what we see so far, especially with these crazy stats on Willa, bro?
And well, we talked about this going into today's matchup. The thing with Will's KDA especially is it's kind of reflective about how he's been playing. And some of the games I saw from Dig A, especially recently, it's a lot of times where Will is playing the more farming intensive jungles. You see him on the Diana, and he spends most of his time doing a lot of farming, a lot of clearing, and then coming in later on once you get a few items and you start really spiking here. Because he's a bit newer, maybe you don't want to be forcing him to look for really good gank timers, and maybe because he isn't as experienced, maybe mess those things up. So that's why it's interesting in this matchup, because Fnatic, on the other hand, and Resolve as a whole, they're looking to make plays early on, and they do it very constantly as well. So I'm curious to see how Dig A are going to be able to actually deal with that. And kind of to your point, Value, I think this is going to be a potential weakness exposed today.
It does all remains to be seen, but Pete, sticking with you here, man. Let me hear your predictions going into tonight. Who you got for me?
Well, it's perfect based on my last point too, where I do think these weaknesses will be exposed. I actually do think Resolve are going to come out on top here.
Well, last week I was oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go on, man. What you thinking?
I saw my prediction pop up, so I got a little on the screen, so I felt a little pressured. But yeah, so I was last week, like I said, I was on the analyst desk for Zeus and Dig, and I stuck with Zeus. They disappointed me, but I'm gonna stick with Dig, and hopefully this time they come through.
I was gonna say,
copy paste my predictions from last time. Keep it simple.
Yeah, I was gonna say you kind of cursed Zeus a little bit when we were watching them their last series, so I'm kind of glad we're on the opposite end right now.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We were in agreement there, so maybe it wasn't me.
Well, I know one thing, and I know this is that if I don't predict Resolve tonight, I'm gonna get flamed later on. So I'm gonna give.
That's actually true.
I'm gonna go ahead and give it over Resolve APA. I don't want to see a single at right now or pop up ping on my Discord. Don't stand in the room for y'all, right, bro? But
I got a lot of love for the Resolve boys. It's no disrespect. I love those guys.
Course. They're fantastic dudes. But you know who else is fantastic value? Our casters, Jolly and MLBD, who are waiting on the sidelines to take it away. Yo, let's get it.
Aw, thanks, Des. Thanks, Ravish. We're
So
pretty.
sweet.
Yeah, I know, right? What a nice guy. Oh man. Okay, we're getting into it. We had a crazy first set of games, going to 3 full games. We were kind of talking about it. Why? Stop that. Not just 3 crazy games, but long games. Those were
Oh yeah.
those were quite stretched out because it was so back and forth. So I know we've already got our predictions. I don't know if they pulled them up this time. I know they did last time before the matchup went off, but I had locked in Resolve for this one as well.
Me too.
Okay, so we've got quite a bit of Resolve. One member of the desk with Dignitas here, so we're gonna have to see how that turns out. Now I did for the other matchup call Mirage, so we'll see how that one went through. But we're going to be hopping right into the draft here, and these are players that I being in the scene have seen so much of, and I'm sure you have as well here. And you know, you got like Lorlo, who is a veteran, long-standing player, and then like they were talking about Will, a newer player, but who's been doing really, really well, and honestly has a really big champ pool as well. I think that's something that he offers the team in terms of flexibility in the current meta.
Yeah, I think Will's a really exciting person to watch. It's been hyped up a lot by his coach, Invert. You know, Invert's basically said on Twitter multiple times that he thinks Will is like kind of the next generation of NA talent, of NA junglers, and that, you know, under this Dig Academy kind of, you know, coaching and guidance, that Will can really reach that next level. And we see the Viego first pick. It's something that we saw a lot in last series, but I do think, you know, there's a little bit of a difference. You know, the Syndra being picked up probably for APA. Can't imagine that's flexed down in the bottom lane, so that should be fun to watch.
Yeah, the Ziggs banned out clearly as, you know, that was a target ban against APA. We haven't seen it as much in the bottom lane as we used to there. And Array tends to stick with, you know, like the Kai'Sa by far. If Array is able to get the Kai'Sa. Oh, okay. Array did play Zigzag Suite. Haha, thank you for letting me know that. But definitely one that Apple likes to play here. So it's going to be the Aphelios and the Thresh, and I was wondering why we haven't seen Aphelios yet today. Really, really good right now. No, that's a hover. That's a troll hover right there.
Yeah, no way. They're already.
Best. All right. You know, I would love to see it, but maybe now is not the time to see APA's Aurelion Soul. It's going to be the lock in there. PCL loves that Renekton, and we haven't been able to see it so far because it was banned out all of the last match.
Yeah, this draft is just flying through. The first 3 picks already on the board for both sides. And like you were saying, Aphelios, Thresh have been picked up for them. And I think that, you know, it's looking really good for Spawn and JJ because that's a comfort bottom lane for them. Spawn very, very good on that Aphelios. It's one of his most played champions, one of his best champions, really. And Thresh is just such a good partner for the Aphelios. You give him that Lantern, that get out of jail free card almost, then you also kind of give them that flexibility of you can go in or you can disengage. So I think it's a very, very good pick to pair alongside it. Like you said, PCL locking in that Renekton, which I do think, you know, it really does help them have a side of the map to play towards. I do think that PCL's Renekton is something to, you know, definitely keep in mind when the early stages of the game pan out. And we're going to have to see, you know, what top laner is Lorlo going to go for that can really withstand that Renekton Lee Sin 2v2 pressure.
Well, that Gnar ban was certainly targeting Lorlo. We know that Lorlo loves to play the Gnar. That is a very high priority. You know, we've seen a bit of the GP, the Gragas, not really recently so much, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does make it a little bit tough because you think Lorlo, and immediately I'm thinking Renekton and Gnar, and both of those have been banned out and away from that player.
Yeah, it really does kind of beg the question of what is Resolve going to go for here. I do like the Nautilus because I do think that you want to keep... do you want to keep AD carry for the last pick? I mean, this does at least keep the illusion of Syndra bottom lane alive. You could put her down towards the bottom lane. We've seen it a couple times recently in Amateur, and it is kind of a traditional Aphelios bottom lane counter, so we'll see if that comes out. I really doubt it, because I feel like that's not really in Array's wheelhouse, and it's more of an APA champion, but this could set up for something like that Aurelion Soul in the mid lane. We'll have to keep our eye out for this R5 pick.
Ooh, there's going to be a bunch of hovers. All right, Resolve, you are just playing with us. All right, Winter, we get it. You have a lot of champions, okay?
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I mean,
it's going to be a long hover on the Victor, though.
yeah, this is interesting. It really does feel like with these hovers, maybe it's just a mind game and they're really just going to lock in an 80 carry at the end of all this. And it is actually going to be Sidra bottom into the Aphelios. I do like seeing that. And I think that's very smart, because by picking the Nautilus on the 4th pick, you leave that option open. Not a lot of teams are used to seeing Sinner in the bottom lane, but it's something we're seeing a little bit more and more in Amateur. And that does leave you, to pick something like Cassiopeia into Ryze, into Viego, into Ornn, these short-range champions. Cassiopeia can also ground Ornn, so he can't recast his ultimate. A lot of cool interactions right there, and she was just recently buffed, so it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how APA pilots this one.
For sure. This is a fun matchup that we've got right here. That is going to be the official lock-in. Some really, really solid burst AP damage coming from the side of Resolve, and then a lot of initiation and tankiness on top of it. And then on the other side, you got a lot of burst attack damage coming from Dignitas here in the front line as well, the initiation of front line. So really nice cohesive compositions. There are certainly win conditions for both of these. We'll just have to see how game one plays out.
Yeah, for the side of Dignitas Academy, I feel like you're really looking to set up this Aphelios, because there's no point to play towards the Ornn lane. It's going to be like what we saw in our first series, where Alloram was just sacking waves. He was giving up turret plates. You can't really do too much to contest Lee Sin and Renekton. You just build the Ninja Tabbies, or the plated steel caps now they're called, and you just try and withstand the pressure. And Will should be spending his time towards the mid lane, towards the bottom lane, trying to get your carries ahead, the ones that are going to win you these team fights. And then for the side of Resolve, it feels like you need to try and play towards the bottom lane as well. You can't really punish the Ornn too much. He's going to be able to build armor really easily. So you want to try and get Array ahead. You want to try and get Winter unlocked on the map so he can go towards the mid lane, try and take down Soligo.
Certainly. And knowing PCL as a player as well is probably going to do a really good job in that island role. He's great with the aggressive plays. Is also good because, I guarantee he's going to have advantage early game, and once that armor stacks up, things are going to get a lot more difficult once Lorlo is really able to put down the pressure and the damage with the brittle and all of that. But by that point in the game, PCL, I'm sure that Resolve is confident that he's going to be able to handle himself just fine up there, and the rest of the team is going to be able to really put the pressure on. And this one definitely feels, it feels a little bit more like if of the team that gets shut down early, if it is Resolve, things might not go well for them in the later game. For Dignitas' composition, they have a little bit more recovery available here, but if Resolve does get ahead, it is going to be very easy for them to end the game and just shut down Dignitas Academy for game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like if Resolve gets the ball rolling, they just have so much burst damage that you pointed out. They have so much, kind of annoying tools in their kits to deal with. You've got the ground on Cassiopeia that makes life a little bit tough for some of these carries on Dignitas Academy, as well as the Ornn. He can't recast that, the Call of the Forge God. And then you've got the Nautilus to really lock down the Aphelios and the Ryze. They can't really cleanse that away like we saw in the last series. Cleanse, QSS, Tenacity, those were really big. Nautilus doesn't suffer from that. His ultimate is a knockup. His Q is kind of like a pull. His auto attack, sure, you could cleanse it, but not too much happening there. And looks like both bottom lanes will start in lane, both junglers starting leashless. So this is already a change from our first series, and PCL will spot this out. So full information should be given over to the side of Resolve.
Yeah, very interesting. Considering, we had a lot of mirrored jungling already going in with an aggressive play, though. Winter finds a hook. That is a lot of damage onto Array from spawn, though. As we know, the weapon of the faithful works really, really well from the very beginning. And I don't know why he's called that, because he's got multiple weapons, all right? It's not one weapon.
Yeah, that's a good point. It feels like he's got to be like the weapons of the faithful.
Yeah, right? I guess that doesn't really make much sense.
Yeah. Ooh, good little hook there. I feel like this matchup, it's just a lot of, can Thresh flay the Nautilus out of the dredge line, and also which support has Aftershock, because both supports are running that Aftershock rune. If one of them has it and the other doesn't, that's a lot of resistances that are just given over to one side that the other doesn't have. So something to keep in mind for sure. And also, Winter does take Ignite, whereas JJ has Exhaust, and Spawn has Heal, whereas Array has TP. So there's a lot of things to note in this matchup. I feel like the 2v2 could go either way, but maybe a little bit more, Dig A favored, because if you can use those combat summoners effectively, then I think you're going to be looking just fine in that 2v2.
A lot more aggression. I mean, Teleport and Ignite, they are looking for early game pressure, just like we were saying about this composition. Resolve is really hoping to find, really just some successful fights before a few items are built here, and that really reinforces it. But Spawn and JJ, they're playing it safe. They understand that it is a composition that Resolve wants to go heavy in with early game. So having that heal, having that exhaust, yeah, while it means they might not be able to put as much pressure and aggression on early game, it means that survivability is much more of a chance for them.
Yeah, and looks like there might be a little bit of a tussle down towards this bottom crab. Will and Fnatic here fighting the bottom lane.
In comes two teleports. It's actually Winter has to flash away. Will is going to jump on that one, but the first blood ends up going over to Fnatic, who also flashed there. Appa trying to get in, and all of Dig Academy has been split up. Resolve managed to find first blood.
Wow, I mean, look at all the flashes across the board that are burned. We have flash down on Viego, Aphelios, and the Thresh over on the side of Dignitas Academy, whereas Cassiopeia, Lee Sin, and the Syndra burn flash there in the bottom lane for the side of Resolve. And this fight kind of started off a little bit awkwardly. The hook misses, scattered the weak hits, and as soon as JJ gets blown up, Fnatic has to overcommit a little bit for it. It leaves Nautilus kind of out to dry, and the fight really just kind of dissolves from there. One important thing to note is that PCL did teleport to help his team, whereas Lorlo held that, which means there's a slight CS lead up in the top lane, as well as a TP advantage that could mean something at level 6.
Luckily, there is the second teleport as well.
Oh, this is
available.
so smart.
Looks like
Looking
Spawn
for a dive.
is recognizing that you got to keep positioning here. You can't get into a location where Winter is able to get that hook.
But there's
Don't
that
want the
TP
passive
advantage.
to apply. There it is, the TP coming in, but it will be a kill
It
onto Spawn.
stopped.
Fnatic picking that one up. Winter goes down, though, so Spawn at least finds one after death.
Oh my gosh, what a tense situation. PCL, is he giving his life to stop that TP? It seems like he will.
Seems
the
like
heal?
he is.
Oh!
Oh, the slice and dice. It almost looked like the first slice did not hit him, but that will not be enough. Flash used at the beginning of that fight, so Lorlo finds that solo kill.
This game is already starting so scrappy, and I was about to say that both of these teams are team-fighting late-game team comps, right? You have the Orin, Aphelios, Thresh, Rise on one side, whereas you have the Cassiopeia, the Syndra on the other, so it feels like both teams want this game to go on for a while. They want to get their items, but, I mean, we're seeing 5 kills by 5 minutes, and we've got a replay to dive into for that one, and I believe it's going to start down, or it's going to start up in the top lane, actually, and this is the TP cancel that we missed off screen. Double dashing in, flashing as well. I missed that part. Oh my gosh. That would have been really nice if the bottom lane was actually better and not a 1-for-1. Like, at the end of the day, he dies and burns his flash for pretty much nothing, because I think the kill in the bottom lane goes through no matter what. So a little bit sad for PCL up in the top lane. You hate to see it, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world, right? You're falling behind on the Renekton, but he's able to stack this wave. They could look to potentially make a plan to Ornn. Probably not, though, and we'll see, PCL look for a roam timer.
Teleport. Only one teleport available now across the map. Considering there are 5 in this game, 5 out of 10 summoner spells for the secondary, aside from Flash, is going to be teleport. So Array has that one available, but considering there are 5 kills already in this game, there hasn't been a ton of pressure that's been gained off of that. There hasn't been a massive gold lead that's in favor of anyone. You're looking at 300 maybe for Dignitas Academy, but it's not too crazy. There is going to start. We're going to start seeing pressure now in the creep score, though. As we can see, Viego, Will has really, really fast clear, faster compared to Fnatic, and also just a little bit extra movement speed early on here. And we can see Syndra really, really taking over on this one as well. So Spawn just takes a lot of damage from both Winter and Array. need to be a little bit safe there. This Dragon, though, being Infernal is going to be very high priority for each of these teams. We can see that they're waiting for some sort of initiation, some sort of engage from one team, or Resolve is just going to decide to take it for themselves.
Yeah, we see Will heading up towards the top side of the map, but obviously Resolve does not know that. They have no wards up there, so they can't know that Dragon is free, even though Dragon is free, which is a little bit sad for them, but that is League of Legends in a nutshell. And like you were kind of pointing out, Array is level 6. He has unlocked the ultimate there, and Spawn still has no flash for a little bit. So if they're able to find a play onto him, that is so much burst damage over the top that, you know, when you pair it with the Ignite, there's really no way that Spawn can survive, and feels like they're going to get the Dragon, but they might dive bottom too.
They certainly could, or they had the opportunity really there. That's going to be a call to Forge God, though. PCL
wow.
gets taken down once again here. This time, though, the kill's going to go over to Will.
Yeah, PCL just caught with his pants down up in the top lane. He thought it was just a 1v1 where he was winning against Lorlo, but then, you know, the rest of the squad showed up. Saligo with the Realm Warp and Will over the wall there to help as well. And one thing to note, ooh, Winter going in.
So close. JJ actually missed the hook there as well. The exhaust is going to come out onto Array, but a nice little
Here's
pass
Fnatic.
there from Winter onto Spawn as Fnatic goes in, gets a little bit of a ward
Wait a
off
minute.
there. Spawn takes down Winter, so it turns into a 2-for-1 in favor of Resolve.
You know, the saving grace for Dig Academy in this bottom lane is that every time Spawn has gone down, he's at least dragging somebody to the grave with him, right? When he got Dove, he took Winter with him, and right there, when he got kicked, he managed to take Winter down with him. And imagine if Aphelios was 0-2, right? The game would look a lot more bleak, but he's able to get some gold into himself. And while his team is winning the other side of the map, he's doing a good job of kind of absorbing the pressure, still getting advantages where he can, not falling too far behind. And I do think that that is going to, you know, be a key factor going into the mid game, that the Aphelios is not as behind as you want him to be, whereas you're kind of trading that for having a Fed Lee Sin. And how useful is that actually going to end up panning out to be?
And especially with, you know, Winter really sticking here to Array, kind of a necessity thanks to the range advantage that Aphelios has on here. It also means we've had a lot of roam come through from JJ. And so while, like you said, Dylan, it seems like this Aphelios is behind, constantly getting pressured, way behind in creep score, a lot of that has to do with the pressure that has been placed elsewhere on the map. And so it's not looking horrible for them. They're still ahead on gold right now. Fnatic is at the top of the list there, but you can see 3 members of Dignitas immediately above Array, who is, you know, fighting to get as much gold as possible here, but you've got Aphelios already caught up in terms of creep score. Dignitas maybe looking for a play in the bottom.
It's so tough because all of your gold is on this Lee Sin, who, sure, he's strong right now. He's going to pick up that Gore Drinker's, you know, oh my gosh, he's already bought it right now. But, you really need 1 or 2 huge fights with Fnatic able to give that lead to his teammates for things to actually start looking good. You know, we see Will hovering around the bottom lane there, trying to help his bottom lane shove in. Maybe a little bit of an overzealous play, but he's got no camps to farm. He doesn't really have anything to do. He's just going to hover towards the mid lane. Could see a potential play here with Fnatic.
You do have pings coming out, though, from Resolve along the river there. That's a great play by Winter to come up and around, and that actually forced Spawn and JJ back down. Didn't allow them to move towards the river and try to initiate something or help out in the mid lane. A lot of pings now coming out from Dignitas.
Yeah, a lot of pings in the bottom river. Both teams kind of looking to square up, try and control the vision, try and give their supports a path to roam. JJ maybe caught out. Ooh. Dodges the hook by walking down. They lost vision of him. They thought they had him tracked, but they did not. And, I mean, the game is in a little bit of a lull state. There's not really too much to do for the next couple of minutes. Dragon spawning in 1 minute 45, and we might see plays happen across the map before them, but more than likely, we're going to see these teams farm up, try and get to their mythics if they can, and then really look to pressure in the Dragon fight.
I'm really curious, too. We've seen VA go 100% of these games, not been banned out. So if Dignitas is able to make this game, if they're going to be able to continue their favor here, and we're going to see 100% win rate right now on Viego just for today.
Yeah.
And, like, at that point, it's like, all right, you got to see given the trend, if it is Resolve who picks blue side and takes the Viego in the next game, we're going to have to see Resolve ban it after the fact, unless Dignitas decides to do that and maybe takes the first step. I'm honestly just waiting for one of these teams to do it because Viego is so dang strong. You've got the flexibility as well for this champion in case you want to switch things up or change around the composition of your team. So I like what Dignitas came in here with, and I love the fact that they've got so much confidence, really, particularly in Spawn and Will.
Yeah, it feels like these players, and while a couple of them are definitely newer to the scene, you've got Will and Spawn mostly, who are pretty fresh new faces to the Academy scene. Especially, ooh, Will trying to look there in the mid lane, but they're surrounded on a roster just full of these veterans that they've been around the block. They know what's up. Lorlo's somebody who's been in and out of LCS. Soligo himself has been in and out of LCS. Flash engage.
It is going to be a hook though by JJ. That's one wall of the box down. Soligo's going to find Winter. Appa gets a lot of damage down there, and it's going to be Fnatic who hops across, but a nice charge and a decent amount of damage onto Resolve's tower.
That's so rough. APA throwing out his ultimate there, the Petrifying Gaze, and it was right when Will was taking over the Soul, so he actually ends up getting nothing, but Fnatic goes in.
It's going to be a flash and a flash forward.
The kick!
As well with Fnatic. The kick, though, sends him away, but oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Great timing by APA to engage on that one. Resolve will find themselves another kill.
This could be Dragon. If this ends up actually netting Dragon for Resolve, I think everything is looking, just fine for them. Having that 2-Dragon lead, and we actually missed this off screen, Jolly, but it looks like PCL's died in the top lane to Lorlo. That's rough.
This is really rough.
This is not what you want to see when you lock in Renekton, and it looks like we do have a replay of that top fight coming in just in 1 second, and let's see what we missed up here. PCL trying to get that honey fruit, gets caught out. I mean, the Anathema's Chains has been completed. There is never a world in which you're going to kill this guy, and Soligo came and joined the party, ruined the man's 1v1, but, I mean, kill going over towards Lorlo, you never hate to see that because that's more rolled into your frontline Ornn, and later on, it's only going to be Cassiopeia that can actually shred these tanks. Syndra can't do it, Lee Sin can't do it, and a 0-3 Renekton sure as heck cannot do it.
No, cannot. And Lorlo has been playing this so dang well as well. Trying to focus out Renekton early on meant that Lorlo, once that first kill came through, at that point, Lorlo already has the advantage. You've already got, once you get like a couple pieces of an item, you don't even need the full item as Ornn to be able to really counter this. And stalling PCL out is really going to hurt this team because, aside from Winter, that's kind of the frontline initiation that you want to absorb some damage, deal a lot thanks to the lifesteal, the gore drinker that you pick up on there, and then, the passive from the Q. But Lorlo has just made it so that PCL cannot play in this lane. Absolutely not. We have a shift already, but Dignitas Academy has adjusted to that. That's mirrored as well. So Lorlo says, hey, you know what, PCL, you can jump to the bottom lane. That does not mean you're going to get away from me.
Yeah, feels like Dig Academy has been playing this game very well. JJ's been caught a couple of times. Spawn, he's always managed to trade his life. But besides those little blunders in the bottom lane, it's just a clean game. Lorlo, clean as you like it. He's got a 20 CS lead. He's gotten a few kills for himself. Soligo roamed up towards the top side, expanded that lead up there. And, the newbie to the scene, Will, fresh to Dignitas Academy just about a month and a half, 2 months ago. He's playing very well in his... this is probably the biggest game of his career so far. I guess they're already qualified, so maybe you could argue the last series. But still, these games on this stage are the most intense games that he's played so far in his career. So to see him playing this well, the guy's 16. There's got to be so much pressure on his shoulders, and he's showing up big.
He is not just a young player, but I love the quote that you mentioned. This is the reign of the new young players. Who were kind of they're raised into this game, whereas us old people started playing it. Well, I didn't start until season 5, but still started playing, early on. It's going to be an initiation on to spawn here. The teleport is going to come through.
Good night.
That will be Array picking up the kill. Soligo might find the one onto Winter, and he will. So 1 for 1.
You got to feel bad for Winter at some point. He's just having a tough go at this. And, honestly, you look at his score. Sure, he's got 5 deaths, but at least he's got 5 kill participation, right? He's setting up the plays for Resolve, and TP from PCL. This seems a little bit desperate.
Definitely.
They got it!
Oh my gosh, they got it, and PCL is going to stay alive. Lorlo does follow it up. The teleport flashes forward, so Lorlo will find one there. Says, I told you you can't escape from me, PCL. Nice try, though.
Yeah, he just drags PCL down with him. He's like, okay, yeah, you got the shutdown. Come on, buddy. Back to the grave you go. Back to the fountain. And this game is just, it's getting hectic by the minute. But like you were saying, I mean, Will, he really does feel like that kind of next generation of North American talent, and we're seeing that more and more in the academy space. You've got players on like EG Academy, you've got, you know, people like Team Luke. He's a little bit older than some of these super young players. You've got Tenacity, you've got Kenvi on, obviously, on 100 Thieves Academy. They just had their LCS debut just a couple weeks ago in the last week of the regular season, and it feels like more and more of these new players. Jojo Piyun is another one, super young, 16 or 17 on him. These kids, they've been playing League of Legends since they were literally in elementary school.
Yep.
It's so crazy to think about. Like, I think that I'm old. I'm 21. I started playing League of Legends in 8th grade, and I feel like that's a long time. But these people, I literally, it's hard to imagine a life without League of Legends. They've been playing it for so long. It's been such a prevalent thing in their lives, and they're making something out of it. These players are so good. They're so fresh, and the thing that I love most about watching them is they're not afraid to go for big plays. It feels like some of these older players are a little bit more kind of like in their own head. They've got their own way of playing the game, but these new kids, they're so like willing to experiment. They're so willing to fight, and it's great to watch.
And break the meta. I think that's the thing, or create their own meta. You know, the new players aren't used to the early seasons of really meta being everything, or top tier champions being everything. It was a lot of min-max, and now you can figure out your own way to do that, Array. It's a nice little scout of the week right there. We got the teleport coming through from APA. Out comes Call of the Forge God. It's just going to hit Winter. Lorlo barely dodges that Sonic Wave. Both teams just waiting for something to happen. There is another one. Out comes the Unstoppable Lorlo, trying to do as much damage as possible. And that is a lot that was dealt to those two members, Winter and Array. The Dragon has been started up by Fnatic. Will and Lorlo on the front, though, trying to take up as much as they possibly can. And they have split up this team, so they're deciding to focus out the pinch member here. PCL, not very survivable at the moment here. It's going to be a nice route onto Winter, and now it's going to be the Dragon.
They got it.
Will be Resolve, picks it up. Winter should go down immediately after PCL. Re-engaging on this one, manages to find one spawn, trying to get away here, gets taken down by APA. Array will go down.
Watch out for Will.
A double kill for Will, who's doing so much damage.
Could be a penta.
Give him a triple kill. This could be the first penta that we've seen today. Oh no! All right, you gotta feel bad there, JJ. Okay, yeah, that was a rough one, and it could have been it absolutely could have been a penta. And on top of it, Lorlo's like, it's not a penta. I'll take the last one.
Yeah, as soon as the penta's out of the question, just secure that last kill. But oh my gosh. What a close fight from both sides there, and I really want to highlight the play that APA had specifically, and then also JJ's response to it. So we're going to see as this replay kind of develops. APA looks for a re-engage as soon as this Dragon is taken, combines it with Winter's engage as well, and watch APA here. Flash, Petrifying Gaze, hits 3 members, doesn't stun anyone though. If that's stunned, it's a wipe. It's a wrap, it's over with. But right here, Will picks up the first soul, and from there, it's just the classic Viego reset, the scatter of the week, and oh my goodness gracious. Will just does so much damage. He's so tough to take down, and that could have been the penta, Jolly. We were so close to seeing it. It would have been the 16-year-old young buck on the block getting it too.
Right after we, are commending the player because he is absolutely insane. There's no boxed mindset. There's no restricted mindset that a lot of the older players tend to have. And even, a couple of years can make a difference here for League of Legends. We do tend to have, the majority of the players here are like 23 to 25. That's what I've been seeing from the Leaguepedia page for those of the players that have their ages on there. And to see Will do this well. I mean, if Resolve doesn't either take the Viego or ban it away from this player next time, it might be a 2-0 in favor of Dignitas Academy.
It is a very, very dominant looking game one for Dignitas Academy. It feels like they're off in the right foot. APA is spotted by that. There's 4 people ready for him.
Trying to deal some damage to Saligo. Saligo saying, all right, I got to stay back, Fnatic. He's going to Sonic Wave in. We also have a teleport coming through, but APA is going to be the target. Beautiful Petrifying Gaze, getting 3 stunned down, but it's not going to help as Saligo finds the kill there. The teleport on the top side has allowed for the fight to continue. Call the Forge God.
Oh, the Realm Warp. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Ridiculous. This team is insane. Spawn's gonna get that kill. 16-9 is the spread, and Dignitas Academy will find themselves another tower.
Yeah, poor Winter. He pulled up to the wrong neighborhood there, and that's 7 deaths in 22 minutes. It is not a great-looking game for Winter, and he does kind of have these score lines because he is very willing to kind of throw himself to the wolves to set up for the rest of the boys on Resolve, but in this game, there really just hasn't been that kind of follow-up. All the gold's gone to Lee Sin. Not enough of it has gone to the Syndra, to the Cassiopeia, and especially the Renekton. He's been a complete non-factor in most of these fights. And just look at this gold chart. Just great play from Dignitas Academy. From the beginning, they've had a gold lead, but they've grown it just exponentially. And we've reached a point where it's a 6,000 gold lead. But the saving grace for Resolve is that they have 3 dragons somehow. Honestly, I kind of forget how they've managed to secure 3 dragons, but they're on Soul Point, and if they can get Soul, that can help make up for a little bit of the disadvantage.
Look at that gold. All 4 members who are, trying to earn gold on the team are above every single member. The closest being Array. Still a few hundred down, much closer to 1,000 at least for the rest of the team. And no surprise, Will, we've been talking about for quite a bit now, the youngest player, is the highest on the team right now. 5-0-5. And something else to touch on too is when it was closer to 10 kills, you had like 6 deaths on Nautilus, and then you had like the 3 or 4 on Renekton. You didn't actually have any deaths onto the Fnatic, APA, or Array. And in the last few fights, that's where they've been caught out. That's where Dignitas says, all right, we can go for the members that have been staying alive throughout this because we have enough of an initiation and enough of a lead in gold and items that will take you wherever.
Yeah, definitely a lot of confidence from Dignitas Academy, and this is where things get a little bit awkward because I feel like Resolve, they're trying to retake their bottom side jungle. They're trying to find an avenue towards this Mountain Soul. And, honestly, I definitely respect the effort. It feels like they might feel a little bit desperate here, but you're funneling into the river against an Ornn, against a Ryze, against a Thresh. It doesn't feel like an amazing idea, but honestly, maybe their best bet is to just flip it for Mountain Soul.
See if they can give it a shot. You've got PCL, who just used the Blast Cone. Not to get over the wall, though, to get into the bush. And
the ground!
Instead, and is not part of this fight, but is going to be a nice start here for Dignitas Academy. What a lockdown there by Saligo to take PCL down to a quarter health. They're looking for the engage. In goes Lorlo. The Mountain Drake is stolen thanks to Will. The next target will be PCL and APA. And what a beautiful fight. Not a single member of Dignitas Academy goes down, and Array is the only one left alive. Dignitas looking for the kill, but that Scatter the Weak is going to prevent Will from getting closer. It'll be a flash forward and an ace for Dig Academy.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If this was a solo queue game, this is probably where you type go next. It's looking rough for the boys over on Resolve. You got to respect the attempt there. They realize that the game's not getting any better. You're facing down the barrel of an Ornn-itemed Ryze and a Aphelios with an Ornn in the front line. They have to flip it for the Mountain Soul. You have to try and secure it, but well played from Dignitas Academy to zone the DPS to make sure that Will is able to secure that. And what a huge play to make on the biggest stage that you've played so far in your professional career, to steal that dragon, to secure a triple kill in the fight. If that dragon goes over to Resolve, sure, they lose the fight anyways, but they still hold a candle in the game. They still have a chance if they have that Mountain Soul, if they can spawn Elder, but Will says no to that. They pick up the Baron off screen, and oh my gosh, look at the damage dealt last fight. Huge fight from Array, did not expect that, but Will and Saligo really combining this game to carry Dignitas Academy.
I mean, just there at the end, the amount of damage that was dealt to get the kill on Array, I mean, that was like 3/4 health. You threw the W down, and then you get the Runic Prison, and it's like, you're out of here. There's absolutely nothing that can be done. And it is starting to really feel like a steeper and steeper climb for Resolve. This one has felt like we're at less than 27 minutes in, and it's already close to a 10K gold lead for Dignitas Academy. There's not a lot that can be done here by Resolve to find successful fights, because now they're at Dignitas Academy's at 3 towers. Resolve has 0, meaning control of the map now will just continue to go towards the blue side's team.
Yeah, there's really not all too much that you can do besides just hope that for some reason Dignitas Academy, I don't know, maybe one of the players disconnects, their monitor blacks out, something like that. But it feels like if Dignitas Academy plays this well, they pretty much have this wrapped up. Will does so much damage. That Blade of the Rune King, or no, I'm sorry, the Wit's End on top of the Divine Sunderer, it's just so much damage. He's got the Sterix gauge as well and a stopwatch. He's just never going to die. He's such a nuisance in these fights, and he's just zoning everyone away while the rest of his team takes an inhibitor.
And Wit's End is already an amazing item. One of my favorites, to be honest, but the fact that you've got these this Cassiopeia and the Syndra that you're building against feels really good, because that's the majority of the damage here. Lorlo's going to go with Call of the Forge God, just walk right through that tower. Winch over the first target. Down goes another, though, as Lorlo finds out APA. And the fight's going to continue. On to the backside is Will, who will end up going down, I think, for the first time in the game. Seago trying to get as much damage down as possible. This is going to be 4 members against only 3. In goes Lorlo. So much damage. Gives Spawn a rampage with that ultimate being utilized there. Still 4-2 now. And oh my goodness, the amount of damage that's being done to these towers is insane. This is absolutely game number 1 going over to Dignitas Academy. So well played by some of the newer players that we're seeing in the scene. Particularly got to give a big thumbs up and shout out to Will.
Yeah, just well played across the board, but like you said, Will, his first death came when the game was already won. Like, the game is over by then. That death pretty much doesn't count. He played a perfect game on that Viego. Wasn't able to get a ton going early on. Fnatic had the upper hand then, but he was able to scale into those fights. He had 2 massive fights when he needed to show up. I'm particularly thinking about that 3rd dragon and the 4th dragon. Those 2 dragon fights, he just dominated. He took over. And it's so exciting to see, right? Because questions were had about him. How is he going to show up on the big stage? And Fnatic is one of those junglers. He has the experience. He's played on that academy level. He's been very dominant in amateur. So to show up big against somebody like Fnatic, that's that's no easy task. And it's very nice to see that Will has showed up on the stage. Spawn as well, the new guy. Aphelios Thresh down in the bottom lane played super well down there, and the rest of this team just coming together and really shutting out Resolve in that game 1.
A lot of cohesion, a lot coming from Dignitas, and we're gonna have to see with game number 2. Again, if either Viego gets banned out or first picked, honestly, we've got a 100% win rate right now for this champion, and so much of an influence over the game. It's not as though it's just been the rest of the team working together to win it, and Viego happens to be on the winning team. No, he has had a massive, massive impact. So I think going forward, if Resolve wants to try to take this next one, they can pick blue side, but you know what? I think Dignitas Academy can try to stop that 3rd game from happening if they ban the Viego out and try to pick another composition like the one that they ran with here with a lot of aggression.
Yep, I completely agree. I do think that, some changes definitely need to be made to the Resolve composition to try and secure game 2. But I do think, they got comfort across the board. APA on Cassiopeia, Fnatic on Lee Sin. It was just honestly PCL that fell a little bit flat for me. That teleport bottom lane, he got nothing for it. He got punished up in the top lane, and he was a complete non-factor in this game. So I want to see them go back to the drawing board. How are you going to get PCL to a comfortable state in this game?
It's going to be a really tough one, especially if you've got Will focusing as hard as he was in that game on stopping the top lane from really participating in the fight. And even though we felt like there was a lot of pressure from the bottom lane, the 2 early kills, you had a lot of priority in that, a big creep score lead. It really didn't make a difference because you also had Spawn. I mean, Spawn and Will, seriously, these 2 players really just taking over. So good. And Spawn able to hold himself down there in the bottom lane alone the majority of the game, too. So just incredibly well played. I do think we are going to have a quick break, though, before getting into game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here with UGP. It's going to be Dignitas Academy up against... Who are we playing?
Resolve.
It's going to be a good one.
And suddenly it was all over in a flash. The Rune King definitely did expand his domain into Summoner's Rift a little bit deeper today. Welcome back to the Dexcom Ravisher Gravity Show here at Beats on Boulevard and Value. Gentlemen, what we saw here today, like, definitely showed the prowess of Dignitas Academy as they continue to improve and prove themselves, and especially past what we've seen so far. So let's dive right in a little bit into what we saw here today. Yo, B, what's going on with the top lane, man?
Yeah, top lane was a pretty rough go of it for Resolve. PCL, it's in our first replay as well. We had a really early fight soon as the bot lanes hit 3 on the bottom side of the map. And what ends up amounting to it is that PCL will commit his teleport. And he's actually in a situation in the top lane where he has a freeze that he's about to set up, but he abandons it for a play that ultimately he wasn't able to have any influence in. And it is a calculated risk, but unfortunately it doesn't pan out in your favor, because you can see he's TPing on that caster minion on the bottom lane there. But by the time he shows up, he just walks away. And because of that, he has a terrible lane state going forward. And it was at that point pretty much unrecoverable for top lane, especially because when you look at this draft, you see the Renekton. It's a lane you potentially want to be playing through, want to be trying to generate leads through. But at that point, well, PCL ends up getting solo killed because of the potential lead that he lost, and then that was just no longer an option for Resolve.
Yeah, he got solo killed trying to walk in and stop that TP, just trying to be a team player, and it's a really rough spot at that point. Like, you really don't have your Renekton as a priority lane, so at that point you kind of need to pivot. What I would have liked to have seen Resolve do is you have great gank assist in the Syndra and the Nautilus, and they were trying to put a little ganks through mid, but versus the phase rush Rise, they can't really get on top of him with the Cassio Lee unless they get a good kick angle. So I really think that they needed to double down on playing through the bot lane with the Syndra not, focus on like threatening the gank, and then even if they don't get anything, moving up towards mid, because then Rise gets really choked out by having the threat of not Lee synced up in River. And I think we saw some signs of that. Like, they had one angle where they looked at Thresh and they just missed, but it was a good look. And they also cleared out a lot of River vision. But because some of their top lane plan got derailed and they were trying to salvage plays, chasing around the map, they couldn't really stick to their win condition and really double down on the way that they needed to accelerate the early game.
Definitely. So yeah, would have definitely to see a little bit more of those pivots that we know Resolve is usually able to do. So, because considering going in with a similar game plan, right? You do know what you have to try to get done, but considering how the game kind of flowed throughout these, like, especially in the last, I would say 20-25 minutes, right? Small changes definitely would have been extremely beneficial, but we did see them make some fantastic plays to try to get themselves back into the game and around this dragon fight here, B, right? PCL just kind of questioned out, but it wasn't like all like bad for them.
Yeah, well, the thing too with PCL's situation is now that he's already far behind, his whole job is to try and get flanks, but he's not able to actually do it. Even though this dragon is secured, in this unfavorable scenario, it seems like things are coming out on top. But because of the deficit Resolve find themselves in, look at Will. He's just jumping through bodies, just one after another, almost gets a pentakill. And Viego's a pretty good champion. But kind of the problem there is that despite having such a good lead, you couldn't really come out on top in that fight. And that was kind of Resolve's last chance there, outside of the Dragon Soul fight, where they end up having the dragon stolen away from them to win the game.
Yeah, Resolve showed a lot of signs of life there. They did an excellent job of getting the 2 carries on the dig side. The Fed, Rise, and Aphelios are huge threats, and they were able to get them. But then the Viego was able to clean up the low health targets. So, like, oh wait, they're a multi-threat comp. And I think that Resolve fell a little bit too far behind, so they didn't have that same number of threats with the Renekton not very accelerated and Lee Sin not being that same team fighting carrier that a Viego would be in the later stages. So they kind of just got outramped.
Biggest thing from there too is that we're seeing how not only off of the Viego being so extremely strong, as you mentioned, their value, just Dignitas Academy was doing a really good job of responding across the entire map to everything Resolve was bringing out. So it didn't necessarily matter if they found somebody's top side, that means that bot side was going to be the focus. So them being able to shift focus consistently really does show Dig's overall prowess and experience on the last two, especially with keeping PCL out, because value, you mentioned it, a lesser team would have been caught up by the flank, but considering how half the time in 5v5s, Resolve were almost always down a man, just stuck on the sidelines, pretty much waiting to see maybe I can go, but not. Leaving them with the back foot. Right, it definitely is like really unfortunate. So now going into the next game, I do want to see if we do see any changes from Resolve, considering they're not really changing sides here either. So as of right now, it all does remain to be seen. We do have our casters ready to go. As always, Jolly and MLBD. Let's see what y'all got.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. You guys always cover everything that I intend to cover before the game starts. But luckily, we won't have much time here as we are getting into game number 2, and it is the same sides as well. So
Yes.
This was Dignitas Academy. They won on the blue side, and Resolve says, "All right, you know what? We're going to try it again. We're going to try with the counter pick."
Run it
So,
back.
which I approve of only if they ban Viego.
Yes. Please ban Viego. I mean, he's fun to watch. I'll give him that, popping off in these fights. But in terms of actually having a competitive series, it feels like no team has really been able to find the answer to Viego, especially because you just pick him first. And then if you pick one bad matchup for him, something like Irelia or something like that, you just throw him in the jungle. Like, you just completely avoid the bad matchup. It literally doesn't matter. And so please, please, Resolve, ban Viego.
I'm curious to see, not that they're good, but I want like a Fiddlesticks would be good into him, or like a Rengar. I feel like those maybe, but they're not good picks right now. They're not meta picks. They're not incredibly strong items. Honestly, it's mostly items don't really allow for them to hit as high of a spike as other champions. So it's not going to start out with a Viego ban. But this one's on Resolve. Obviously, Dignitas Academy is going to want to try to take that one if they can. So Resolve is really going to put me on the edge of my seat.
They're making you wait.
They really are. Diana's next. It's the same phase for Dignitas Academy.
Please.
Oh my god!
Well, we've seen 4 games of Viego so far. He's been first picked every time, and he's won every time. So let's see if this is the game that breaks the trend, or if we get a little bit of an early night. We get a quick 2-0. And it's a run back. It's what you call a salty run back. I feel like if they're going to change anything, it's probably the Renekton here. You probably realize that, hey, he's going to play Ornn into it, and it's not a fun matchup, so let's change that around.
Well, we might get Lorlo on his Gnar. So that is going to be
I like that.
Heck yeah, and that is a great one as well, to allow Lorlo to, just be happy in the lane. You got the range on it. Early game is really the only dangerous part, when it takes a lot longer to build up that rage. And actually, PCL might get his champion. I mean, when you think of PCL, you think of Camille as well. Yep. So Camille is, can be a great pick into this. I keep going back and forth because I've seen this matchup so many times, and while I used to think that Camille had the advantage on this one, the more I watch, the more it really depends on just how well these champions are played, because they do have very high skill ceilings.
Yeah, the Camille and Gnar, if you're able to get on top of Mini Gnar, you can definitely swing that matchup in your favor, but in the early game, you're going to fall behind in CS. You're going to get poked down when he's in that Mini Gnar. When he's in the Mega Gnar, it's a little bit tough for you to actually kill him. So this matchup, kind of heavily revolves around if Camille can find that all-in around level 6 onto a Mini Gnar, then Camille's going to win it. If not, then Gnar kind of has a little bit of the advantage. So it's going to be interesting to watch that top lane, how it pans out. But it's another game where Lorlo can just build armor and he's fine. You've got the AD from Lee Sin, you've got the AD from Camille, and it's going to be tough to actually really punch through that Gnar once he gets a little bit of gold in his pocket. He's got some health, some armor, things like that. So we'll have to keep an eye on it and see.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, you got to consider the one thing that is great going into a Mega Gnar as Camille is you got a hook shot. So if Gnar is trying to jump on you, if he uses his E, you can just instantly use your own E and escape from the potential of getting ulted, or even potentially, waste his ultimate. Not that it's a long cooldown, really. As soon as you get back to Mega Gnar, you've got the ultimate again. But at least it makes sure that you're not locked into the wall like you're really trying to avoid. So it is going to be a Freljordian final ban here from Resolve. They're going to take away the Ashe and the Braum. And then we're going to round things out, it looks like, with the Cassiopeia and the Nautilus. So we're going to have to change things up a little bit. Winter is going to lock in that Thresh.
Yeah, the Thresh pick here is nice because it does dissuade from the Aphelios pick for spawn. You know, you really only see Aphelios usually paired with the Thresh. So that also does open it up for Array on this 5th pick. And, oh man, okay. I saw the Draven hover for just one quick little second. That would have been fun to see, but I think the Varus is a little bit more standard. If you feel like you're going to play into something like Aphelios, I do like Varus Leona because you're able to get on top of him. You're going to force him to take Cleanse, which makes sure that the 2v2 is not very strong compared to when you can take heal. So we're going to have to see what Array wants to do. They could also put Sinner in the bottom lane again. I didn't hate it last game, but I didn't really love it either.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't what kind of stalled the game out for Resolve. It's going to be, I love it, the Callista is going to be coming through. So really, really trying to get these initiations out. I can't lie though. I gotta say I like Dig's comp better, not just because of the Viego. It's probably because of Gnar, who is my favorite top laner. Still my text tone is still one of Gnar's lines. So I've got a little bit of a bias to favor this composition. And maybe particularly because that Syndra wasn't super impactful, but this time it is APA on the Syndra. We've got a Ray on the standard ADC, or a standard ADC. But, just based on the amount of potential initiation, lockdown, I'm loving what Dig Academy has to offer.
Yeah, I think just across the board, they have a pretty solid draft. I've got confidence in Lorlo, a very good Gnar player, that he's going to understand the Camille matchup. He's going to know his own limits. You've obviously got the Viego, who's undefeated today. Very, very, just a terrifying champion to have to go up against. It feels like nobody's found the answer to it, and we'll see if Resolve does. I mean, they're picking the same jungle matchup, but they've got a couple different champions up their sleeve. The one worrying thing for me is you don't have a ton of crowd control to really lock down the Viego. It feels like Viego's big weakness is when you're able to kind of keep him stun locked, when you're able to make sure that he doesn't get that reset, take over that next body. But, I mean, your skill shots on this team are pretty... your stuns on this team are all skill shot reliant. Like, you've got the Thresh Hook, you've got the Syndra Scatter of the Week, you've got, that's pretty much it. I guess you could argue the Callista ult.
Or the ult from Lee Sin, but kind of. But luckily, Dignitas doesn't have any crowd control. Just kidding. Oh my god, the amount of crowd control that they have available. And it's not so situational. I mean, Lorlo, even with the boomerang, you have at least a little bit of crowd control, let alone the ultimate from that, as well as the bounce. Will is just going to be able to utilize crowd control from everyone. You've also got Saligo with the W, the stun. You've also got the Chains of Corruption. You've also got Solar Flare, as well as the Zenith Blade, as well as the Q from Leona. This is an insane amount of crowd control, and this is exactly what Will wants. They are putting Will in the position to be able to really take any of these fights. He can go into any lane, and they're going to try their best to secure a kill, and it's going to be very difficult for Resolve to avoid that.
Yeah, that's completely right. I feel like Will, he has pretty much free reign on the map. I guess it's a little bit difficult to try and, maybe ganking the top lane might be a little bit hard. That hook shot on PCL is going to get him out of there. Oh my god, PCL is getting wrapped on. We missed this.
Oh
no.
My goodness.
What is PC? Wait, no.
They don't know.
No.
They don't know. PCL is in the bush. They're going to walk to the try.
Oh my god.
Goodness. There's nobody threw a ward down either. I mean, usually if you're going to throw one down, it's going to be towards the tri bush, just in case the opposing jungler decides to initiate really, really early.
Wow.
But oh my gosh, what a save for PCL to get back, not have to use any summoners, any spells, nothing.
I have never seen that. That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. And Dignitas Academy is going to watch back this game after the fact, especially if they win and they're,
Yes.
and they're in good spirits, and they're just going to be kicking themselves. Because if they walk into that bush, that's 100% either a kill or a flash or something. There's no way PCL gets out of that for free. And that would have been a great way to start the game. But instead, we've just got junglers kind of starting on each of their own sides. Will getting a leash, whereas Fnatic is starting leashless. So kind of, again, we'll see that the Viego is off to a little bit of a quicker start.
I can guarantee you, though, that Dignitas Academy is never going to walk past that bush without throwing something again. Especially not if they've got multiple members like that. And to have a single member of PCL in that bush, they're absolutely going to be upset with themselves. But they've got a great composition. They got the Viego. Will is feeling really good. So, based on the trend of Viego at 100% win rate, this might be a 2-0 here. And, all the crowd control on top of it, like you were talking about, MLBD, it's insane compared to such a minimal amount. Like you were saying, very situational for the crowd control available for Resolve.
Yeah, like Resolve doesn't have any tools that are going to 100% lock down somebody like the Ryze, the Varus, or the Viego, whereas on the other side, sure, the skill shots are a little bit difficult to land, the Chains of Corruption, the Solar Flare, things like that. But you've also got the Gnar ultimate, which is not really a skill shot. You've got the point-and-click Ryze route that's going to be able to be applied to people like Lee Sin and Camille to try and peel backwards. So it's going to be fun to watch how that actually pans out in these fights. But for now, just some ping-ponging of the waves back and forth. Both junglers looks like they're going to split Crab this game, and we're seeing that Viego's up one camp already. Lee Sin trying to make up for that by looking in the mid lane.
That's the other thing, and that's why Viego recently, nice scout of the week, though, as Fnatic decides to dive in. A beautiful route forces the flash out of Fnatic. That's a win for Soligo.
Yeah, Soligo playing that super well, stands his ground. I think a lot of players there would have just panic flashed away, but stands his ground, actually ends up burning Fnatic's flash without having to lose his own. And sure, it sucks that you get chunked, but you've got teleport, you've got corrupting potion, just stay in the lane. Clear this wave, maybe base afterwards. Fnatic looking again, doesn't want to let him get away.
That'll do it. It is going to be the flash away. That was beautiful, but the Sonic Wave still, the Sonic Wave missed, but flash forward from Fnatic. So, or it was the Sonic Wave. Oh my goodness, it's been a very long day, all right?
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. And let's take another look at that one really quickly.
This is hilarious. I feel like if Soligo just plays this a little bit more calmly, he just lives, but he kind of panic flashes as soon as Lee Sin shows up. And the Sonic Wave that was going to miss, he ends up actually flashing into, right? If he just if he just stood still, I think that misses him and he's probably fine. But he flashes into it. We've all had that happen to us for... we get a little bit too panicked when somebody shows up. So, Fnatic getting that first blood is really crucial because he was down a camp on Will, so he ends up kind of making up for some of that. And they end up punishing the flash timer there, which is really nice.
Lorlo missing the W, the lockdown right there, but that's a lot of damage from the Q. He's going to be able to pick it back up. There's a W. There's another Q. A flash away is beautiful, and Lorlo does not have the ability to continue fighting that one. This is certainly, you got the flash out now, so Lorlo's feeling all right about that. But this was also Gnar first pick. Or not first pick, but, Gnar picked before the Camille. And you could see there was a hover. There was kind of, you could tell the conversation with PCL and the rest of the team was, all right, well, this isn't necessarily a winning matchup. Are you sure we want to run in with this? And PCL says, all right, my Camille is good enough that I can be fine. And both of the teams have kind of acknowledged that. They're just letting them duke it out towards the top side and really, really focusing heavily on this mid lane. My other concern with Resolve is Fnatic got the first blood there. We saw in the previous game Fnatic get pretty fed on Lee Sin and not be able to do anything with it.
Yeah, Lee Sin is one of those champions, especially in competitive, where if he gets a lead, it's nice, it's helpful, but he's kind of like Xin Zhao, champions like that where, what's it really going to give you in a team fight? He's not a Viego, he's not a Diana, where they have, these AoE ultimates that they're able to just, pressure these team fights really massively. Lee Sin he's going to take out maybe one target if he's fed, and that's kind of it. That's all you're really going to get. And... a little engage up here. Doesn't land the hook shot, though. That could have been a kill. Level 6 on PCL. They're looking to dive top with Winter, but here's JJ to counter it.
They're actually going in potentially here onto Will and JJ. There's a nice little lantern that ensures that Fnatic and Winter can escape from this one as we see Lorlo moving down.
Wow.
It's going to be a flash out from Winter, though. That was actually really surprising.
Yeah, Winter forced to flash their TP in the bottom lane. They're trying to punish Spawn for playing weak side, but all he has to do is heal. So that's teleport for heal, and sure, you miss a wave, but you're able to at least pick up most of the experience in range. And here comes Soligo and Will.
Oh, a beautiful scatter of the week, though, is immediately going to lock them up. Array and APA trying to take this long route. So much damage from APA onto Sligo, but that lockdown was enough to
stun?
allow Will to get in for the kill. Will is going to find a scatter of the week himself right there after picking up Array, or picking up, you know, what was Will, or what was, oh my goodness, what was APA. Oh, and Spawn is going to find the one. Fnatic starts to come down and says, nuh-uh, I do not want in on that one.
Every time we see a Viego starting to get kills, starting to get fed, it plays a replay of my mind of what we've seen for the past, 4 games on this live stream of Viego just dominating team fights no matter who's playing it. Will played so well last game, already off to a good start in this one. And this time the gold goes to Spawn, somebody that was kind of left to the Wolves last game, but I mean, he's looking pretty good in this game. He's up 2 kills, and sure, he's down a couple of waves because he was zoned away there, but honestly, that's fine. He's going to catch up in experience right now with JJ roaming, and he gets this 1-wave advantage. And getting those kills onto Varus, already a good matchup into the Kalista for the most part. So it's going to be fun to watch Spawn when he's actually got some gold invested in him.
Yeah, we'll see where that goes with him, if he's going to start with likely the Manamune, as usual, with the new thing with Varus, instead of going for the Mythic first, getting the Manamune, and then deciding from there. Usually lethality is the best option. It certainly appears that it'll be so going into this matchup here. We got a Mountain Drake as well for the first dragon up on the board. Resolve has a little bit of vision over there, and also has some vision here towards the Rift Herald. So no real priority right now on focusing on these objectives from Dignitas Academy, but they got plenty of time. Resolve actually going to immediately start up this Rift Herald, though.
Yeah, Spawn is walking up. He is charging to the Rift Herald, trying to get there in time. Saligo and JJ shoving out the mid lane. There will be a fight here.
Yes, there will. It's going to be Will who gets pulled out first. Scout of the week does not hit because he flashes away, but Will be taken down by Fnatic. Out goes the Chains of Corruption, and just barely on the outskirts of that ability. In the meantime, Lorlo is going on to PCL. Meganar,
oh my God, the Meganar.
The ultimate comes through. That's going to be one. That's going to be another. Fnatic is the last one. It was Winter who was able to get away thanks to Array's ultimate, but where does that get you when Spawn is also trying to chase you down? A double kill over to Saligo. And Winter will not stay alive because Will is making his way downtown, walking fast and not fast enough.
Yeah, we are seeing the reason that Lorlo's Gnar was banned away from him. That's his first impact on the game, but that's a huge fight to actually have an impact on. We're diving into the replay right now. Let's break down what happened. Both teams more than willing to fight here, but APA is standing on a ward. He doesn't know that he's standing on a ward, so this whole time they can play around the center. They know exactly where he is. And sure, Will gets caught out, but his life is traded for APA's life. And from here, it's just, oh my gosh, the Meganar bar is being charged up on PCL up there, and you can see it. Oh my gosh, they're all lining up against the wall. The Flash Gnar ultimate. They managed to drag Winter, so it's not a 3-man ult, it's only a 2-man ult. But the damage has been done, right? Everybody locked up against the wall, setting up for his teammates to just knock him down. It's like bowling pins, honestly. He's really just there to support his team, to set them up for the kills. And Spawn getting so much gold in this fight, picked up multiple kills on the tail end of it too. Saligo as well. Both of them are very fed. They've got bounties on their heads. They've got their mythics coming in soon. Dignitas Academy off to a really strong start in this game.
Very much so. 3K gold in their favor here at 10 minutes. This is feeling kind of reminiscent of TSM Academy into Zoos previously today. A nice big wave, though, the PCL has been able to build up. And you've got Fnatic as well, kind of waiting for a potential initiation. In the meantime, though, on the bottom side, JJ trying to look for something. The Solar Flare goes
cleanse.
out. Will is moving in. The Zenith Blade comes through, but it's going to be a dash away from Array. Will to follow this one up. Winter will go down. Array escapes with his life.
Yeah, sure, Array lives, but honestly, if you're a Dignitas Academy fan, that's okay, because the damage has already been done. He's losing multiple waves. He lost his support. The enemy team's already getting fed. That should be Dragon over to Will as well, and sure, Fnatic's going to be able to trade that for the Rift Herald. But it's really hard to kind of theory craft away that Resolve actually gets back into the game, because when they pick something like Camille and Tanar, you need to make sure that you're leveraging that level 6 kind of all-in threat that Camille has onto Mininar, and that just hasn't been the case. Lorlo has completely ran the matchup, and look at this gold over time graph. I mean, sure, Resolve had their footing early on in the game, but the last time they had a gold lead was like 6 minutes or so, looking at that graph. 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. Ever since then, it's been heavily Resolve favored, and we're almost to a 5K gold.
And that's this part where we started with 4,000 being the highest number, and literally in those 10 seconds that we saw that gold graph, it zoomed out to show 5,000. So second by second, they are pulling in massive amounts of gold. Spawn has 5,300 damage right now. And once again, really almost all members of Resolve below Dignitas Academy. Lorlo is the only one that's below APA right now, but less than 100 damage difference, or sorry, 100 gold difference here. So Dignitas Academy not going to be relinquishing power anytime soon. They did relinquish that Rift Herald over to Resolve. I assumed that they were going to make a move on this dragon, but they're not.
Look at Lorlo's damage. Oh my gosh, yeah, this is damage to champions, and he's almost double anybody else in the game. A lot of that comes from poking Camille and trying to set up a play down towards the bottom side. There's 4 members of Resolve, but Will is hovering and Saligo is ultimate. How is this going to work?
Solar Flare is up and available. Oh my gosh, Array almost immediately going down. And yeah, Will's gonna go in, take that one. The box comes out. Winter's the next target after Fnatic. JJ's gonna continue on. No way, the flash forward by JJ to get the Zenith Blade, followed up by the ultimate from Saligo. A double kill over to Spawn, and 4 members down on the side of Resolve.
Yeah, I think at this point, Jolly, this is where you throw in the hat. And sure, like, there's pride to play for and all that, but it's looking really tough for Resolve. Every play, Dignitas Academy has them read like a book. JJ's playing this Leona to perfection, it feels like, and Will, oh my gosh, he possesses the soul, he dodges the scatter of the weak with it, and it really just feels like Resolve has no window back into this game. Every
Honestly,
single fight is just Dignitas' favorite.
It's true, and that was so disheartening too, because you saw the moment where Array's like, yes, there's a lantern from Winter. Array takes the lantern directly into Will, and I'm sure Winter's like, sorry about that one. That didn't quite work out how we were expecting. So Array being focused so early on, we can see the damage that's dealt there. Will, even though he's on the backside of that fight, still dealt 1743, and Spawn has just been obliterating people. Lorlo now might be jumped on, though, by 3 members here. Not quite under tower, but does have the E leap available. There's no vision here. I'm kind of curious as to... we are literally waiting for the rest of the team, actually. I was wondering what he was doing there. He was trying to not show vision to PCL, that he was waiting for the remainder of the team to try to push back.
Yeah, there's some of that experience from Lorlo that we've kind of been missing today with some of the top lane wave states that we've been watching. He just backs up. He gives it up. Ooh, Saligo gets caught.
That is going to be a solar flare, though. Saligo's going to go down, and oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage right there onto APA.
Oh my god!
Fnatic finds a long lantern, but it won't be enough because Lorlo is on the other side. Oh my goodness, that was absolutely beautiful. The ultimate barely catching them. It's going to be 3 total members down on Resolve. Winter trying to take a recall there. That's not going to work because Will is on his way to steal the red buff.
Yeah, Will is on the hunt with this Callista, and every single fight, even when it looks good in the beginning, they get the little tiny shutdown onto Saligo, but the rest of the boys from Dig Academy, there's just no way PCL gets out of this.
Even just the auto damage from Lorlo here. The Hextech ultimate is going to come out onto Will, who takes a few tower shots. They are okay with that, and that should be the 2nd tower of the game for Dignitas Academy.
Dignitas Academy is just running the map right now. Every single play is favoring them. They're really just not making any mistakes in this game. All the deaths have been traded beautifully. There's really been no free gold or advantage that's been given over to Resolve. And sure, it's not technically a perfect game. 3 kills over to the side of Resolve, but there's no turrets, there's no dragons. There is a 10k gold lead at 15 minutes, Jolly. Look at this gold over time graph. It is climbing and climbing. If it keeps going like this...
Is that legal? Is this cyberbullying? Is that what we're watching right now?
I'm not too sure this can be shown on Twitch.
Yeah, I think we might get banned for this one, okay? This is 30, okay, almost 10k at 16 minutes. That is absolutely insane. I was commending 5k at 15 minutes. This is kind of, I mean, it feels like the coffin has been sealed here by Dignitas. They continue to hammer nails in on top of it just to ensure that Resolve can't get anything.
Oh,
that is
no.
going to be Fnatic going in, but you don't want to do that. Not when Will is there. It's going to be another nice Winter Lantern, though, and Will says, all right, you know what, that's okay. You can use your Lantern to save Fnatic. We'll just go for Array.
How do you play the game if you're Array? Like, honestly, it feels so hard because you've got to deal with a Rise Realm Warp on top of you, Leona constantly crowd controlling you, a Gnar that'll be in your face later on. It really does feel like he doesn't even have an item. Poor guy. I mean, this is rough to watch, and it won't get any better because Kallista's not exactly known for her scaling, so even if you're able to pick up 2 or 3 items, the damage simply won't be there. The armor's going to be built for Leona, for Viego, for Gnar, and it really just, it doesn't get any better than it is now for Resolve, so that's why we see Fnatic trying to fight, because they're just desperate for something in this game, and they kind of realize that it's a lost cause, and their only way back into the game is trying to fight some of these really desperate engages.
And, you know, there's 4 members on the other team with bounties on their heads. So, hey, if you can at least find one out, then you at least get yourself a little bit of gold in your pocket. But, oh my gosh, Ray gets jumped on here by Will. Will ends up taking quite a bit of damage there and a tower shot, but is not afraid of that or worried on the backside. We get the Fox that comes out, the Solar Flare on top of it, and Fnatic cannot move. Saligo picks up that kill. Dignitas continues to pressure into Resolve's base.
We have a slight update on what has been occurring in the chat. One of our production members very kindly has pointed that out for us. And Resolve, you know, there's some jokesters in the chat. They always are. People like APA, people like Winter, even Fnatic. And Winter's asking for a remake. So that's pretty much where Resolve's mental is at right now. You know, yeah, this is funny. Doesn't surprise me, right? You've already qualified for Proving Ground, so sure, it sucks to have a game like this happen on the big stage, but at the end of the day, you're in the upper bracket. You've qualified for Proving Ground, so you need to keep your spirits high as a team, because this is just the beginning of your journey, right? September is the really big month for these amateur teams to try and prove something, because that's where the prize money is. That's where the Academy and LCS scouts are really watching and paying attention to players, so you just got to keep an eye out for that.
Realm Warp not being utilized. APA, though, not in a good position. Lorlo doesn't even need Mega Gnar to be able to get that kill. Says, all right, we'll just push the wave back out in response. And, you know, as soon as Resolve tries to get any sort of counter pressure, it is immediately responded to by TIG Academy. This is just, you're looking at 3 members that were 0-4 just a second ago, and now that's an 0-5 for the mid laner. That is rough. Saligo's going to get jumped on here, but hey, Will is in the wings. Saligo does not end up going down to the Hextech Ultimatum, and PCL doesn't survive. Saligo does, however, and that is the power of Viego.
Viego needs to be banned, Jolly. You've been on it since the beginning of the games today. This champion is just not balanced. It's really just not balanced. And it's hilarious because he's received nerf after nerf after nerf.
Right.
And he still is just in such a gross state. And we've got a replay coming in so we can see exactly what happened here. We're going to be covering what happened in the mid lane first. Looks like Fnatic trying to kick Spawn back. It is a good kick. And honestly, if you're not down so much gold, that play probably works out, but there's just no damage. Spawn is honestly a glorified minion. Yeah, the Chain of Corruption was really good.
Was beautiful because Spawn recognized what happened there and immediately decided, okay, I'm going to change the Corruption on the backside. I'm going to stop Array from being able to do any more damage here. And that was beautifully played. Really, really good communication and also really good aggression there. It's going to be a Zenith Blade from JJ onto Fnatic. No follow-up for the stun. There is the Sonic Wave. But it won't hit who they want it to. Lorlo is going to have to flash away from this one. Does have Mega Gnar now, so has the opportunity to go in on Fnatic, but took a little too much damage. There's going to be another shutdown right there as Saligo goes down. Apparently, Lorlo went down a little bit earlier in these fights. Whoa, that was
pretty slick.
That was pretty slick right there. It's going to be a stun lock, though, onto JJ. Gets hooked. Spawn is on the run. Lorlo is still alive and is trying to catch up with Spawn here to try to pinch these 2 away, or at least ensure that Spawn can survive. And that should be enough to do it. A lot of mobility on the side of Dignitas Academy allows for them to escape.
Oh my god, boys. There's no way we're going for Baron in this situation. I mean, you gotta respect it. You gotta make some sort of gutsy call. And sure, Will's dead, Saligo's dead. They actually might be able to get this. I think the reason that Dig is not contesting right now is Spawn has no mana. If he had mana, he'd be sniping them from far away, just killing them. Here comes Lorlo, though.
Oh no! Spawn with a piercing arrow. Talk about a piercing arrow. It's gonna be a double kill going over to Lorlo after Spawn picks that one up. And Spawn's like, yeah, I need a little bit of help here, but Lorlo, I guess you can go ahead and go for Fnatic, who will likely not get out of this one, as Meganar is now available. That was an interesting move to head down to the Raptor pit, but Will was right on the other side. So it will end up being the Baron for Dignitas Academy, and likely the end of the game right here for Resolve.
Yeah, this should be Dignitas Academy closing out the game, really with an exclamation mark in this upper bracket game 2. It feels like from start to finish of this whole series, they've been in control. Resolve had a couple of moments, but Dignitas Academy just bringing it to them.
Oh my god! Lorlo stays alive. They're going for the kills. They're going for padded stats. They don't care about taking out the Nexus because they know that they can deal so much damage here. Lorlo is finding Mega Form, might try to go in with an ultimate here, but it's the Baron minions that are going to close this one out, and a very, very dominant victory for Dignitas Academy.
Yeah, 22 minutes at the end of that game. That game honestly could have ended at like 18 minutes maybe. Yeah. I think if Dignitas Academy was just trying a little bit harder to close that one out, but great series from Dignitas Academy. Feels like Viego has really been the one constant factor throughout today. Ends the day 5-0 on this stream. Every team that got to lock in Viego won the game, and he was blue first picked every single time. So I think teams need to go back to the drawing board. You need to come up with something to match this Viego, or you just ban it. It's really not that difficult. There have been champions that need to be banned on red side every time, and Viego's no different.
Especially when you've witnessed 4 games, and they've got 100% win rate for this champion. And again, it's not even that Viego is just there while the team wins. No, Viego is always an integral part of the victory. So please learn a lesson. I really hope both of the teams that we saw go down today in, for the first matchup, third game Viego just gets swapped over, and in this one it's going to be, it ended up being Dignitas getting blue side again, so they had the first pick. So that's the other option. The other option is pick blue side and ensure that you get that as a first pick. That would have been the other choice here. That wasn't a priority, though, for Resolve, and it really goes to show just how good these young players are, particularly seeing Will pop off, seeing Spawn. I think Spawn died like one time in that game, doing an incredible job. So, oh my goodness, I love to see, I love to see myself be wrong. Not gonna lie, in terms of my predictions, I like to see it, especially when the majority of the desk is also wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I really failed my predictions today. I think I predicted 2-0 for Zeus and 2-0 for Resolve. So I almost got it as wrong as you could get it. I do think that these games were a little hard to predict just because, you never know how teams are going to play in the upper bracket when they've already secured their proving ground spots. So, there could be a little bit of, we want to hide our strategies, or we want to just kind of like take it easy. You never know. But at the end of the day, Dignitas Academy, super well played on their end. Their new players stepping up, hit it out of the park, and the whole team played so well.
So well. We love to see it. I cannot wait to see more of this young player in Will moving forward. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, I believe we're going to have an interview and maybe a little bit of a breakdown by the desk. But that's going to do it for us today. Dylan, did you have anything that you wanted to close out on?
I just want to thank everybody for coming and tuning in tonight. We had some really, really fun games. We got to cover some exciting teams that got to move on in the upper bracket, right? TSM Academy, Dignitas Academy, 2 of the big dogs in the upper bracket. Keep an eye out for them throughout the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, seriously, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will be back again on Wednesday the 18th, so keep your calendar open for that. But we are going to call it for us tonight. Don't go anywhere, though, because like I said, we got an interview and we've got the desk to break some stuff down.
And welcome back, everybody, to another interview here. We got my main man, Will, from Dignitas Academy. This came off a fantastic one. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's fun series.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm glad you had fun. I know we had fun watching y'all, bro. It was genuinely interesting time about how they decided we don't need to ban Viego because Will is okay and Viego's just a bad champion. But, like, man, I would scream at the top of my lungs, like, what are you guys actually doing? And to make sure they constrict you in whatever way they can. Speaking of which, though, homie, Will, tell me a bit more about your transition into coming into GGA, especially, just as the new face that you are. Sorry, Dig A.
I mean, you mean like coming to Dig Academy? Well, recently, or I joined like about a month ago, and I went to the
Yeah.
facility about a week ago. I was able to meet everyone. I think that changed a lot for me. But coming into Academy, I don't think too much of it. Like, it's good to start right now, but like I still have a long career, so it's not too big of a deal. It's a big deal, but you know what I mean.
Oh no, for sure, yeah. Because like I know that right now, because like you're young, but already being on such like just right about such fantastic people. Like I'm sure is an absolutely fantastic influence on y'all. But especially considering you're also playing with which is veterans like alongside Spawn and Lorlo as well. So talk to me a bit more about how the voices kind of communicate with the team. Like, are you trying to step up and like really offer your own inputs, or would you say there's been a lot of mentorship under them of that just like letting you know this is how they kind of want to play the game?
They try to contain me as much as possible, basically. So they love their macro. They love controlling me. They love their base timers. But every time I play, I just play my own game. I don't let them try to tell me what to do unless it's like important. Like if they try to tell me how to path, I'm just gonna play my own game. Whatever I think is best, I'm gonna do. So.
All right, respects to you on that, man. But considering we haven't been able to see a ton out of you, Will, here, man, like one thing I do want to know out of you as well, and I'm sure people do too. What can we expect out of Dignitas Will going forward for the rest of the tournament, even into PG? What should we be looking out for?
I mean, I think we'll do pretty good. I'm not gonna say we're gonna win, but I'm gonna say we're gonna have a crack. We're gonna do pretty good. So.
All right, respects to you on that. So, but now comes in this. Look, I'm gonna ask you a couple of rapid fire questions, right? You just tell me which ones you prefer. Cool? Just so I get to know you a bit more. Okay. All right, pizza or pasta?
Pizza or pasta? Pizza.
All right, cool. Fries or potato wedges?
Fries.
All right, anime or K-dramas?
I'll watch K-dramas. Anime.
That was a test. All right, okay, top 3 anime.
Shoot, I don't know.
Damn, it's all good.
Attack on Titan. I mean, I don't really watch anime like that, but Attack on Titan's pretty good, so.
All right, respects to you on that. Okay, all right, and final question to you here, man, is like, okay, right now, with your overall career, right, is there something that I just wanted to get from you is like, you want people to know about you as a player that they're just not saying?
I mean, I just want them to just pay attention in the next couple years. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say like, oh my God right now, but I'm gonna say pay attention in the next couple years. We'll see what happens.
All right, respects to you on that, homie. Congrats on the win today.
Thank
I look
you.
forward to seeing what y'all are able to doing over the next couple of years and even into PG though. Respects.
Thank you, Ravish.
And welcome back yet again, everybody, to La Descamundo. Yet again, Robert BDB and my main man Value yet again. So, John, let's talk a little bit at the final game of the night, the 2-0 coming from Dignitas Academy up against Resolve. An interesting one for sure. And considering that Value, you came out on top again, bro. You put your faith in the right team. Respects to you on that, homie.
Yeah, I mean, call it how I see it. They were looking good, so made it happen.
I mean, considering how good they were looking, so why don't you break down that game for us or just really take us through that?
Yeah, so it was a pretty concise game. I think we can break down a lot of the main points in the early game. I think the first play, we could probably get into a replay where we see they were looking for the Varus and bot lane, thinking that they could TP with Syndra, slow him, but then you see a great response where you see Viego and Ryze walking down right now with the Ryze ult. And this is an excellent punish, because it seems great for Resolve. They're denying all these minions, they get the Varus heal outs, but then this collapse right here, this just really stifles the Kalista early game and kind of accelerates the mid-jungle Dignitas to kind of scale. And then beyond this, they kind of go fight at Rift and kind of just coin flip a 5v5. And it landed cheese side down this time, unfortunately, as they get flanked by a Mega Gnar. And then beyond that, the game just kind of turns into like, well, guys, we're down a significant margin. Let's just kind of run into their jungle, hope we can find a pick. And they fought valiantly, but it's just doomed at that point. And I do think one highlight that they had that game was they did a good job of attacking the mid with the Syndra Lee combo. I think Dignitas also did an excellent job of playing defense around that, because they had the phase rush and oh, here's the Rift Herald, where we can go see where they see it's kind of even numbers. Like they probably could have tried to look for a numbers advantage fight. They're trying to get, oh, if we get first jump, maybe it's good. Then the way things play out here, Syndra kind of gets bursted, and then see the Mega, they kind of funnel into the Mega flank because they've got nowhere else to go. And it's just a pretty doomed position. Beyond these last two plays, when you've got a Kalista early game and then she goes back to lane versus Varus that has both a full Eclipse and Ninja Tabbies, like you're no longer going to be able to generate too much pressure. And so they did pivot into trying to play around mid jungle, but the Ryze with Phase Rush was sitting under his turret, able to stifle a lot of the plays. And we did see that one great play where Fnatic had that Q that hit Ryze through his flash. So they were making it happen a little bit. It wasn't all doom and gloom, but definitely not to the extent that they needed to come home with the victory in the series.
Yeah, especially because, like you were saying, Kalista on the bottom lane really has a lot of pressure that you want to be making use of, and it didn't really end up translating into anything, especially when that bot play went so badly. And they didn't even try to end up stacking dragons. They wanted to rotate up for that first Herald play, which makes sense. You can use that to snowball, but as soon as you lose that one, it's doomed. And because of that, you don't even have dragon stacking to fall back on, because you don't have anything to fall back on at that point.
Ultimately, with them not being able to have anything to fall back on here, you know what happens then? You unfortunately fall all the way to nothing to cushion your fall. That is exactly what happened here for Resolve, as they do now fall towards the lower bracket within this series. I believe they'll be up against the Dignitas Mirage going into the next. So we'll see if they continue to make the losers bracket run at GGA did come out on top against them over on Academy. So right now, it may not be all doom and gloom for them, but I'll see how they bounce back. But for Dig A, and again, looking fantastic throughout this entire tournament, still undefeated as of right now. They're not dropping a single game, which is genuinely impressive. And then my main man, well, of course, you see right here on the top lane. No one tells him what to do with all of what he's pathing. He does his own thing, and clearly you can see with his KDA 12.3. That
what a
is
beast.
Disgusting. Genuinely impressive. But Value, Beatdown, I did want to get both your thoughts on closing thoughts on the entire day. Beatdown, you first.
Well, so I'll do one for both these teams. I think, like you said, it's not all doom and gloom for Resolve. At the end of the day, you still go to the lower bracket. You still qualify for Proving Grounds, which is the big tournament that everybody is playing for. So you do have time to kind of regain, improve going forward, and I think they do have that in them. On Dig A's side, it's really nice to see them kind of continue this level of play, especially we talked about when we did their series previously, earlier on in the tournament, probably against Glape. how this was a big tournament this still is a big tournament for Will to kind of prove himself. He was steadily improving through the back half of that last Academy split. And now we were going to kind of see, can he keep this one up? Can he actually continue on with these strong performances? And I think so far with how well they've been advancing, that is still the case. And I can't wait to see what they do next. Also, I love Will's personality. Unreal respect.
Amen.
Yes, sir. Now, value on your end, Broski. Any closing thoughts for us?
Yes, I mean, first series today was really back and forth, super great set. I'm looking forward to seeing Zeus try to climb through the lower bracket. Looks like we got the Academy teams in the upper bracket after today. They had some great performances, and I'm sure Resolve is also going to have a great run through the lower bracket. Like the teams that are in the lower bracket are fierce, you know, like I think both of them could make a run all the way through it. So we got a lot of exciting League of Legends left for the rest of UGP, and it's been a great time here on the analyst desk. Thank you so much for having me, and y'all were wonderful, enabling me to do my thing. So appreciate you. And yeah, cheers, everyone.
Thank you, man. Absolutely invaluable with you having you with us, man. And I know, speaking from all of us, we definitely loved it. So I do want to thank you all. I do want to thank all of you for being here tonight. B-Town, appreciate you being by my side as usual, homie.
Yes,
I want
sir.
a big shout out to our casters, Jolly and MLBD, and of course our production, of course, Ibram, Hyper, and of course V-Flight for making us look good all day. Now, with that being said, I have been Ravishing Rabbit, the most ravishing bit on the internet. We'll catch you all tomorrow, same time, same place. Peace.